mics are in off the splitter, so I've no idea whether you're hearing me on this or not, but I'll talk away on this, and that's as loud as I can get it, I think, so I have no volume control on this. I have volume control on the other one, but you're saying it's humming, so here we are on both mics here. Oh.
See if that's still working.
Yes? Yes?
I was posting thumbs up.
Is that right? Okay. All right.
How do you want to do the colours?
I'll start and we'll work both.
Yeah.
Bounce as we go.
Swap every 10.
Yeah. So, welcome to a very historic occasion here in Birmingham, the first ever LGBT plus cricket match between Graces from London and the Birmingham team Unicorns. And a glorious day for it, 28 degrees here in Birmingham, and we are ready to go for what is a very historic game. Until comparatively recently, Graces was the only worldwide fully gay cricket team. Now they have a rival. The two rivals are broadcasting to the world with this historic match. What an occasion this is, and what a great setting, and also a great weather we have to accompany it as well.
Yeah, I've had worse views. Sun, cricket.
And nearly a straight drive for 4, but a good positive start here for Graces. Interesting choice of deciding to bat. Good crowd as well in for this Sunday afternoon encounter. I think the bar's going to be doing a roaring trade before the end of the day. And of course, as there's no cricket down the road at Edgbaston now, maybe we'll get a few people coming away from the central part of Birmingham to come and see this. That's a nice shot. Good fielding too, but that takes Graces on to 5 in their first over. I was saying that there might be a few stragglers coming in from Edgbaston now. The match has been over. It's been over for about an hour. Perhaps we'll get a few people from just up the road going, oh, well.
I think if you're an England cricket fan, you're definitely guaranteed more entertainment at this game than what England have brought you in that second test, unless you call batting collapses entertaining.
Yes. Well, Graces will be hoping they don't get one today.
It's Lachlan Smith bowling this first over for the Unicorns.
And he's gone for 5, so decent first over for Graces. 4 off the first ball and 5 without loss. So let's talk about the format for today. 40 overs, is that correct?
Yeah, 40 overs. No timed games, no declarations, none of this sort of more complicated, bothersome stuff. Just a straight 40-40.
All right, and I know you've been part of the Graces setup this year. How are they doing match-wise?
I've been going pretty well. Won more than lost. Had the pleasure of making my debut on a bank holiday Monday in not dissimilar conditions to this, actually. Aside with a good amount of batting and bowling depth, and given that the new Unicorns are somewhat newly formed, I'd say Graces probably are the favourites for this game, but as we all know, this is so much more than a game. I mean, the game here is almost secondary. But speaking of the game, it's Mahi, the left-hander, who's on strike, and it is Matt Earl, who is yet to score at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Graces have got quite a lot of experience. Some of the players on this team have been either with it since its inception or have been around for quite a few years. A lot of these have been 10, 15, and in some cases 20 years on this team, including Jonathan Hardesty, who we'll see later on. A couple of late changes for the Unicorns, but Grace is going with their strongest 11. And they're going to have a spin to look at early on. Second over. Just nicked round the corner. There's quick singles. Could be very key today. Just starting to cloud over a bit, so I don't think that they've got any wobbly seamers that we have to worry about on the Unicorns team here.
Yeah, it's an interesting move to give a spinner the new ball. Unorthodox, shall we say? Susmit Majumdar.
Well, maybe he's been looking at what's been happening up the road with New Zealand spinners and thinking he might work on this track as well.
I tell you what, it's a good batting pitch. It's a really good, true batting pitch.
It does look it. Let's see where we go. Oh, nice. A little bit quicker that one too. Just catching the batsman off guard. Good bit of work behind the stumps as well, because there's nobody covering behind there. Would have been buys otherwise. Ooh, bit of indecision, but they're going to get the single anyway.
Yeah, he's off the mark, Matt Earl, to his relief, because there's nothing worse than playing on TV for the first time and getting a duck. Don't be wanting that.
Yes, that's very true. Well, he's done it. 27-year-old, 3 years with Graces now. First time on the telly box. 7 without loss. Ooh, expansive shot. They're going to get the one. It can be a leg by. I don't think there's any bat on that one. Oh, was there? I think that was a leg by signal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
I think it was.
Just not in our direction.
No.
Focus rightly on the beautiful scorebox.
It's a lovely scorebox,
yeah.
With Grace
got cushion seats.
No. We haven't, so we're going to get quite a hard rectum before the end of the competition's over. That's a bit of a scram. Well, they're going to come back for the missed field. And that's going to ricochet well away from the fielder, so that's 2 more. And Grace is off to a pretty lively start.
It's good, quick, aggressive running, and there's nothing quite like it when you're a fielder and you know you're under pressure. You know if you miss field, it's going to be capitalised on.
No, good positive calling by Matt. Second over completed for Graces. It is 8 without loss. All right, so for those who are watching from around the world, maybe we should be highlighting some of the names to watch out for. Some of the batsmen who might be coming with the long handle a bit later on, if needs be, for Graces. Starting with them.
Yeah, the guy I'd say who's arguably one of the biggest hitters in this lineup is the left-handed opener Mahi, who batted with him in a few games. And he's a very classic left-hander. He's more of a back foot player, but this pitch will suit him because the bounce is very true. So you can cut and pull with confidence when it drops short. Got quite good depth. I mean, there's a guy like Adam Layden down at 8, and he can bat. Manish Modi down at 9. You know, they're a lineup all the way down that can more than hold a bat, which is what makes them such a strong team. And of course, you know, having started as a friendly team, you know, they're now playing regular, tough Sunday league cricket in what is a very competitive league with their home games at Broxbourne. That inevitably improves you as a side. So it's a big test for the Unicorns today to come up against such an experienced team, really. As Lachlan Smith takes the ball for his second over, the leader of the Unicorns. And the founder, of course.
Went for 4 off his first ball. There's the second over. That's all. Well, it wasn't too much of a drag on, but had to be absolutely clear about that. Right, just a little bit concerned for a moment. That might just roll back onto the subs, but it was well away in the end. So I better start to the second over. And that could be a wide. No.
Yeah, I did have a little chat with the umpires as well. We're sort of playing what you might call test match wides, whereby it's got to be pretty wide to be given. Obviously
difficult from our angle to tell exactly, but it looks a little bit wide to me. Ooh. Bit of waft.
That's strike 1 at the ball game.
Yes, it was. That was the New York Yankees, I think, that time, not Graces.
Yeah, he doesn't hang around, Mahi. If he bats for any considerable period of time, this is going to be quite fun to watch.
10 without loss. Well, that is a wide this time. I don't think it was appreciably wider than the last one, to be honest, but nonetheless it's been given. And that will take the total up to 11. It's not been seen by the scorers yet, I don't think. Just advances, and that's going to be through for a couple. Not going to quite reach the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Comfortable running. Good aggressive intent from Mahi there for Graces, who we're looking for. What do you reckon's a good total on this pitch?
Minimum 250, I'd say.
You reckon? Okay.
I've had a look through and spoken to a few of the locals who play here regularly. They say it's a very good batting track. The outfield as well. I mean, the boundaries aren't small, but the outfield is an absolute carpet. You're going to get value for shots. Apart from running up the hill.
Well, I was about to say, it's a bit of a Lord's slope, isn't it, this? It's probably appreciably more than 8 feet as well, I think. That's going down the leg. That definitely is off the pad. That will be a leg by.
The thing is, though, there's this huge slope, but actually the table of the squares is pretty flat, and that's what makes it still pretty true to bat on.
It's a little bit of a saucer, actually, when you look at it from here, because it goes back up on the far side. It goes up again, doesn't it?
So our camera position basically is sort of on top of the hill as such. So if the ball's coming anywhere near us, it's got to travel slightly uphill, but it's a day to win the toss and have a bat. And I
think our scoreboard's a little bit behind it. It still says 10. I think it should be 12, shouldn't it?
It's up to it's just whizzed up to 14.
Good. There we go. 14, right? Okay. Well,
it's going to be Majumdar to bowl the second. But the wicket keeper's Wicketkeeper's gone AWOL.
Has he gone for a drink? It's a bit early, isn't it? Thirsty work, I know it is, but it's only the 4th over.
What you also can't necessarily see
Here he comes.
from our stream. He's grabbing the helmet, so he's going to stand up to me.
All right.
Which it slightly surprised me that he didn't for Majumdar's first, but then actually you saw the pace he was bowling at, and it kind of made sense. It's like spinners like that, who all the pace is in the arm, can be really, really difficult to face. Because if a guy's bowling quick at that speed, you've got 15 yards of his run up to sort of size it up. When it all comes out of the arm, it can really surprise you, and it's difficult to keep to as well.
Yeah, I also say his gloves look very marigold to me. Looks like he should be in the washing up. Looks like he's got 2 jobs today: keeping wicket and then doing the washing up later, potentially. All right, let's see how this one looks. It was pretty speedy last time. After that quick first over, it's settled into a pattern now. 14 without loss. Our Graces, having won the toss and decided to bat. The left-hander is going to get probably 4 for that. No, it's not quite going to go all the way. They'll get back 4-2. And did he touch it?
Yeah.
Leg buys. Quite a few extras, or sandries, as the Australians would say. Already up on the board, as we have an Australian at the wicket at the moment. Oof, that kept low. That was a grubber, and that's going to not. Is he going to quite make it? It's going to just find its way over the boundary into the practice nets for 4 buys. So yeah, probably top scorer at the moment. Extras.
But this is the risk of bringing a keeper up when you've got a spinner that's bowling that quick. You obviously cause Mahi to be hesitant to come down the pitch for fear of getting stumped, but also it's very difficult, very, very difficult. It's a really tough skill wicket keeping anyway, but when I mean, he's not really bowling at a spinner's pace. No,
it's a bit quicker than that, isn't it? For those who are old enough to remember, Derek Underwood kind of style. It's just sort of in-between pace. Yeah, it's just pretty rapid, that. And again, the wicketkeeper's having to launch himself full across, and that's a bye. I've lost track how many extras we've had now, but out of the 20 or so we've got, they obviously update it at the end of the over, but 20 or so that's already on the board, I would say half of those at least are extras.
He's thinking about standing back now, the keeper.
Well, he's got a slip. Well, he's got a very deep, what was like a second slip, third slip maybe. Oh, no, I don't think there was any touch on that. But they're finding him very hard to read. This is quite a tough bowler to get away. At least as Willow on ball this time from Matt Earl, and completes the 5th over. 5th over, I think, is it? Or was it 4th? Time's going past so fun. So much fun. Look at that.
Yeah, Majumdar's bowled 2, and Lachlan Smith is just about to come back for
that's right, his 3rd, yeah.
3rd. Just seeing off the new ball, working their way in here, Graces.
He's getting frustrated because he's not making any connection. It's looking a little bit like what we were seeing at Edgbaston yesterday. So that's whether he's not made contact yet, which is probably a good thing.
As advertised in the brochure, Mahi does not mess about.
No. Let's see what he does to the next one. Oh, that's up in the air. That should be a catch. Oh, I don't know. It's between 2. Don't think it's going to be. That fell equidistant between 2 fielders who were closing in on it. Very lucky boy, because that was up in the air for quite some time. But 2 fielders converging on it. Neither could actually get a hand on it. And he's got a life.
Yeah, it was clever bowling by Smith. Just held it back a bit. Mahi was very, very early on that. Sticking with this 5-4 field that they've persisted with.
Yeah, they've got a slip in the gully at the moment.
It's a really good crowd in as well.
It's good.
A lot of them are behind and around us, so you won't necessarily see them.
Oh, nice shot. That's going to go, I think, all the way. Yeah, it's into the bushes. So that's 4 for him. A very cultured shot. Nicely executed. Very strong on that side. Very strong, as we've seen for a couple of shots already in this innings so far.
That was a lovely flick. He's met the ball with a straight bat, let the wrist do the work. Wasn't that bad a ball, just straying onto middle and leg.
And then a bit of cultured forward defence. Just playing it into the mid-wicket area. So no run. Just behind square leg. That's a lovely drive. It's gone between 2 fielders and it's going to go all the way, I think. Yes, it is.
Oh.
Excellent shot. Beautifully timed. One of those horrible shots from the fielder's point of view, because you think you can close it down, you think you can get there, and just as you get there, it runs away from you.
Well, it just seemed to keep on picking up pace. Of course, we know that that's not how physics actually works, but when you see one like that, it's just a nightmare. And as the fielder, you end up being a very unproud member of the boundary escort service, which is what, in truth, came to transpire there.
So, welcome to, if you have just joined us, it is a historic occasion that you are watching the first all LGBT plus cricket match between Graces, who are based actually these days in Hertfordshire, but most of the members live in and around London, and the Unicorns of Birmingham in their first season. And this is the first encounter between the 2 LGBT plus cricket teams. A glorious occasion here just near Selly Oak in Birmingham. We were promised about 30 degrees. It's not quite that, and actually it's a nice little breeze, but nice white fluffy clouds which you won't be able to see on the stream, but believe me, there's a lot of blue sky around. It's nice and cool. It's not factor 50 weather quite yet. Ooh, down next side, but well taken.
Just judging by the reactions, I wonder whether Marty's just got a flick on that. But again, it's going to take an exceptional piece of wicket keeping to hold on there. Standing up this pace in amateur cricket is really difficult.
Especially when it's a bit pacey. They're going to go for the 1. Oh, you can pick it up. So there's going to be 2. There might even, no, I think 2 is probably all we're going to get for that misfield. And 2 it is. As Graces move on inexorably towards good early total on the first few overs. Into the 30s now. That's what he was looking to do, is get some firm contact after that chance he gave last over.
Yeah, another important point to make, I mean, we talk about this being so much more than a cricket match, is that both teams playing with much more than 11 players.
No, don't think so. I think we probably would have given that out from here, to be honest, on that angle, but yeah,
you're going to do well to get an LBW from that angle.
Yes. Yeah, I think I'm not sure the umpire was going to.
So Graces have got 13 and Unicorns have got 13, and of that 13, 11 will bat and 11 will field. So two players on both teams will only do one of the 2 disciplines.
No, there could be, I think, 1 there. They'll think about 2, but no, fielder's already on. Oh, well, they get back from 2. That's actually quite lazy fielding because they weren't thinking about 2. Looked up and saw that field was dawdling just a little bit and decided, well, no, I can take another one here, and they did just that. So that will take it to, well, we're into the 30s. We'll give you the exact score in a moment after 6.
It's a solid nerve-settling start for Graces on what is comfortably the biggest occasion that any of these players have played in before, and comfortably the biggest crowd that they've played in before. 34 without loss after 6, as there's a brief hand sanitisation break, such as the current era, of course.
Well, wherever you're watching this around the world, I'm sure there'll be a lot of interest. I know there's been a lot of pre-publicity about this and a lot of features, a lot of things on social media about it. Interviews have been going out, been quite a bit on TV last few days about it. So if you're intrigued and don't know too much about these two teams, we'll try and fill in the details about them as we go through the course of the afternoon. But Graces is a long established, more than 20 years now.
Yeah.
It's more than 20 years, 30 years, isn't it? Getting on for now.
Yeah, I've seen the lovely, bubbly, energetic Manish Modi's face absolutely everywhere in the last few weeks.
Who's got a role with the MCC?
Yeah, I mean he's not the captain of Graces, but I'd say he's one of, if not the voice of Graces.
Yeah.
It's his Smith back.
Well, you can't miss him, put it that way. Well read by Matt. Just a little bit of extra from the Unicorns' boss, if they have a boss. That's the guy who's bowling at the moment.
Yeah, the man who makes it tick.
The man who makes it tick. The founder of this organisation. Yeah, another good one. I wonder how long he's got. This is probably going to be his last over, you'd think. Probably make a change after this, or not?
I think he'll give himself a bit longer. He's getting something out of this new ball. I think he'll be a bit reluctant to take himself off.
Well, if he takes a wicket, he'll certainly stay on, but...
I believe it's 10 a bowler today, up from the normal 8.
Okay.
Which gives him a bit more
All
licence to maybe give himself 6 up front.
Yeah.
And maybe come back for 4.
Oh, threw him before. Oh dear.
He lost sight. I think he lost sight of it. He
Well,
thought it was
I think
a
it's just
catching
something.
chance and went through
Well,
ankle
yeah,
height.
exactly. Let's say somebody said catch it. I'm thinking I'm not quite sure who can catch that, apart from maybe a grasshopper, because that was all on the ground. So that might have actually thrown the fielder off the centre bit. I think it's coming in the air. Actually, it came all on the ground. Anyway, another 4. I think it might be his 3rd, potentially, maybe 4th.
Yeah, both into double figures, and he's actually overtaken Mahi. So Mahi has 13, and Matt Earls just moved on to 15 with that boundary.
Good platform for the rest to come a little bit later on. So on what is a glorious day. It's still very much a work in progress with the Unicorns. Still a new team, still finding their way, still finding their strengths. And such is the nature of these teams. Obviously, players change a lot. Caliber changes, quality changes year in, year out. Graces have found this across the years. They've had some very strong years and some not so strong years. This is turned out to be one of the stronger ones. Spin again from this end. Oh, he came all the way down and over the top for 1 bounce 4. Well, that was aggressive intent from Mahi there, definitely. Well, he's been trying to do that quite often in the opening few overs. Not really connected that well. If he had that one chance that maybe should have been caught, but there was no doubting where that one was going.
Yeah, the phrase whenever I watch Mahi bat that comes to mind is every ball's a shot, every ball's an event. He's perfect for TV. You just can't take your eye off him. Came down the pitch, so he nearly ran past that.
Well, let's see what his intent is on the spinner. I was just trying to play that one into the leg side, but no single this time. Well, again, sometimes in one-day cricket they'll be called a wide, but not this time. Yeah, idea was good. Direction not quite so good. Fielder in the way.
Got a sort of in-out field here, so he's got a deep cover, a deep mid-wicket. then long on and long off 3/4 of the way back.
No, that's down leg side again, not connected on. So another opportunity goes a-begging for potential increase.
Just not quite got his angles right here, Majumdar, from right arm around. Now he's putting long on back.
Wasn't a run there. That would have been very ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious bordering on
Just
suicide.
dropped into the crease and went, maybe not. Maybe not after all. You're right, he's going to do another over. Huckan's coming on for another over at the far end. Well, we're sideways on, but we're a bit further towards the other end, pretty much side where you can see the camera. Is our commentary position.
42 for one off, 42 for none, pardon me, off 8. So this is very good stuff from Earl and Mahi. Exactly what Graces would have wanted, having won the toss and decided they were going to have a bat.
Yeah, excellent platform. 5 overs gone. 5 and over in terms of the run rate. Well, a little push forward. Wasn't off the full face of the bat, I don't think, but it brings me another run.
The technical definition for that is a nibble, I'd say.
Yes.
Just grazed
Wasn't a nick,
down to
but
fine
yes,
leg.
a nibble probably would be good. But no danger.
Pretty risk-free shot.
Oh, where's that gone? Where's that gone? That's gone over the heads of everybody. And they'll come back for another one. He's having a bit of a charmed life. That was not a chance. The other one was. Basically, because the fielder didn't see where it had gone. It skewed off at such an angle. Everyone was kind of looking to see where that ball was going to land. And by that time, the danger was over. But had a life and a half, I think you could say, in this innings so far.
Yeah, he's inadvertently bisected the gap between short, fine leg and point, which is not the gap he was going for.
But it's a run nonetheless. I think Matt's looking a little bit more assured. He's the one who's been hitting the boundaries mainly. We did have a little run of a lot of
Shot.
extras, and where's that gone? At 6. That's gone out of the ground. First 6 of the game, and that was a really good contact. Really good contact. Exactly what they were hoping you might do. Is exactly what he has done. Now they're going to go and try and find the ball, which they have done. And there may well be a smash windscreen behind there, because that was travelling when it went over the pavilion.
Yeah, he's got that over the pavilion. Also brings up 50 for Graces. 50 without loss in the 9th over. And that's what happens when he gets it right. He's a lot of fun to bat alongside.
Oh, that's chance. That's chance. Taken. Only a matter of time before that was pounced. And that is a really good catch for, I think, Hattie Wright.
Yeah.
Hattie Wright with that catch.
6 and out. The classic 6 and out for Mahi, who didn't fail to entertain. And now gets a warm round of applause. You heard the home crowd, which are certainly slightly more unicorns inclined maybe than Graces, really come to life with that wicket. And of course, in an era where crowds in live sport have been such a rare thing, it's fantastic to have that cheer as more fans continue to stream into the ground.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. So you can't see it on the screen because obviously that's pointing directly at the pitch, but looking around, there's certainly quite a few dozen in here, choosing to have a mixture of picnic and cricket. And plenty of interviews being conducted as well with the Graces players at the moment, of course, as they're not all of them batting. So a decent opening stand for Graces. Wicket falling in the 9th over.
So here comes Chesant Halai, who is particularly best known, scored 138 in a league match in 2019 when it was an extraordinary run chase. Chased 270 to win of 40 overs from the final ball of the game. He's quite the player.
Very methodically marking his guard. Now, early observation here. Quite a lot of left-handers in the top order for Graces. This is the right-hander though for this time. Right-hander on strike, comes back for 2. Oh, and then thinking about a third, but I'm not going to go for it. So yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 in the top 8, and for league games, it's interesting to see how international cricket eventually filters down to club cricket. And for league games, there's often a thought of keeping a left-hand, right-hand combination wherever possible, because as a bowler, it does annoy you.
Well, bit of width, but not too much. And that was the over that brought the wicket. But a good opening stand for Graces. They're looking in very good order at the moment. Having lost, though, Mahi gone, but plenty of batting still to come. So what would you say, having played with them and seen them quite a bit this year, is the major strength of this team? Is it batting or bowling?
So we're a pretty good all-round side. Probably slightly more of a batting side today, but then the advantage you've got is you have Sam Schofield in particular, who's a gun bowler, who, because of this format of 13 players, can come in and bowl and not bat, which kind of helps you improve your normal suit that maybe is the weaker of the two.
Well, sticking with spin, the opening bowlers are staying on. That'll be a couple. And carrying on their merry way. Matt's carrying on his merry way and looking in pretty good touch at the moment.
I mean, I know it is some discussion at higher levels of T20 cricket, this idea of having specialists come in. I think for now, apart from games like this, it probably is best the game sticks to 11 aside.
Ooh, bit of width. Went for it.
But you think of, say, baseball, of course, where that kind of thing is a lot more common.
Yeah.
To have specialists in use. Cricket is rare because you see someone like Jack Leach having to bat.
Mm. That's right. Yeah, you have specialist roles in baseball, which you don't have so much in cricket. Well, obviously you do in terms of bowling and batting, but there are obviously fielding positions in baseball, which you don't have so much in cricket.
But it's that you don't. There's very few sports, and it's one of the beautiful things about cricket, where you have to do the thing you can't do.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
And not only that, but you have to do it, as in, say, the Leach scenario that we all know from Headingley 2019, under immense pressure.
Yeah.
You normally, in most sports, you don't ask Messi to play in goal.
No. Be interesting, though. Oh, well, no, that was definitely nick on that, but didn't carry. Keeping it relatively tight at the moment. Tenth over. Still going just over 5 and over. Yeah, it's been getting quite a few revs on that ball, and it's not been the easiest to pick.
Yeah, and he's getting his line a lot tighter to the right-handers. He'll be pleased Mahi's out.
Oh, absolute classic forward defensive. There's always a place for that, even in one-day cricket. And the end of 10 overs, I think. Well, they've got 9 up on the ball. Yeah, 10 overs, yeah. So I think I'm going to pass the main cudgels over to you for the next 10.
Yeah, fascinating little start here. There's nothing that brings a game to life after sort of bumbling along, quite like a huge 6 and then a wicket the very next ball to really bring a crowd into things. I'd say we're probably past 100 people in here now. Here's Smith. Nice little jab shot out to backward point by Jessant, who hasn't quite got going yet. Lovely to see as well, a lot of flags. I've seen multiple rainbow flags, bi flags, All happening. All brilliant. Oh, and that's brilliant as well. Nicely timed through third man, 4 runs. Well, he's got the big shots, Jessant, but he's also got the touch play as well. And that was a lovely way to get your first boundary. Didn't try and overhit it.
Seems to have a lot of time, doesn't he? I mean, that was, you know, one of those nice wristy, just flicks. No real effort, just guided it, placed it, and was very aware of where the fielders, because quite a few fielders in that area, but bisected the 2 who were in that close proximity.
Oh, beaten him. Well bowled by Lachlan Smith. Well bowled. Well, even if you're a good player, it's never easy when you've just come to the wicket with this pressure and a crowd in. Just wafted a touch at that. He's batting out of his crease. He's trying to hit him off his length. Oh, that's a full toss, and he's really got away with that. Smacked straight back at him. If Jessant was in, that probably would have disappeared. Got a 6-3 field, so he really can't afford to stray onto the pads here. Oh, he's bowled to his field. That's a good stop at point. Run out chance. Oh, makes his ground.
I thought he nearly wore that.
Yeah, I think
the way
he
it
did.
bounced up, I think it almost hit him in the face.
He did. I think he's going for the don't rub it logic. He's acting as if nothing happened. Pretty good cricket all round there. Well played, well fielded. Oh, just guides this away, teasingly wide of slip. Third man is there, so he'll get 1. So Smith completes his 6th. He can't bowl forever, but he's doing his best, and he's been pretty tight. And Grace is having lost Mahi.
61, I think it says up there. 63.
63
yeah.
for 1 off 11. As sort of inevitably happens after a fall of a wicket, the scoring is slowed a touch. Jessant just working his way in. Now there's a bit of a discussion between Lachlan Smith and Majumdar as to how many more he's going to have. He's already had 5. Just working their way through their plans. He's got 5 more left of his allocation.
They're not getting him away, though. I think that's what he's probably thinking, that at the moment he's bowling fairly tightly, and that run rate staying about where it was, not really improving much.
He's got a 5-4 split field. Just sort of jabbed away. So he's got deep square leg just away to our right. He's got a... Apart from that, everyone else is in the ring. That's well bowled. That's a classic off-spinner's delivery. It's got that sweeper out at square leg for the sort of slog / the slog sweep. That's lovely classical off-spinners bowling again from Majumdar. Oh, content to be patient for now. Anyone who's watched amateur cricket will know that you bowl any string together of 3 or 4 dots and the pressure quickly builds.
Which he's just done.
I know in test match cricket there's sort of this statistical theory that if you bowl 2 or 3 maidens in a row, the probability of a wicket rapidly increases. In amateur cricket, I'd say it takes a lot less. That's a nice shot from El. Just over pitched by Majumdar, and he finds long off and takes the single. Not going to change the field for Jessant. So it's still the 5-4 with square leg out. But when you're facing a very quick off spinner, the slog sweep isn't really a percentage option.
As you come down the pitch. Oh, straight to him. Down.
Oh, spilled. Well,
No.
you couldn't have asked for much
No.
easier a catch at backward point. Jessant completely mistiming the cut shot, chipped it up, and the chance is not taken. And such is the quality of him when he gets going. They might really live to regret that. 12 overs gone, Majumdar in his 6th, very unlucky to not pick up Jesant. Grace is just after the early loss of Mahi, being slowed somewhat in their pursuit of setting a good total here in Birmingham. Sun shining majestically.
Yeah, it's back out. We did have a little bit of cloud cover for a moment, but that's now dissipated. That's disappeared back over into Birmingham city centre and out here in Selly Oak. It's blue sky, puffy white clouds, and bathed in sunshine. As you mentioned, the crowd, good, well over 100, increasing all the time. People maybe just intrigued to see what's going on. A few people wandering in, but obviously allegiance is for both the teams. People have made their way up from London and Hertfordshire today for this. And I say both teams are blessed with lovely grounds, aren't they?
Oh, Grace's ground at Broxbourne is magnificent as well. 65 for 1 off 12, and now eventually change in the bowling does come. Sam Long on to bowl. Right arm whippy mediums. Getting the keeper.
Do with a whippy right now. 99?
Oh, it's the weather.
That's what we could have done with an ice cream van here today, couldn't we?
I think that's the only thing that's missing.
Yeah.
Here. They'd make a very decent trade, I'm sure, on a day like this. That is very flighty.
It looks a bit of a chuck to me, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, he's been described in dispatches as a licorice all sorts bowler, and if that first ball doesn't scream licorice all sorts, I don't know what does. That's pushed back. Now, speaking of things being pushed back, this bowling some very teasing tempters, and the field reflects that. We've got cow or deep mid wicket. Got deep cover, and we've got long off as well.
Here it comes.
Couldn't resist it, Jesant. And that is the game, of course. He won't necessarily mind that long. He won't mind Jesant coming up to the pitch to him. He only gets one through deep cover. Very much brings the stumping dismissal into play. Now, Earl's been playing very well against the quicker stuff. He's got himself to 22. But now he's going to have to generate almost all of the pace on the ball himself. He's going to have to wait for it too. Oh, that's not a great delivery. It's rightly wided.
Filth.
Run a single, so they'll pick up 2.
Filth.
Yeah. Although it always looks easy from the commentary box.
That's because it is.
We have the
That's
easy job.
it is. Oh, he knew where that was going to go.
He's mistimed that.
Yeah,
But he's got one through long on, and this is the danger of facing something that's as slow as Sam Long's bowling. You might be in position to play the shot as he was, but you'll have noticed that he had to wait another at least second or so. Even then, didn't really time it. Just pushes that one back, Earl. Content to, as he so often does for Grace, is sort of play the anchor role and let others bat around him.
It's that in between length, isn't it? You're not quite sure. Do you come forward or back to that?
When you get it right at that pace, it's an absolute nightmare to face. It honestly is. And I know so many amateur cricketers who say they would rather face a guy steaming in, because all you need to do, you flick the ball through fine leg, touch it through third man, We've got pace on the ball. It's a whole different challenge.
But he is the type of bowler you look on from the sideline to go, he should be going over the side screen on every single ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you get out there and it's just not like that. He's a curate's egg. 13 overs gone. Long's completed his first. Jessant now into double figures, looking increasingly fluent. And he has the strike. And it looks like it's shaping up to be a double bowling change for the Unicorns. Majumdar is coming out to field at deep square leg in front of us. Just in front of square, actually. Moving now more towards a deep mid-wicket. So it is a double bowling change. And a man who's come very much dressed for the occasion, with very fetching rainbow wristbands. And why have one when you can have two?
Absolutely. Symmetry.
Similar field though. Long on. Deep mid-wicket. It's got a 5-4 offside field. It's got a ring of 5 on the offside, so he really can't afford to give Jessant too much width. The field is encouraging him to bowl pretty straight here to Jessant. And that is short and whacked away for 4 through square leg. Well, he had some trouble with his timing off Long in the previous over, but he started to get used to the slow stuff, and when it's slow and short, it's there to go, and go it did.
Yeah, just starting to get into a bit of rhythm now. Just starting to get into gear. Might be fancying this first change at this end. Couldn't be much slower, that could it?
Again, it's like Long. When you get it in that sort of Goldilocks length, that in-between length, it's really tricky. Because all of your body is urging you to come down and try and hit it into the next county.
I've never heard that expression before. Goldilocks length. Has he got anything to do with 3 bears or not?
Oh, that really is flighted, and that's hit straight at cover. This is clever bowling. Really clever stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a bear reference, more kind of self-explanatory in terms of not too short, not too full. The Goldilocks length, that's where you want to be. It's a touch too short. Oh, straight at square leg. Oh, well, that's the difficulty of super slow bowling. Jessant rocked back, but he still ended up early on it. He said it's straight to square leg, and that's the second wicket that goes down. 69 for 2, and Jessant is out for 14. And the Unicorns have done the trick with the super slow stuff.
Did you think that was a plan? Do you think there was a plan that came together there? Because it went right down his throat. He didn't have to move a muscle or an inch.
I wouldn't say it was the exact plan to bowl a short ball when he hits it straight at square leg, but it's definitely a plan to play on the batter's ego, to have your sweepers out leg side, and you want them to hit you in a situation like this. That's what you're playing on, and it's worked perfectly. So out comes Noddy Shafiq at number 4.
Yeah, Noddy, one of the originals. Noddy's been there pretty much since the beginning.
Now I saw he had a bat in the nets, and I'm not just saying this. He actually looked really good. He was timing the ball really well. So now I've said that, anyone who believes in the commentator's curse knows he's going to get a golden
duck. Was that your backhanded compliment for the day?
No,
he really good.
No. He was creaming them. He was facing an array of the greatest bowlers, and he was absolutely smoking it. Plays a lot of nice touch shots square of the wicket both sides.
Maybe the runaway umbrella that keeps trying to get onto the pitch, but
that's short, and he's deposited that.
What a lovely ball to have first up.
Yeah, just a long hop, and you couldn't wish to get a better gift, really. And he doesn't make the mistake that Jessant did. thumps it for 4 through deep backward square leg, who is now going back for that shot. That is the one problem with bowling this slow, is your margin for error is very small.
I'm a bit worried that Noddy's looking at us now, so it might be heading our way the next time he hits it.
Oh, we're definitely in danger of bowling like this at the deep mid-wicket boundary. We do have Majumdar 5 yards to our right to protect us.
If he can get round in time.
That's nicely timed.
Could go all,
it's got a ring of 5 on the offside, so it's a big old chase for mid-off coming round. And they settle for 2 in the end.
We heard about one of the umpires, who is Rob Evans. 5 years as an umpire. Was cricketer before that. 22 wickets, an average of 6.32. And a career low light, breaking a knee while playing. That's probably why he's umpiring these days and not playing. But Rob Evans, one of our umpires.
Yeah, and also you won't be able to see it on the stream, but they've got these wonderful commemorative knitted tops with the rainbow logo on them. I mean, that is proper craftsmanship. And it's really nice for the umpires as well. It gives them something that they can permanently remember a day like this by. Because cricket, just like any sport, is not possible without its umpires, without its officials. And so often when they're doing a good job, inevitably they're not mentioned.
Yeah, because if you don't see them, then they are doing a good job. If you're questioning some of their calls, then you are.
Now, Long is back for his second over. And for fans of grenade bowling, keep an eye out. He's going to nick a quick single here, so Earl doing a good job of holding things together. He'll be looking from here to probably try and bat through most of the innings, really. Be the anchor around which they can build a total. That's his quicker one, and it's too quick for the keeper as well. So I get a bye. Just tried to push that one through a little bit more. He's got a wide long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. And he's got a deep cover point, so he's utilising all of his 5 sweepers. In fact, no, he's got 4 for now. He can put 1 more out. So that's driven nicely, but Earl will get just 1. There's sort of an unofficial agreement between the captains that at any time you've got to have 4 in the circle, which we've got with the white discs that you might see.
Yeah, just about. It's,
so you can't put all 11 out.
No.
Wouldn't really be the proper thing to do as well. That's hit hard, and that is in between the 2 sweepers. It's a big old boundary out there. Bit of foot fielding. Which,
well, they were ambling through for 1, and that was there were well, in the end there was 2 there, but they ambled through so slowly for the first one. There was no momentum to come back for a second.
Yeah. Noddy has many strengths. His running would not be one of them, I think is the polite way of putting it. Earl just trying to work that one away. He has looked less comfortable against the slow stuff, Earl. It's quite a classical opener, likes pace on the ball. There's one thing you're not getting from this combination of Long and Hallam, and that's pace on the ball.
He's standing a bit outside his crease now.
Yeah, and a shot like that gives you an insight into his mind, Earl. I think he feels like he has to start getting on with it a bit. He came down with real intent, and then sort of fighting his instinct to want to absolutely belt it, blocks it away. So Long's second over is done. Grace is up to 81 for 2.
Let's see if they add a few more. Yep, 83 now.
Yes, pardon us. Scoreboard just sort of updating over by over. Matt Earl also brilliantly just shouting over to the Bruce Smalley scorebox just to say check your batters, because inadvertently it is number 1 who's still on the screen, which is Mahi rather than him. But important thing is he's still out there.
Yeah.
And he's halfway to a 50.
Yes.
Which
yeah. He's lost most of his runs on one side of the scoreboard, which you won't be happy with.
Which would be quite a way to mark the occasion. That's something you're never going to forget, scoring a 50 in a game like this. Hallam back for his second after his successful first. Ooh. That's short and chipped straight up to cover and caught by Smith. Well, the super slow stuff from Stephen Michael Hallam is working an absolute treat here for the Unicorns. He has a wicket, another one from his first ball of his second over. And it's Noddy Shafiq gone for a quick fire 12. And Grace is at 83 for 3.
Well, that might be indicating towards the Grace's bowling lineup what their tactics might be a little bit later on. Maybe that's going to be the way they might have to go. Just take a little bit of pace off, because that's been very effective so far. We saw the opening spinner do pretty well, keep them contained, and it's been not the faster bowlers, but the spinners or the bits and pieces bowlers have actually got the wicket so far.
It's just, it really is that, we've already said it, but it looks so simple, but it's so difficult because you've got to put all of the pace on it yourself. Your backlift and your swing has to be completely correct. You're not going to get anything unless you've absolutely middled it. It's a totally different challenge to facing two guys who are just sort of pushing it through a bit more, two opening bowlers that are giving you a bit of pace on the ball.
Okay, so does Matt Earl have to change tactic now? No, he's not running out of partners, but he's lost a couple of key ones.
No, I don't think so. I think actually the loss of wickets probably means all the more that he should just keep going as he is and try and be the person that the innings is built around. If he were to be more aggressive now and get out, that really puts Grace's in a bit of bother. So that's jabbed away by Dominic Scott, who's just come to the wicket. When you've just come out there, this kind of thing is not easy to face. No matter how simple it might look. He leaves that one alone. Dom Scott, who's 59, he's spent 18 years with Graces. Very kindly drove me up from London today. And we worked out that I was in year 4 when he started playing for Graces.
But that made him feel very old.
Can't make contact with that one, so he won't be off the mark. This will be a bye. Yeah, he's done absolutely everything. I mean, we were sort of having a joke, much like a British sitcom once upon a time, with write the theme tune, sing the theme tune. He's been the captain, the vice captain, the chairman, the social secretary. He's currently the treasurer. Keeps
He used to
charge
open
of
the
cash.
batting.
Yeah. I'll just takes the single, bringing Scott back onto strike. He's batted in every position. He's opened the bowling a while back. The only thing he hasn't done,
Keep wicket.
hasn't kept wicket.
Yeah.
So I must say I've got a vested interest here in Dom
you wanna
Scott
get home.
at least getting some runs, because otherwise it could be quite a miserable journey home.
Yes.
There we go. He's off the mark. Just jabbed through backward point, and that was good. That was good because he resisted the temptation there to have a swing at that. When you've just come to the crease.
He's not an aggressive batsman by nature, though, is he?
No, he's not, and he's probably going to try and just rebuild here with Earl, which now they've lost a few quick ones is probably what they need. They've still got players that can hit all the way down. They've kind of spread their resources here a bit, Graces. They've done their order such that they're not very top heavy, which is useful. As Long is coming back for his third over. So it will be as we get the first
yeah.
unexpected cheer of the afternoon.
Yes.
Of course,
Yeah.
England versus Croatia, the World Cup semi-final rematch going on in the strangely branded Euro 2020 and 2021 that is, of course, currently going on. The first oohs and ahs coming from inside the clubhouse, where there's a watch-along going on. Very much attention for many sort of jointly split between the two, but our focus on Long. He's back for his third. Wanted a single there, Scott. Didn't get it. Thing is, it's all well and good saying they need to rebuild from here, but this bowling is incredibly tempting to hit. Scott certainly was tempted there. It's good running by Earl, was the non-striker. He identified that we're going to have time to get through for a bye. And called Scott through, despite Scott swinging off his feet and being a bit confused as to where he was, really.
Where am I?
Nice classical drive from Earl, who, thanks to a bit of foot fielding in the covers, will collect one. So hasn't changed his approach, Earl. I think, given the loss of those 3 wickets, probably makes sense.
Yeah, run rate's down below 5 now.
Scott trying to get it up there, went very deep in his crease, but they've got deep square leg out. And this is the thing, when you've got a big ground like this, if you bowl well, feel well, you have your spinners with the sweepers out in the right place, it can be very tough to find boundaries, and pressure can just start to tick up a bit.
Yeah, we've had 1 6 and a few 4s.
Trying to think of when we've had our last boundary, though. I'd make it good 4 or 5 overs ago. Comes down the pitch, Earl, and jabs at that. This is the thing, it really plays on you psychologically, bowling like this. There's clearly a bit of Earl feeling that he's got to get after it. But then a bit of him also, once he's come down the pitch, thinking maybe not. Smith has now come in at a silly mid-on catching position. That's just down leg, but not far down leg enough to be a wide. It's continuing now, so Matt Earl is yet again shouting up to the Bruce Morley scorebox, asking them to check the batters, because
He's been going backwards.
He's been removed, and he's making it very clear, no, I am still out here, which I can assure you, Divya, is that the scorers themselves will have that, I'm sure, because they're thorough professionals. It's just that they're struggling with the electronic.
I just wonder whether the scorer is actually doing the box as well, actually.
I believe so. 87 for 3 off 16. As Gracie's looked to rebuild after losing 3 wickets in relatively short time. Hallam back with his left arm. When he gets it right, just turn away a bit from the right-hander. It's into Scott. He just prods that one back. He's got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, long on, a deep cover, as well as long off about 3/4 of the way back. So very much in-out stuff. 4 fielders very close to the bat, 4 on the fence, and 1 betwixt and between as Scott comes down. Gets 1. That deep set mid-off. This is good pressure from the Unicorns, with what I'm sort of dubbing the super slow duo of Long and Hallam.
Yes.
And I still haven't quite worked out which one of the two I think's slower. I think it's Hallam. And again, that's a good ball, and Earl just has to respect it. And I do not mean that in any kind of a Mickey-taking way, particularly because I actually would quite fancy a competition with them both, because I reckon I might bowl even slower. I bowl absolute grenades, sort of come down with snow on them. So I know all too well. So it feels like he's got to come down. Well, he's not going to be given out LBW there, because he's about 10 yards down the pitch. But
no, it's just when he made contact with the pad, because that could have been a stumping.
But we've noticed this theme. So Earl is starting to get a bit flustered, feeling like he's got to get after this as a senior player in the partnership in terms of having been at the crease much longer. Well, that's short. That's released the pressure. Thumped through deep backward square. Great fielding by Majumdar round to his right-hand side. And a bullet arm as well. So that keeps it to 1. And good bits of fielding like that make such a difference when you're trying to create pressure. Even the so-called release ball has only brought 1. And I know from personal experience, on the rare occasions I get it right, that if you can, this kind of bowling, unless you really are a very, very good amateur player, is actually surprisingly hard to hit. That is very flighted, and that just sums it up from Scott. Well, that is brilliant. He's gone forward, thinking I'm going to whack this on the front foot, and then he's realised he's not really in a position. He's tried to get there on the back foot, and then he's ended up reluctantly just leaving it, Dom Scott.
Completely bamboozled by that. Completely
Sometimes
befuddled.
in life you can have too much time.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, it's kind of right. Now? Shall I go for it now?
Absolutely. We're going to have a drinks break. 17 overs gone. And it is Earl and Scott at the crease for Graces. They've done well to bat themselves through, Earl in particular, to that point on what is a very hot day. And the drinks break also just gives us a chance to have a look at the YouTube live chat, where please do get your questions, your comments, your contributions in. We realise that you're only seeing kind of one part of the day because of the camera angle you've got, but a lot of support for the Unicorns and Graces in there. Harvey Deegan, VK, Shyla Craythorne, Freya Watkins, hello to Isha Cricket Club TV, Johnny Gostev. It's great to have all of you in there enjoying the cricket. I imagine you might well be watching the football at the same time. Yeah,
having to multitask this afternoon. Keep an eye on what's happening at Wembley. Keep an eye on what's happening here. And so we for those newcomers who have joined us, just to, if you came across in a curious form, want to know what this is all about, what is the first ever LGBT plus cricket match. Oh, we're being offered some drink here. Is it like TMS?
Being offered rosé.
We're being offered cake as well.
Rosé by...
Very nice. Well, I wouldn't normally, but it'd be churlish to turn it down, wouldn't it? Thank you
dare I
very
say, I
much,
hope he's
sir.
not doing it because he just wants a favourable shout-out on commentary.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's very nice. And come and talk to us later if you want. Yeah, come and chat to us later. Yeah, good boy. Right. Oh, for votre santé,
well,
monsieur.
I've seen lots of things in live
This is very nice,
broadcasting.
actually.
I've never seen a captain mid-game
I've got to say, I
bring
don't
over
normally
rosé with
drink
champagne
on duty,
flutes.
but I think I might make an exception to that.
Just to get himself
Oh, that's quite nice.
a better mention in dispatches. But no, Stuart Anthony, an absolutely lovely man, who's been a huge part of Grace's. One of the kind of the men in the engine room who makes things happen. The guy who sends out the doodle poll and reminds people to fill it out over and over again. The guy who, when you've got 9 players, the poor soul that rings round half of the local area just to find 2 people who will willingly play and stand in the field.
Watch out, Manish is heading this way. He wants to get on the mic at some point.
I think, to be honest, Manish, for the last 2 weeks, the question is, when has he not been on a microphone or a camera?
Very true.
He's TV stardust, that boy.
Yeah, another one of the long-term serving members of Graces as well.
Scoreboard has been updated. 92 for 3 of 18, by the way, as we take this extended drinks break.
Oh, you've got a choice. Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Right. Which thing? That thing? Oh, that thing. Get the team in together.
absolutely gorgeous.
Sorry, listeners
game
and
of
viewers,
cricket.
we're talking away here as there's a bit of a gap in proceedings.
Now it is a drinks break, so almost inevitably,
Manish is
when
not far away.
when I mentioned that it was a drinks break, I thought there's one guy who should come over and have a little natter with us, seeing as we haven't got any play going on. Now, this man, I thought I had an infectious energy for cricket, and then I met this guy, Manish Modi. Just try and tell people in a heartbeat your story and what this club means to you, because I know it, but a lot of people listening won't.
My story starts from India. I was born and raised in India and played a semi-professional cricket there, and then moved to UK in 2004. Played a bit of Division 1 cricket in Hertfordshire. Then in 2007, I found out there is a LGBTQ plus cricket club in London when I moved to London, and I joined Grace's Cricket Club in 2008, and from the day one, they made me feel like welcome. Just made me feel like I was already one of them. And here it's a 13 seasons. They're not only friends to me, but they're like family. They're a great bunch of guys who helped me to become a proud gay man, helped me to come out to my family as well. And today is a historical day for us, like playing against Birmingham Unicorns, and this is great.
You said something that really stuck with me on one of your thousands of media appearances in the build-up to this, which was, until you played for Grace's, you felt like basically you could either play cricket or come out. How remarkable for you has it been to have an environment where that choice is no longer something that exists in your head?
I mean, the feeling is I cannot describe it in the words, because when you know that way you can be yourself, you don't have to hide about who you are. And now I'm a proud gay man. So before that, back in India or here, only had one choice: either you play cricket or be a proud gay man. So this is a great feeling.
Now, we're just set to get back underway. My last question for you before we do: I know you were carrying an injury a couple of weeks ago, but you started to get back. Are we going to see you with your left arm seamers today, or are we going to see you giving a tweet with a left arm spin?
I'll keep that to secret. We'll find out.
There we go. We'll see you later. Manish Modi, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Right, so 92 for 3 of 18. One of the many characters that make up this great game. A man I've got a lot of time for. Manish Modi, who just exudes energy. And has done so. And has also made an absolute killing from his fees for all these various media and TV appearances. Now back to the cricket. Long is bowling to Earl, who, having anchored the innings very well so far, is going to try and reset after drinks. Now, as a very poor club cricket opening batsman, I know myself that this isn't easy. When you've got to drinks, then we've had a long drinks break, a good 10 minutes or so there, I make it, and you've now got to reset and restart.
Now, is he on 27 or is he not on 27? That's what's up on the board, but...
Well, we'll trust the board and say he's up to 28 there. I mean, the other thing with Earl is he was getting very distracted by the fact that his name and his score had been removed from the scoreboard. So he'll be delighted that over drinks that has now been corrected. So Earl is on to 28 with that single. Got a square leg, long on, long off, and a deep cover. So 4 sweepers out. Scott slightly mistimes this back to the bowler. He's very early on that. But one can sympathise because it might look simple, but so slow. You've got to keep waiting for bowling like this. And then probably wait some more. That's the quicker ball, and he nearly chops on. Oh, that's so clever from Long. He's got it in his locker. And the thing is, you get so used to telling yourself you have to wait for the ball that a ball like that can really surprise you. And Scott nearly perished.
I might take my guard halfway down the pitch, actually. It's the only way you can intercept balls like that.
Well, it's funny you say that.
Oh, that's a catching
Ooh,
chance for Long.
that's hurt.
Wasn't an easy one. He's wringing his right hand. He's the first chance that's given in this knock. He moves on to 29. Hit it very hard. It would have been a very, very good grab. I mean, you mentioned coming down the pitch. That's where your keeper is so important with bowling like this. You need a keeper you can trust who, when the stumping chance comes, is going to take it. Shorter. This is a good shot from Scott. He's timed that as well as anyone he's played so far, and he gets his first boundary. Just rocked onto the back foot and finally managed to wait for one long enough to clobber it away properly.
Well, I feel better for that, because he's not been reading him at all up to this point. So that's the first real proper connection he's made.
Yeah, and with every run that goes by, the chances of a happier car journey home increase. So on a personal note, I'm very
You're being very selfish.
well in a
Incredibly
joshing way,
selfish,
but
Michael.
I am invested in fortune. You know, I've had plenty of car journeys home after defeats with teammates who've not had good games, and
Yeah, it's a good couple of hours as well.
Yeah.
Back to London from here.
that's good flight. Just drifts down leg, but not wide enough to be called as one. So that is the end of the 19th. But joking aside, and it's shown by the fact we've got 13 players aside, we've got a huge crowd. This is a game that is about so much more than the game. In many ways, and it's probably the only time in my sports broadcasting career I think I'll ever say this, the match itself is sort of irrelevant as opposed to what this represents. And when you hear someone like Manish talk about that, you know, I came out as being bisexual last year and only found Graces at the start of this season. That kind of an inclusive space is so fantastic, because it's not that every other club is not inclusive. There are plenty of other clubs that aren't necessarily clubs in the way these two are that are.
Yeah.
But we've also had, you know, everyone or most people have had plenty of experiences where sadly it's not like that. And so to have something like this and what it represents is just brilliant.
And also, when you think about the amount of football teams there are, it's amazing that Grace has been the only cricket team up until now, until this year.
Hallam is on again, and that was a grubber and kept low. And Earl watched that well, got it away. So it's 99 for 3 at the start of this, the 20th. And he's just re-rehearsing the shot he had to play there, which was sort of more French cricket than
Well, I think he
anything
did
else.
really well to get a bat on that, because that barely got above the surface.
And it looked pretty straight too. Short, and Scott again tries to pull it away. Doesn't make contact this time. Yeah, it was funny. I heard about it, and my first reaction was, "Oh, that's brilliant. Let's go and get involved." But then, similarly to you, sort of the more and more you think about it, the more and more you think, "Well, how come that's the only?" You know. And of course, that's where a game like this is so brilliant. Where, of course, they're now not the only proud LGBTQ+ club. Pulled away. It's not a great ball, but he's got a deep backward square leg, which, well, if you're going to be practical about it, if you know you're going to drop one short and over, at least get the coverage in position so that you don't concede the boundary. And that is the 100 up for Graces as well. 100 for 3 in the 20th over, with Earl on to strike now on 30. Very flighted, and Earl does well to hold himself back and just clip it away through long on for 1. So he moves on to 31. And another question I've heard, I had a lot of friends actually who, through me mentioning this to them, it was kind of a new thing to them that they asked, that is a bit of a misconception about both of these teams and clubs in the way they run. So that really is flighted, and Scott thought about it. He thought about it again and he decided to block it. So are all of the players at these clubs gay or bisexual? Well, no. Grace is in many ways, aside from what they stand for in the inclusivity, are a normal cricket club. Anyone can play, anyone can join. It's just that it's a very inclusive space. Scott mistimes that through the covers. He'll pick up 102 for 3.
And the great thing is, going back to the chat you have with Manish, is obviously there's a large proportion in Graces who are from the subcontinent, who are from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, whatever, where obviously the culture is very different. And the ones who are here suddenly find a space where they can feel comfortable, which if they were in a home, obviously because of the background, because of cultures, all kinds of things, it's such an important release for them. Even if it's only once a week being part of this team on a Sunday, it's a massive release for them.
102 for 3 off 20. The platform is laid. Long is back on to bowl to Scott, who is having his trouble with the super slowers. And the man to my left can guide you through the next 10.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, it's not easy at all. We were taking the mickey, maybe, or maybe I was early on with his bowling technique. It takes a bit of a chucker, but he's getting the job done, and they're certainly not running away from his bowling in terms of getting runs at the moment. So let's see how they fare this time. Scott, ooh, very watchful, coming forward, trying to smother what spin there might be. Make sure it's not going to roll back onto the stumps as well. And he's been very difficult to get away. I noticed that the mat's been trying to just edge down. In fact, so as you see, Dominic's now coming outside his crease a little bit as well now. See whether he can do something about it. Straight to the fielder now, straight through the fielder. So that'll be one. Only the one. As we were mentioning, if you've joined us late on, and probably maybe don't get the full picture from the camera that we've got, there is quite a slope that leads up to where we're commentating. It's quite big. It's a bit of a saucer shape in terms of this ground, but the middle bit is very flat, so no worries in that respect. Though it is downhill just a little bit from where he's bowling. Oh, was that a chance? Was that a chance?
I'm going to say we don't have the best view, but yeah, possibly. It's not easy though, because he is turning it a fair bit into the right-handed arm, and as a keeper, getting across to those isn't simple.
Well, he's got to measure him yet, Matt Earl, but he is standing quite a way outside his crease. Coming down the pitch this time and cracking up one through for just the one. Sweeper's on the boundary, so that will be easily filled and drilled back into the wicketkeeper. So just the one. They're not getting away. So boundaries have been at a premium recently. Haven't seen too many.
It's a real test on the patience of Earl here. He's been out there a long time. He'll be starting to tire a little bit in the heat.
Into the 30s now. Let's see what Dominic Scott could do with this one. Oh, there's a... Well, I think it's probably... Oh, I was about to say a bit too high. It's difficult to tell from our angle, but that might have just been going over, amazingly.
Well, it's hit him just above the pad, which is never a good sign, really. Well, unless you're batting.
But yes, quite. But it's another dot ball. 102 for 3 on the scoreboard at the moment. Oh, nearly yorked him. Nearly yorked him. Massive puff of dust came up as he was trying to play that one, and it virtually got underneath the bat. Just managed to get a little part on it. And they are finding him really hard to read. Well, they come outside the crease or go back inside the crease. Neither seems to be working particularly well at the moment. Just waited his moment there to just dab it away. That's a dab shot for the one. And that is the end of the over. So he'll retain the strike and wait for the scoreboard to work its way around. 104 or 5. 21 overs have gone. 40 overs aside, remember, so we're over halfway. 250 kind of target, you think? 250 plus, somewhere around there.
I think with the strong lower order that they've got, and the fact that they're still only 3 down, run a ball from here gets you 220 exactly. So I reckon, at the very least, that's sort of what they'll be hunting.
106 for 3. It is after 21. It's spin pretty much all the way here. More spin. And one set up. It wasn't able to be played away by Scott. Now you can hear the captain saying pressure's building. Let's put a bit of pressure on one of the longer servers of Grace is one of the longest serving members. As we mentioned, she's done pretty much everything with this team at some point. That's oh my goodness, that didn't get up at all. That was a two bouncer.
Yeah,
that was nearly a two bouncer.
Yeah, that's been nobled, and I think rightly so. And certainly not having any complaints there, Alan.
So one more to the total. And an extra ball for Dominic Scott. Straight to the fielder. Nice cut, but straight to the man that...
I tell you what, this is quite the exhibition of super slow stuff from Stephen Michael Hallam. He's doing it for all the super slow bowlers out there. He's putting together a really tidy spell here.
Only just about reached that one. And yeah, so you're not getting in the way. And just see what other depth they've got in terms of bowling here for the Unicorns. The ones, 4 we've had so far have been pretty effective. That sits up, comes towards us. That's going to be stopped from going over the boundary rope, just the one. So good athleticism.
Well, I'm not sure you'll have picked it up on the on your camera, but that was a superb piece of fielding. Ran 15 yards around to his left, grabbed it on the bounce, just a few yards to my right. Man it deep mid-wicket. That just adds to the pressure.
Waits and waits. So he played it back to the bowler, who puts those big spikes on top of the ball.
Should be at Wembley if he can chuck the ball like that.
Should be.
It's at the wrong ground. Matt Earl
needs
continuing
to
on his merry way.
Well, his merry way is up to 32. See what he can do with this one. Comes down the pitch, over the top, and that's going to go for 4. No, not quite. Parried, and they're back for 2.
That is superb fielding.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go all the way, but let's get a pole on it and managed to make sure it didn't dribble over the boundary rope, or the boundary line as it is here. And another couple of runs. So still that run rate stakes around about 5 and over. It's not much over 5. They've been looking to push on a bit more, but it's been stuck in around 5 for a while now.
Should say hello to Jem Earl. Says Matt playing very well. Very proud mum and dad. Well, yeah, you should be. He's held this innings together so far. I think he's starting to become more expansive now.
But rarely for him, 34 of 22 is not a great scoring rate for him, is it? 22 overs. He's had quite a bit of the strike.
Yeah, he's not normally a basher. I sort of think of batters, and now I realise this is a simple categorisation. Some as builders, some as bashers, and he's definitely more of a builder, Earl.
Well, we're over halfway. 23rd over. Dominic Scott on strike. Just pushing up again into the covers. No run.
Oh, pardon me. Michael Jack Molson says, waiting to see you bowl, Manish. Yeah, I know a few people are.
Yes, I am.
I'm normally
what do you think it's going to be today? Which variety?
I think he'll bowl. I think he'll probably open with a new ball and he'll bowl seam. Oh,
good shout. That was a good shout. That was a good shout. And LBW it is. So he has to go. And though we are at a 90-degree angle here, it looked pretty good for me and looked very good for the umpire. So Dominic Scott out, and that is wicket number 4. 110 up on the board. So who's in next?
Yeah, it's a valuable breakthrough. Scott really struggled with the super slow stuff from both ends. Now here comes Leo Skyner at 6. Now I mentioned that they've spread their batting order, Graces. Leo's a really good bat. He's a very clean hitter in the V straight. once he's in and his timing's going. Very good driver of the ball. I had the pleasure of batting with him on Bank Holiday Monday 12 days ago, and we shared quite a nice partnership, which was fun. And scores very quickly as well.
You got?
Takes the pressure off you.
What did you get?
I got 33.
Okay.
He got 41, I think, and we put on 84 for the second in a nice
Why are you not
win.
out there today then? I know you're here. I get that, but yeah, answer later. Oh, yeah, it's going to have to get. It's difficult to adjust to this, isn't it? You have to have a few sighters of this bowl before you actually get to know exactly what's going on here.
So the long story short is that was only my debut, and so the side for this game.
So they dropped you straight away.
Yeah, exactly. No, so the side for this game has sort of been very much solidified. But
well, let's see what Leo could do with his second ball. Ooh, you never know quite what you're going to get, do you? You never know quite what you're going to get. They're going to get 2 here for that. Ooh, they have to run his bat in pretty swiftly there, but they do get 2. And this fielding is quite buoyed up at the moment. They're on their toes.
yeah, that would have been a very good catch. As promised, nice clean straight hit from Skyner, but a bit too close to Majumdar at a sort of deep wide mid-on.
Well, let's see what he's going to do with this one. Couple of runs. That's not going to be a wide. That will be the end of the over. We'll wait for the board to tick around. Still in the region of 5 and over. Not really changed much in that respect. And in terms of runs, Matt Earl is on 34, I think. Let's wait for that to get to change around. 110 for 4 is showing on the board after 22. So my calculation's right. That's exactly 5 and over, is it not?
Yeah, they'll expect to push a bit now and get beyond that. Skyner will certainly help them do that. And yeah, it was that aforementioned game that sort of got me here, made my debut there. And then we were sort of chatting afterwards, and I was saying, oh, well, I saw the first game, well, the first attempted game had been rained off. And I kind of said, oh, I could come down and watch, like, if I could be of any use. And then they were like, oh, we're doing commentary. And I was like, oh, well, some people were misguided enough to have me do that professionally for a living. And here we are. We're being served champagne flutes.
I thought you might get selected because you look like Ashley Giles, but yeah. Right, continuation of the spin from what is virtually our end. We're a bit closer to this end than we are the other. And down the pitch. And that's bisected. 2 fielders going for 4. Nice bit of work. Very nice bit of work. That's exactly what he's been looking for a while now. Good connection from Matt Earl. And 4 important runs.
Yeah, I think they need him to start accelerating now. He's got in, he's seeing the ball well. He's been out there a decent amount of time. And they have got batting right the way down. So they don't need to fear losing more wickets too much.
Going to come down for this one. Yes, he is. Oh, he's going to get... Oh, he should have been stumped. Shouldn't he? Or what? Was there a connection off his body?
No. It came off his bat just into the offside.
Okay.
But he's mightily relieved. And that is the danger with this. The adrenaline gets up and you end up running past one.
Well, let's see what he does. I'm sure his intent is to come down. He is coming down again. And that one is going to be stopped, or is it? No, it's not. 4 more.
Sharp.
Again, bisecting 2 fielders who were in relatively close proximity, but just could not get round. So that's a couple of boundaries which we've not seen in an over for a long time.
Yeah, he's just broken the shackles a bit, Earl. He'd been getting a bit frustrated. Met it with a straight bat. The wrists came through. Didn't try and overhit the ball. And you could tell how well he timed it because it went up the hill and still went for 4.
Same technique, absolutely, and same place, but a bit squarer this time. Will be stopped. It's only 1. And good fielding in the deep. Not going to run on the arm, so he runs in and gets it back.
So he's on to 43 now, Al. 7 short of a half century he'd never forget.
No, absolutely not. He's now at the non-striker's end. Skyler at the receiving end. Oh, it's coming towards us. There it goes. That's yours.
Bounced
Well,
just over my
between
left
both
arm.
of us, actually. I went in between the two commentators' chairs, right,
It
bisected them.
nearly knocked your champagne flute.
Nearly took my champagne flute out,
But
which I would not have
obligingly
been happy with. And I will ask for reparation if that had been the case. But it's all good. Literally was bisected our white chairs, didn't it? That.
Yeah, he's a powerful player,
Yeah, well,
Skyner. He's the perfect man, I'd say, to come out at number 6 in this sort of situation. Counter-attack.
Big rearrangement of the field. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I think there's a danger that you can get into follow the ball captaincy here.
Where's this one going? Whoa! Well, nobody actually did appeal for that, apart from in the crowd. So that will be the end of over 24. And that was quite a productive one from a Grace's point of view. It's going to take him into the 120s.
Yeah, I made it 13 off it.
So that'll be
Waiting.
125 if that's the case. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update. And at the moment, just getting the individual scores adjusted as well. 125 is the score.
Syed Danish says lots of love to Graces from Syed Varuna, Aditi Imrananganga. Good luck, guys.
Well, continuation of this rather unusual action. Oh, and just out of reach. Could have been a catch. Is only the one, but that's another almost chance being given. They've not really got hold of him at all, have they? They're still not quite sure whether to twist or stick when it comes to that. But yeah, I'm trying to work out. You're better with calculations than I am. How many overs this is? Probably about 6 or 7 now. 7 maybe.
Kind of content to drop it back. So Smith had 6 from this top end, I believe. So that would make this to be Long's 6th.
6th, yeah. Yeah,
10 per bowler, so quite a generous allocation.
Well, let's see what little tweaks and trills he can do on this one. That's another great shot. That's straight to a fielder this time, though, on the boundary. The boundary rider able to get that ball back in on the bounce. So just the one. And they know how strong he is on this side, so they've reinforced it.
Yeah, it's well timed by Skyner, who's looking very, very fluent, and he's just added a bit of urgency to this innings since he's come to the crease. Now Earl is batting out of his crease, and he's going to come after Long. He's decided, come what may, if I get stumped, I get stumped.
It's on 38. According to this, over the top it goes. It's going for 4. That's 4. Under the side screen it goes into the practice pitches. Is it? We're sure he's on 38.
Well, I was just about to say, but I waited until the ball was bowled. But I make it now with that boundary. He's on 48.
Okay.
2 boundaries and a single from the previous
for some
over.
reason, the scorers don't seem to like him today. Either the people operating the score box or the man doing the.
The only thing I
scores.
can think is, I think the 2 scorers are at the same time as paper scoring, having to operate the electronic scoreboard, and that is a very, very tough gig to do both at the same time.
So he might actually be a few runs light on what he should have. But
Well, I make it he's 10 light. I think he's on 48, but
he's given the longest 50s in history. This.
well, yes.
But,
I think he's 2 away.
yeah. Well, the scoreboard doesn't say that at the moment, but we'll see. We'll work it on the basis of what we see here. That could be. Oh, they're going for the 1. They won't get 2. So we think he's on 49 now. But scoreboard says, well, that'll be 39.
And that was on the basis of what they had him on at the start of that over, unless
Absolutely
that
right.
was incorrect. What is clear is that both players are up in the tempo here.
Yeah, trying to get around this bowling. Again, Sky not quite sure what to do with that. Do I come forward? Do I go back? Do I wait? Do I try and advance? It's very difficult to know, as we've seen through those 6 overs he's bowled so far, exactly what to do with that. But let's see what the scoreboard conjures up for us this time. That is over number 24, by the way, I think. And So 16 to go. And he's up to 49. There you go. As if by magic. Maybe they're listening to us in there. Give us a thumbs up if you are, boys. Yeah, 49 is on. So it's one away. It's probably quite surprising. Well, last time you looked up, it said 38. So he's probably wondered quite where those 10 runs came from. But
Yeah, and he's been keeping a very close eye on the board. Oh, including for a period of time where he was wiped off it.
yeah, so he's one away
He'll
from
be-
a
He'll be
historic 50.
he'll be all too aware that he is as well. That is the thing with an electronic scoreboard. It also reminds you when a landmark is very close, and that brings with it a certain amount of nerves, particularly when you know that you've got solid 100 people here watching
At
you.
least. Yeah. Well, again, they are reinforcing the side of the ground. Well, there's nobody actually on the boundary this side now. Not actually on the rope.
No, it's going to be. It's looking like it's going to be James Buckle to bowl.
Okay.
It's more spin.
Okay. So James Buckle next into the fray from the Unicorns' point of view.
Best figures of 5 for 19 in league cricket.
Okay.
Plays his club cricket with Lapworth, which is not too far from here, as well as, of course, with the Unicorns, who are relatively newly formed.
Ooh, well, now that's not going to be a run, is it? Or is it?
Yeah, well,
It
he's
is.
just poked
Yep.
it through
Yep.
the slit region.
That's going to be his 50 then. That's a half century. What an achievement that is. Very well built 50. Started to up the tempo in recent times, but Matt Earl gets the half century in this historic match between Graces and the Unicorns. And he'll be hoping there's plenty more where that came from in the remaining overs.
It's been a really well-paced knock.
That's in the air. It could be a catch. No, just falls short. There were two fielders thinking about going for it. One did, but did fall well short in the end. Yeah, well done. 50 coming up in that 26th over. Yes, a lot of activity on the boundary at the moment as we watch the next delivery. Played to point. It's another shot with a bit of ferocity, but straight to a fielder, so that'll be just the one. And reasonably frugal over so far. 136 or 7. Let's wait for the confirmation at the end of this over. Skyner. Go for the big one, and that will go straight to a fielder as well. That'll just be the one. And will bring us to the end of the over.
So just 4 singles from that Buckle over. And that's sort of the game within a game when you've got spinners on. Get your sweepers in the right place. Try and just stop the boundaries and let the pressure sort of build through that.
Let's wait for the scoreboard to adjust. Which he will do.
136 for 4 off
Yeah.
26.
That's right, 136. It is.
Now Long's back for his 8th. I think he might end up
Bowling out.
bowling all 10 on the spin,
I
actually.
think you're right. Because they're not getting him away. Well, let's see what his figures are, because he really has not been tonked anywhere, has he?
1 for 29 off 7.
There you go.
Which is pretty good going when you consider that when he came on, the openers had laid a very good platform for scoring at a significantly faster rate.
And I think I was quite disparaging about him when he came on as well. So I have to eat my words here.
Well, at least you didn't promise to do any hat eating or anything
No,
like
that's
that.
true. No, probably just as well. Right. Let's go back. Slightly tentative prod on that one, because no, he really has got the measure of him today. Trying to just try and increase the tempo and the pace a little bit. They have to just reel it back in when this bowler's on. Now he's going to come down the pitch to him. No, he's going to go back to him and take it over the top and just over the umpire's head as well. And that's going for 4. So fielder nearly taken out, umpire nearly taken out. And that's 4 more. Maybe that is the way to play it. He went back and rather coming forward. Just waited for it to come to him. Put it away for 4. So that's a productive. Well, I don't know how many 4s he's had off his bowling. I don't think very many.
Yeah, he just picked up the length really quickly there, Skyner. That was key to the shot.
So he does with this one. Again, goes back and whacks that one. Now, it's a possibility of 2 here, but they're not going to go for it. They're just going to settle for the 1 as it goes to long off. And that's another one to add to the total. It's accumulated quite nicely. Again, we're still thinking about maybe 250 plus for Graces at this kind of pace. Down the pitch this time. There's a completely different technique. Whereas Skyner was going back to him. Matt Earl comes forward to him.
Yeah, there's always nervous moments when you come that far down like that. You know you've got to get something on it, otherwise you're a goner.
These two are batting differently, are batting very well in tune together. Big launch. Where's that going? It's going into the hands of the fielder in the deep. And that will be another wicket for the Unicorns. And that very quick fire innings from Leo Skyner is over. And another Graces wicket falls. And the Unicorns are very happy to see the back of him.
Yeah, he was looking dangerous, and he is a dangerous player. He's gone for 14 of 14, Leo Skyner. It's a helpful cameo, but it looked like it was going to be a lot more than just that. He's the kind of player that really could have been explosive for them at the back end. And Long picks up his 2nd wicket. And so, out comes Jonathan Hardisty at 7. Or John, as he's known, if you're going for the TMS style nicknames.
Yeah, man likes his tours.
Unlike everybody, he's joined as he gets to the wicket by Matt Earl, who by this point will be able to give
carrying his bat.
a comprehensive briefing of what to expect from the bowling at both ends and all dimensions of the ground.
Yeah, we'll be carrying his bat the way things are looking today.
Yeah, they probably need him to here. If he can bat through, score well in excess of 200 is still very much possible.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll have to revise that 250 a little bit. Let's see. Down the pitch. And that's 1.
Just wonder, you've got Earl batting well out of his crease there to Long. Whether it's worth considering for Long. As odd as it might seem, as his 8th over comes to the end, and a successful one at that, deliberately bowling a wide. Now, that might sound odd, but what I mean is, you throw 1 miles outside, not literally throw, of course, 1 miles outside off or leg, because you know Earl's charging you no matter what. You take them wide, but you get him out stumped, because he's decided he's going to go after pretty much everything. 1 for 2 for 5 off 27.
So 13 overs to go. Now hope for another 80, 90.
Runnable from here gets them 220.
That's competitive.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And they've got a very strong bowling lineup as well today.
So a continuation of the opener's innings. He's hit that with a lot of force. He's only going to hit 1 for it, though, into the deep. And Matt Earl moves on by 1 more. But, again, picking out the fielders. And they're working out ways, placing those balls pretty well right now. Not giving them too much of a chance to get it through the infield. This boundary is pretty well covered. There's in sight of us about 3 or 4. We're trying to make sure there's no route for Hardesty now, who's probably not going to play quite as expansively as Matt Earl. He'll be a nerdler and a nudger.
Yeah, he can bat, Johners, but he's not naturally aggressive, shall we say?
No, it's out. Even from here, it looked like it was outside the off stump. Yeah, the football hooligans are in. Yeah. Right, Halsey again to face. It's quite a quirky. I just noticed from this angle, it's got quite a quirky, not stance, but the way he goes into the ball is quite unusual. It's not. Let's see if I can explain. Well, you see it on camera now. Oh, he's got that one over the top. No, it hasn't quite. I thought I was going to go over the infield, but it didn't. It just bounced precariously from his point of view, straight at the feet of the fielder, but no run.
Well, it's his back lift at the moment. If you watch his bat, it's staying right down by his side. Now, and that was a classic demonstration of it. The problem you've got is if you're not going to have much of a back lift and then you're facing bowling that slow, you don't exactly need the laws of physics to tell you it's going to be difficult to hit it very far.
28 overs gone, closing in on 150.
Yeah, just 2 off that one. And successful, of course.
Yeah, 146 for 5 now?
144.
144, right.
Jonathan Hardisty's still yet to get off the mark, and the ever-present Earl still there. 2 for 36 off 8 for Long.
54.
He's got just 2 overs left in his spell.
Yeah, 54 for Matt Earl. He's on strike.
He's batted well here, Earl. His wickets have continued to fall around him. Graces will be in some considerable trouble without his stability.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming closest to working out how to face this bowler as well. Down the pitch. Straight drive. Bisects the 2. That's 4. Oh, yeah, it's 4. Into the practice net goes. Another impressive boundary. Takes him towards the 60s.
It's a lovely shot from Earl. Just chipped it, but he knew that long off and long on are both pretty wide. So it's a relatively safe shot.
Well, he might try that again, because that's, as you say, there's a big gap between those 2 fielders. And he is coming down to try the same thing. Goes the other way this time. Nearly goes right through the man who's close in. That's 2 4s back to back. He did that earlier in the innings, didn't he? 2 4s back to back. But it's been a while.
Well, he did it against Long, and I think he's decided with Long that he's going to go after him a bit. He's going to put him under pressure. He's going to charge him, and he's deciphered that Long hasn't got a delivery that's a good enough quicker ball that it's going to get past him.
150 up. So it could be 3 in a row. He's attacking it, and that's going to be just the 1 this time. Good fielding, good cover. Running around there from the long on boundary. And 1 more, so Hardesty looking to get off the mark.
Oh, I'd be bringing the field in.
Yeah.
Now we've still got 4 boundaries.
Quite as deep as this, don't think.
Try and trap him on naught, build some pressure.
Nobody behind the wicket, really. Well, there is on one side, but not. There's quite a lot of room for a little nudge. Well, he's going to go for the straight drive instead, and that's going to be just the 1. Gets him off the mark.
So
this has been a quite productive over.
Brings on to strike Earl, who, I mean, I'd imagine this is going to be his highlight of playing for Graces once this innings is done. But his current one that he provided for our player bios was brilliant.
Down the pitch again. Doesn't quite get to it, but still gets the 1. Might get 2 potentially. No, they're thinking just the 1.
So he gave us his highlight for Graces. Playing for Graces in a match against my local club side, Barton Seagrave, in Northants. So opened the batting against them. So obviously they've gone for 5 slips, 2 gullies, short leg, and a silly point in the field. And the best bit as a finish to the story is that he actually got an edge in that first over and was dropped. And as far as I understand, quite a large fine was dished out to the gentleman that made the error of dropping that catch. Because of course, if they'd have taken it, they'd have just never have heard the end of it. But it said a close second was a half century for Graces in the first game of last season, as and when cricket could resume. Scored 4 centuries in his career as an adult cricketer.
Well, he could get one today, you know.
I tell you what, I was just about to say he
could.
probably needs to accelerate, but he's seeing the ball well. He's definitely still got more than enough time.
The way he's playing at the moment.
A bit of strike monopolisation would help too.
Well, he's liking what's happening at the moment, and that's going to be wide. Yes. No one to add to the total.
Luke Shackleton says, "Go well, Merle," from Plitchley CC. Great to see people from across the country watching and enjoying wherever you are in the sun.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Spread the word. Down he comes. Ooh, where's that going? It's coming towards us. No, so that's going straight for 4. Yeah, was a good shot. Manish enjoyed that one. And that's gone for 4. And the intent is very clear now from the opener who's still there. They are definitely well on their way. So he'd love to go. He's already got his 50, but what would it mean to him to get 3 figures here today?
He's past 2/3 of the way now. It's on to 68 with that boundary.
This time, waits for it. It's in the air, but safe, and it's going to be 4 more. 4 more. Had to reach for it a bit, but still managed to get quite a bit of lumber on that, and that goes racing past the field, and another boundary. They're coming thick and fast now.
Well, I mean, it's slightly followed the ball captaincy, so they've got long on and long off straighter because they've realised that Earl likes to hit straight, but when you drop that short, it just makes it easy for him to help it through mid-wicket. They've now put mid-wicket out too.
Yeah, there's plenty of gaps though, and you'll find them. Well, at the moment he is. Like this one, for example, straight back towards us, and 4 more. Yeah, he's picking the gaps very nicely. He's putting the ball where fielders are not, and they're just racing away, and suddenly there's boundaries galore.
Yeah, he's on to 76 with those 3 consecutive 4s. And this is the benefit of just being out there as long as you are. You know you're going to get some bad deliveries eventually. Or gundy balls, as those watching in the subcontinent will know what I mean. Dirty balls, a phrase very commonly used in gully or street cricket. And he's put them away. Now he shouldn't be thinking like this, but 6 more 4s and he scored a ton.
Is that in his calculations? We'll find out. So the calculation at the moment is try and hit every ball for 4, and he's been doing that. There's only 1 this time though. Just eased again into the deep. There's a fielder right there this time, and that's just the 1.
It's been a really good knock from Earl, and he's now being increasingly assertive as the situation demands. As for Hardisty, he's just got to get Earl back on strike.
Needs a foil. And that's going to be 4 more, potentially. No, it's not going to have quite the legs to go for it. 2 they'll get. They won't get back for 3, so it will just be the 2. But another couple in the scoreboard, ticking along quite nicely now from a Grace's point of view. Very good over.
Buckle had only gone for 5 from his first 2 overs, but this over has gone for 16. There's still 1 ball left.
No, think about the 1, but they're not going to get it. The wicketkeepers closed it down. That was the last ball of the over, so probably a very good decision made by Jonathan Hardisty on that one. So it gives the strike back to the man in form. And that was a very, very productive over. And we are to 30 overs now, I think. That's 30 overs completed. 10 more to go between the Unicorns of Birmingham and Grace's. And Grace is just getting some momentum. 171 for 5 now. And Matt Earl on to 77. I think it's your time to take over, sir, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game now depends on Earl. If Earl bats through, they're probably looking at above a runner ball, maybe 230 plus. 250 comes back into contention with a bit of lower order hitting. Hardisty is not the biggest of hitters, but there's others behind him that can hit a long ball. If Earl gets out, they're probably looking more in the 220 sort of region. So Long's going to bowl out here, 2 for 47 off his 9. Now this has been a good contest. Earl again, batting out of his crease, taking the decision that I'm going to charge you. I'm not bothered about the risk of being stumped. If I get stumped, so be it. Does come down the pitch and turns it into a low full toss and whips it away through Long on for 4. Well, it's a double teapot for Long, hands on hips in frustration, and you can see why he's agitated, because Earl is really messing with him here. He's hit well straight, so then he's brought Long on and Long off straighter, and he's had the presence of mind just to wristily send the ball back
We
from
may have lost
whence
this
that
one.
Long on fielder had been once upon a time.
Yeah, we may have lost this one. They're going for
Now,
a bit of a dig in the bushes.
We've had so much organisation going to this game. I hope someone somewhere has got some spare balls. I'm sure we do. But thankfully we don't need them that time. Well fished out. And the 100 becomes ever more a reality for Earl. He's up to 81. Quicker ball. Nicely bowled by Long. Just pushed back by Earl. And again, that's nice from Long, who adjusted his length well to the charging Earl. Now they've reinforced that field. They've got a fielder almost straight back behind the bowler's arm, as well as a long on and a long off. Quicker and flatter, and a stumping chance missed. Oh, what a horrible moment for the keeper. And Matt Earl gets a life on 81. We've discussed for a while his bold, aggressive tactics, batting out of his crease, charging down at Long. Did so, was nowhere near it, and gets away with it.
Very lucky boy, but hasn't given too many chances.
I make that to be his first, but a huge chance. Well flighted and whipped away through the vacant mid-wicket region. And Long on covering round, can't get there. So Earl on to 85 with that boundary. He's manipulating the field really well, as he has done throughout the latter part of his innings. Was very steady until drinks. He's kicking on at a significant rate now.
All right, Mrs. Altman, how many fours is that now?
I don't have the fours. What I do have, though, is that his strike rate is well above a run a ball now. He's on to 85 off 75.
All right.
Which I'd love to know the splits, actually, because he was very steady to start with. He's exploded into life. Oh, could be run out here. Surely will be run out. Just about gets back. Gets 2 lives in the same over Earl. He whipped it straight to short mid-wicket. The throw was just a touch lethargic and gave him the chance to get back. So end of the 31st, a dramatic one where Earl survives. He has 85 not out, and it's 179 for 5.
Well, not quite the nervous 90s, but he's getting very close towards it now, and that was, yeah, agony for the wicketkeeper on 2 occasions there. The run-out not quite as straightforward as the stumping, but yeah, just getting a little bit jumpy, a little bit nervy. You see that 3 figures in sight. It's gone from 50 to 85 very, very quickly.
Yeah. And you do often see that once someone's in and they're seeing the ball well, the bowling becomes familiar. They have that capacity that a player coming in has less often to be able to really accelerate at a quick rate. Jonathan Hardisty on strike now, and overs starting to run out. Probably ideally got to be looking for a single to get Earl back facing. Allam staying on despite conceding 16 from his previous over. Starts with a delivery outside off that I'm a touch surprised wasn't wided. Even from our position, looked very wide, and like it bounced multiple times too. Again, respected by Hardisty. He's going to have to pick a time where it's going to be a touch more aggressive. He's decided not yet. Oh, now is the time.
It's coming our way.
Straight
Here it comes.
towards me.
There's your 4.
And I can feel the ball whilst commentating on it. Hardisty gets his first boundary, almost as if he heard me chirping him in the box, decided, right, I'll show you that I can hit. And he's mashed that through mid-wicket for 4.
And amazingly, again, my flute stays there.
Yeah, I did my best to protect it for you. Protect the silverware.
No ball. No ball.
No ball outside off. He just seems to have lost his confidence here. His first 2 overs went for just 5, and then having been hit so badly, I was a touch surprised Buckle stayed on. He's got away with that one, but he's bowling very, very short here. It's only the lack of pace that is stopping him getting hit more, because he's keeping very low. He's given that some flight. That's much better. And that beats Hardisty, who's on 7 off 13. And
He left that would have been a wide, wouldn't it?
well, absolutely, it would have been. It would have been a wide, a no ball, or something illegitimate. But instead, he gets away with it.
I think England might
And
have
England have
scored.
scored by the sounds of the cheers, unless a lot of Croatians have unexpectedly gathered in the clubhouse here at Worley Hill Cricket Club. Sounds like England have gone 1-0 up. On the field in front of us, Grace is 184 for 5 of 32. And Earl will start the over on strike, and Lachlan Smith, the opening bowler, looks like he's bringing himself back on.
Yeah, started very impressively, and gives them an option they haven't had elsewhere so far, but a pace. Because we haven't seen a lot of pace, have we?
Well, yeah, it's been a long, long time since Smith bowled. We've had the actual quickest bowler is arguably not been Smith. It was Majumdar, the spinner who he opened with, who got all of his pace out of his arm, sort of whippy arm action. Then we've had the super slow duo, Hallam in particular and Long. Now Smith's going to come back on. He's not going to get the ball swinging this time because it's very, very old. So it's a different task for him here. It's got deep mid-wicket, long on and long off, and a deep cover. So Earl gets this in the gap in the covers for 1. It's on to 86. If he bats the overs, he'll get 100. But anyone who scored 100 or any decent score, even in club cricket, will know it's never that simple. Bringing cover up for Hardisty. I think this is a good move. Bringing a few fielders in. Tucked into the pads. You want to be bowling as much as possible at Hardisty as opposed to Earl. Earl's scoring at more than a runner ball, seeing it beautifully. Aside from one thumped boundary through mid-wicket, Hardisty is...
I was about to say tip and run, perhaps. Because
Yeah.
Bit of pace there.
Off. And Earl is alert to the possibilities, backing up 2 or 3 yards. But if you can get your field really close in, get your fielders walking in off this inner ring, which they are, they're alert to the game situation.
Straight to the fielder.
Bottom-handed, mistimed sort of bunt. Running ball from here gets to around 230.
Got a very attractive bird just joined us on the outfield. It's not, I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, we've heard them fluttering in the background and singing. Really, I mean, you really can't get more idyllic than the English cricket scene that we've had here today. Obviously, so untraditional a game in so many ways, but,
Yes.
but in so many other ways, so traditional. And there are some traditions of English cricket that we very much want to keep, and sun and cricket and birds tweeting are right up
Well,
there for me.
I watched that bird when the ball was hit, and it flinched. But it didn't fly away. It says, "No, this is my territory. I'm staying here." I don't know. I'm not great at identifying birds, I got to be honest, but it's quite a nice blue plumage.
Paul Knight says, "Is Manish playing today?" Yeah, of course
Yeah,
of course
yes.
he's playing.
He's,
There's no way he was
he'll
missing
be in
this.
next, maybe.
I got him down on the card as 9.
Right.
He's a good little lower order hitter when he gets it right, Manishi. It's Adam Layden as well. He's a good bat. There's plenty left in the tank for Graces. Although
7 overs though.
still hasn't really changed in the sense that a lot of what they get is going to depend on what Earl can do. Now, Hadisti's facing up to Majumdar, who's come back on.
Yeah, he's going to cause Jonathan a few problems here, I think.
Yeah, he went for 18 off his first 5 overs, but he created a few chances. He's got a split field with a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a deep cover. He's got a 5-4 leg side field, so he can't really afford to give too much width outside the off stump. And they're bringing cover up here as well. So,
Try and smother him.
yeah, and I think this is a good move. Look to build the dots on Hadisti. Keep Earl frustrated at the non-strikers.
That's what he wanted. That's exactly what he wanted. That's going to go for 4 though, isn't it? Yeah,
Should
it
run
is.
away.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good. And Jonathan Hadisti there, a lot more lucky than anything else. He's into double figures. But it's 4 in the book. And I was going to say that in future generations he'll be able to tell his grandkids that he smashed that for 4 through the covers. But unfortunately for him, there is actually video evidence of
Yes.
this.
People say,
So-
well, I've looked back at it. It doesn't quite go the way you described
Because
it.
we've all done that.
Yeah.
And any club cricketer who says they haven't is probably lying.
I can see what he was trying to do there. He was trying to nerdle it away for a single and got 4.
Can't get anything on that. Now, the other fascinating thing to watch with Haristi is the backlift or lack of.
Yes.
Just watch the bat here.
But it comes halfway off the floor, doesn't it? And then back down again.
It's
Um,
not. I mean,
You're right about the backlift.
Trying to find the best way-
barely is any.
I do coach youngsters. I don't think it's what I'd coach, but it's very fascinating to watch in action.
Is it effective though?
And again, what it means is because the bat's starting by his feet, he's often late on the ball.
And he has
Just
been playing a long time. So this technique has been honed over generations. Oh, what's he doing? What was that?
It's a
What?
one-knee
What was
sweep. What a
that?
ridiculous shot.
He
Oh,
got
he's
4.
got 4.
That's unbelievable. That's the shot of the day.
This is just... Where do you start with describing this from Jonathan Hadisti? We were talking about his batting style. He decided, I've had enough of the tiki-taka. I'm going to try a bit of boom-boom. I'm going to go down on one knee and just paddle it through the gap at square leg. That is an outrageous
What, is this
shot.
Calypso cricket from Jonathan Hardesty?
He's going to be living off
What
that.
is that? He's not going to try it again, surely. No.
Just blocks it back to normal.
Now, if that was in the West Indies, they'd be giving him a cheer for that.
So he's come off brilliantly. He's taken 8 off Majumdar's over, and it's 194 for 5 off 34. So 6 overs left. A runner ball's getting you 224. They can go at 8 and over. That would get them to 242. Smith back on to bowl at Earl. 1 for 40 from his 7 so far.
Has he changed ends? The same? No, is it? So was a
No,
bowler.
just continuing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Crowd seeming to swell every time I look round. Beats him outside off. This is tough for Earl. Whenever you score 100, there's always phases of a game where you go sort of almost into and out of nick as the innings goes on. And in the last 15 minutes or so, he's just looked a touch less convincing. He's lost the strike a lot, which hasn't helped. That's a better shot from Earl.
I get one for that. What's more than that, though, isn't it?
We'll move on to 86, which brings on to strike the man of the moment. He's got 16 off 26, which sort of makes it sound like it's like, oh yeah, he's chipped in and made a contribution, but it's the way he's done it. Just can't take your eyes.
Look how far outside his crease is there.
Swings
this
and
is
misses.
cavalier cricket from Hardesty here.
But the thing is, it oscillates between cavalier cricket and French cricket, really.
Let's see where he stands this time.
I am quite glad that we're on a televisual broadcast, because describing this for radio would be quite the challenge. And that is very full. It somehow misses off stump. It's misfielded by the keeper as well, so they'll pick up a bye. All back onto strike on 86. He's not quite running out of time to get his ton, but he's just lost the strike for a while and lost a bit of his rhythm. Good over this so far from Smith. Just a single off the bat and a bye. Quicker from Smith. Nicely driven from Earl. He likes that lofted shot down the ground. Majumdar's there though. They've got the sweepers in the right places for Earl now, which is frustrating him a bit. One ball left in the over. Comes down the pitch. And then blocks
yes,
it, goes for single Hardesty.
That's safe.
And he'll get there. So Smith concedes 3 off the bat.
Not quite sure why he wanted to keep the strike though.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that, but Earl was happy to go. 198 for 5. 5 overs left. So runnable now brings them to 228. Hardesty with a curious 17 not out. Will face up to Majumdar for part 2 of their duel.
Well, that included the 4 of the day, though, didn't it? I mean, I know we've had a 6, but I think that was even more impressive than the 6.
Well, it was yeah. In the context of the innings and where it came from, to suddenly decide, well, I can't get the bowling away, so I'm just going to go down on one knee and just sweep and hope for the best. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous.
Well, he's kept the strike, which I don't think necessarily his partner wanted, did he?
Yeah, and they've still haven't put a square leg out for that sweep, so it's on for him again if he fancies it. He's got a deep mid-wicket. Everyone else is in the circle. That's that time he's lucky to maybe not lose his off stump.
That was quick.
Yeah, he's a very quick spinner, Majumdar.
Oh,
got him! Oh, that's the end of that. Well, it's been quite the innings from Jonathan Hardesty, but Majumdar wins the battle after Hardesty. Well, he wins the war after Hardesty had won the battle, I should say. That fantastic sweep on one knee before the previous over, but now with a slight sense of inevitability, dare I say. The off stump is disturbed.
Yeah.
Majumdar's bowling much better than my ability to describe it.
It's a little bit like when Mark Wood gets out. You feel a bit deflated, don't you?
198 for 6 in the 35th. Yeah, there was a sort of mark. I mean, not in the similarity of the shots, but in the sort of slight tail-ender cavalier hitting approach. Hardesty definitely brought some of that to that cameo. Now out comes a man who is a very good supporting actor for Earl in these last 5. Adam Layden, who is normally a solid middle order bat for Graces. 8 is a bit lower than he tends to play, but they've sort of spaced out their strength down the order to give them a bit of protection in case of a batting collapse. He's also a very good scamperer between the wickets.
Useful
So
right now.
That's going to be handy at this time of the innings. A bit of confusion. Mike Smith and the umpires just working things out.
might see who's asking for a DRS then.
Yeah, no such facilities available, unfortunately. So from here, still probably looking in the minimum, I'd say 220 mark. They can run a ball from here. Leyden, someone that's got good tactical intelligence for the game, he'll look to play the kind of supporting holding role in this innings. Did it very well in the game against Hampton Wick on Bank Holiday Monday 12 days ago. Got himself a handy 20-odd not out, playing as a sort of secondary actor, which is what he'll probably be doing here. Can't put bat on that first one. Tricky bowler to face, Majumdar. You're not expecting it to be anywhere near as quick as it turns out to be. Lee Gargan says, come on, Lockie. Wayne Sharp says, keep going, Merle. PCC.
No, too far down, surely.
It's a long way down.
Yeah.
And the DRS mid-wicket umpire to my left had immediately dismissed the appeal almost as soon as it had happened.
Yeah, but I've got to say, you have to
And
be
for
absolutely certain of
perfectly
that.
decent reason, yeah, he's come a long way down. Short outside off. They're going to scamper a quick bye. That's good running from Earl. For a man who's been out there for 2 hours or so, as the non-striker, he'd backed up 3 or 4 yards, was alert to the possibility. Very much trying to make sure it's a case of not do as I say, do as I do, Matt Earl, because he's a very good coach in his own right. I know there's quite a few players who he coaches who've been watching today. Comes down the track and hits a filthy full toss straight down the ground for 4. So he's into the 90s, Matt Earl. Century becoming ever more likely.
Don't jinx him.
He's on to 90. He can't hear me. We're too far away.
Oh. The vibes might get to him from
Oh,
here.
I don't.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. He's got 150 people watching at the ground, I'd say.
Only
He's
2
got-
have microphones,
he's
though.
got that is true. He's got a lot of people at home. He's also got a massive electronic scoreboard that he's been looking at throughout his entire innings, including complaining when he was taken off it.
Yeah.
But now has number 2, his batting number, and 90 up in fact 92, pardon me, in massive flashing lights.
2 fours away.
So yeah, he'll be feeling the pressure without us needing to say anything, I'm sure. But for now, he's at the non-strikers after that boundary. It's going to be Lackman
don't get
Smith
run
bowling to Adam Leyden.
Just don't get run out.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the worst. That is the worst. Well, there's never a good way to get out in the
No,
90s,
true.
really, is there?
No.
There's no such thing. Ringfield for Leyden, apart from a long on. That's a full toss as well. And well, had he bowled that to Earl, probably would have disappeared for another boundary. Scored it at a good pace as well. Tries to get a single through the covers, can't do so. He's got 92 off 83 balls, Matt Earl. Been a fantastic innings. He's actually had, across his whole innings, not that much of the strike. And this time they are going for it. Cheeky tip and run. That was clever cricket from Leyden. Knows his role in the piece. Just knock it in front of that offside ring.
So let's get clear.
Take one.
He's scored more runs than anybody else in Birmingham over the last few days. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Because nobody else got over 82, did they?
Well, certainly not anyone who's English.
No, New Zealand's going to get over 82.
Well, yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Dan Lawrence got 81 not out, and Rory Burns got 81 in the first innings, but he's very much better in the international regard. On the domestic front, very composed there. He gets one
could've
through the
got 2.
covers.
Can get 2.
Yeah, well, this is the sign of a truly impressive player. He's still so focused that he's able to take advantage of the misfield. When he's been out there so long, he has 94 off 84
He's
balls.
not going to go to the big one, is he?
And some of the crowd around us, I'm not sure necessarily aware of how close he is to this landmark. One bad ball deposited for 6, and he's there. Albeit that is, of course, a very risky way to think about it. Earl on 94, facing Smith. So long on, long off, and a deep cover. Everyone else is in. So gorgeous shot down the ground. He's absolutely smoked that. It's well fielded by Majumdar. Layden wants 2, and they'll get 2. So he's on to 96. He nears closer with yet another of those booming straight drives. What a moment this would be for Matt Earl. It would be his 5th century as a player. It's also 2015 Coach of the Year, Young Coach of the Year with the ECB annual awards. And he might well have gone to his ton here. He flicks this away through the leg side, and it goes for 4. It goes for 4, and Matt Earl reaches his ton. What a knock. What a brilliant innings from Matt Earl. It's taken just 86 balls. He's batted throughout, and he's reached the landmark, 212 for 6. And what a fantastic moment for the 27-year-old Matt Earl. In his 3rd year with Graces, reaches the magical 3 figures, and he's decided he's going to retire on that. And what a feeling it must be. He's batted absolutely magnificently. He set the platform. He was slow and steady to start with. And then particularly once reaching his 50 was very expansive indeed. And words can't describe how he'll be feeling. Matt Earl brings up his century and retires for 100. Absolutely superb stuff. What an innings. And it is an innings that, although we're not yet at the halfway point of this match, may very well have defined this match.
Well, the amazing thing is, it doesn't seem that long ago we were talking about him going to his 50. So the progression between 50 and 100 from 1 to 50 was like he went in a completely different gear when he got the bowling. That was.
Yeah, he just started coming down the pitch, being more aggressive with the spinners, manipulating the field. It's an outstanding knock. Really, it's been a card of cameos and bits and pieces elsewhere, but it's Earl who has guided them to a very good 200 plus score.
I'd like to have seen him go on actually, but there you go. His choice.
I guess he decided to let someone else have a hit. Layden just nudges this away for 1, which in fact
I feel it's just getting a bit sloppy recently. For the most part, it's been really good for them, pretty much. But they're getting 2s where only 1 should really happen at the moment.
Yeah, it's difficult when you've been out there for 2 hours, hot weather. It's easy for mistakes to slip in. Layden just nudges another single. It's Ari Sen who is out there alongside.
Well, the 220 is going to be is now in range, so we're looking more 230, 240. Do you think?
Still got 3 overs. Yeah, run a ball gets them around 230. It's nicely driven by new batter. He'll get 1. Very off the mark. The scoreboard graphics will update in a second. I can assure you Stuart Anthony not out there as of now. Stuart Anthony and Sam Schofield both fielding and bowling for Graces today, but not batting. Both teams with 13 players, 11 of whom will bat and 11 of whom will field and possibly bowl. Layden again, content to just take 1. Very busy player, likes to make sure he scores off every ball.
Still time for a Manish cameo, is it?
Yeah, he was down to come in at 9, but he's allowed Ari Sen to come in ahead of him.
I can hear him. Yeah, I can't see him.
Can always hear him. Swing and a miss for Ari Sen outside off. So comes to the end, another over from Majumdar. So just 3 overs left in the innings now. Races to pile on the pain for the Unicorns. You've had a long stint out there in the field.
I don't think they're aware that Matt's retired because he's still up on the board.
Yeah, well, it is quite ironic because there was a spell while he was batting where his number and his score was removed from the board, and it kind of got in his head. Actually, it's probably the only time in his innings I'd say he looked like he'd really lost concentration. He was shouting up at the scoreboard quite repeatedly to get his name back up there, and almost as if they're sort of owing it back to him.
I saw him behind the tree there from outside.
Still got him there.
Yeah.
So Smith back on to bowl. Just 3 overs left in the innings now. Imagine that although these two have been relatively conservative so far, something's got to give. Takes one to short fine leg, and that's good scampering from Ari Sen. That was a tight single, but at this stage of the innings, got to try it. He's just basking under a tree away to our right-hand side with his orange spikes. Matt Earl looking very, very pleased with himself, as he should. Can have a bit of a rest before going out and fielding.
Well, that's an historic moment they can't take away from him.
To score 100 in this of all games. Magnificent.
Oof.
Short and kept very low. Harry couldn't make
wide.
contact. Layden was interested in running off the wide. Harry didn't really move. And then they just have to take the single on the extras. So
Back with the sun fully out as well here in Birmingham.
oh, he's given that a good whack, Harry. And it goes down to long on. Stopped on a bounce. Good running. Means they get 2. There was always 2 there. Seems like the long on fielder might have hurt himself as well. Just wringing his fingers on his left hand. It was hit very cleanly by Ari Sen. It's a big ground. It's big boundaries. You do get value for your shots in terms of the outfield being very finely cut, but got to give it a good clobber to get 4. Huge swipe for Ari, and unfortunately you don't get runs for bat speed, because if you did, he's getting 6 there. Jemal says, wow, wow, wow. Matt, you little beauty. His mum and dad in tears. Well done, Matt. Oh, that is fantastic. Tears of happiness, I'm sure. Should be very proud of him. Batted brilliantly. Paced his innings very well. It's a sign of a class player. So Ari's going to get 1 here through backward point. They don't shy. Realise there's no point. There's a few players who Matt Earl has coached in the past also piping up the comments as well. David Guest saying my brother's coach was batting. Well, he's certainly shown you how to do it. Wayne Sharp as well. There's nothing worse you could think than being a coach and not getting any runs when you're on TV. Certainly didn't happen to Matt Earl as Layden goes down the ground. I'll look for 2, and they'll get 2. It's very busy between the wickets, Adam Layden. He's a good guy to have in at this time of the innings. We are in the penultimate over after all. Good time for some scamperage.
This is Scampy there for a minute, sorry.
Got you distracted thinking about it.
I was thinking about food.
Well, we are approaching the tea break. Because whilst there are some traditions in cricket that it's no bad thing that they're changing, tea is, got to be having tea.
What's upon us?
Now, just 1 over left in the innings. 223 for 6. Majumdar's going to bowl the last. 1 for 34 from his 9, so he's been pretty tidy so far.
Yeah, if he goes under 4 and over, for the stint, be very impressive.
He's bowling to
And
Ari
he's
Sen.
quick. Well, no, you may not get the impression on the camera, but he's quicker than your average spinner.
Just jabbed away by Ari, using the pace. That's a clever shot, and he's going to get 2 here. well worked. Up to 225. It's looking like a good total this for Graces. Did start this game courtesy of their greater experience as a team, the favourites. They'll be all the more confident having put this score on the board.
It was a good opening partnership that gave them the groundwork for it.
Yeah, a bit of early hitting from Mahi, and then, of course, consistent factor throughout almost the entire innings of Matt Earl, an 86 ball 100. This is hit hard by Harry towards us, but deep mid wicket is there to protect us. They're considering 2, but even in the last over, not getting 2 for that. Good aggressive fielding.
Confused me a bit because he's got a Grace's cap on.
Although, these are the commemorative caps
so it was on the other
that
side.
have got
Right,
Graces
okay.
and unicorns both on.
'Cause I haven't
Deliberately
seen
designed
these
just
yet.
to confuse us.
Yeah, confused me anyway.
Straight back to the bowler. Surely going to be a run out here. Well, he actually missed the bells the first time Majumdar, but takes them off. Layden's a bit frustrated because he'd given the call of wait, and Ari Sen just ran anyway. And Ari Sen ended up running past poor old Adam Layden, who gets run out through no real fault of his own in the final over on the scramble. So Adam Layden is run out for 6 of 14. Graces are 226 for 7. His call of wait there thoroughly disrespected.
Disc completely ignored. I just went and thought, I'm going to go for it. Yeah. So the smallest of cameos coming up from Manish here, I think.
Might not face a ball.
No, may not.
He's got 3 balls in the innings to get on strike. Manish Modi, the taller of the two. Ari Sen, the more diminutive. And it's Sen who has the strike after that unfortunate single that never was. Comes down the pitch. And this time Ari Sen threatens to run, doesn't.
What's going on here?
Oh no, it's going to be another run out.
Oh
dear, oh dear. Well, Ari Sen went back to make his ground. The keeper shied and missed. Manish Modi said, well, yes, come through for the bye. And Ari Sen, once again, for the second time in a row, has run out his partner. This time it's poor old Manish Modi who's gone for a golden duck without facing.
I think it was Manish's fault, though.
I
think it was.
Well, yeah, it was Manish who said after the throw went wide, oh, come on, come for the single. And Harry Sen said, no, it's not there. But what is for certain is there's been 2 run-outs in 2 balls. It's now 226 for 8. And we have just 2 balls left of the innings. And we've got a slight delay because the number 11 wasn't expecting to bat. And had kind of thought, oh, well, I'm definitely not going to be needed now. It's in the last over. Well, actually, he is needed at the non-striker's end. He's taken his time. It's Jamie Cross who will eventually head out after a pair of calamitous run-outs. Calamitous is the words of Adam Layden, who was the first of the 2 victims, whose call of wait was thoroughly ignored. And now here comes Jamie Cross, who will play his unexpected part in the piece as a number 11.
Non-striker.
I think about 15 minutes ago he probably thought there's no way I'm going to bat. And he's had to hurriedly get his gear on and get out there. I'm not sure, given what's happened in the previous 2 balls, are we particularly enthusiastic about going out there to be at the non-striker's end when Ari Sen is batting, because that's a pretty vulnerable place to be.
They do want to bat all the way through. They don't want to, they've got 40 overs, use them all up.
Yeah, well, they are 8 down, so they can afford to lose wickets off. Are they 8 down? Oh, because Earl's retired. But I mean, he's not going to be coming back in, Matt Earl. He's absolutely knackered. He's on the side cream cracker with a big smile on his face. There's no way he's coming back out if there's a wicket off this ball. It's a swing and a miss for Ari Sen.
That's a very productive last over, is it?
Yeah, productive if you're the fielding team.
If unicorns,
it's only gone for 3 runs off 5 balls, and it's brought those 2 run-outs as well. Now they've got to pretty much run off this ball. It's the last ball. There's nothing to lose. Could be a 3rd run-out in the over. Comes down, Harry. Goes for it. And this could be a run-out too.
Is he going to get there?
Does manage to just get there, so he avoids the disappointment, Jamie Cross becoming the second person in the over after Manish Modi to be run out without facing. Ari Sen's curious innings that brought a bit of everything ends with him making 9 off 12. And Graces, having won the toss and elected to bat first, closed their innings on a thoroughly competitive total of 228 for 8 off their 40 overs, powered by an 86-ball 100 from Matt Earl opening the batting. And it was his knock that was key to getting them to such an excellent score that with a strong bowling lineup too, they would probably back themselves to defend against the Unicorns, who deserve a lot of credit because it was really tough work out there, 2.5 hours in the sun, and they fielded really well. And their 4 main bowlers in particular, the 2 super slow bowlers, Long and Hallam, as well as Majumdar, really kept things tight, and the captain, Lachlan Smith, kept things going nicely too.
Yeah, good innings, some good cameos in there, but a massive 100 from the opener. Nearly went all the way through. In a way, I kind of would have liked to have seen him stay there, because I don't think it would have been quite such a staccato, stuttering end to the innings had he been there. They might have got another 10, 15 runs had he been at the crease. They may not need them. We'll find out later on. But yeah, you got a guy with momentum there, and I know why he did it. But in a way, I kind of wish he'd stayed there.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The only thing I can think is, this is a 13-a-side game essentially, 11 batting, 11 bowl, a different, 2 players basically only doing one discipline, sort of about participation, giving as many different people an opportunity. I guess he maybe also thought, I'm on 100 not out. Is there a better feeling in cricket than whipping one through mid-wicket before with 150 people watching?
I don't know, I've never done
it. I don't either, and I don't expect I ever will, but Matt Earl knows that feeling because it's exactly what he's done. So, we're going to have a little break for tea, I guess.
Yes.
And we will be back with the score confirmed as 227 for 8 off 40. So when we come back, the Unicorns will need 228 to win. Thank you very much for joining myself, yours truly, Michael McCann, and Bob Bard next to me for this first innings. We just can't wait for a little bit of cake and food, and we'll be back for the run chase.
Yep, look forward to seeing you later. Take care.
Well, sort of, yes, and sort of. They've got some players that are proper sort of beginners, and then they've got some that are actually quite decent bowlers.
Is anybody looking after you in terms of the time you've got? I think what you're thinking. Welcome to food after you're allowed to.
Yeah, we're ready. Actually, because you're the man with all the tech. If we got a plug socket, I might be able to put this on the card.
Well, you can.
Or I might go and plug one.
Yeah,
Only because
I haven't got one.
Because what I was doing after a while that worked well, I had the YouTube stream up the back.
And also, when I heard you come back on delay, it sounded very good. You sounded really loud. I thought, oh, good, it's working.
Was it?
Did you hear yourself come
Oh,
back?
yeah.
There was one bit when you played yourself back, and I went, oh, yeah, that's loud.
Well, at least.
So see, that what I've got there is real kind of polish. I've basically got a splitter.
Yeah.
For 2 microphones. And I wasn't sure whether it would work. So we can have 2 mics. Obviously, there's only one mic input. So I've got a splitter. So it's 2. So that's what we're operating. So I wasn't sure how it was going to work. But I heard you booming through. It was
a relief because there's nothing worse than doing something like this and there's a bit.
People saying we can't hear you. Well, when I plugged my box in, you said, "Oh, we're getting loads of hums and we can't use it." So that was the problem with that. Is that they could hear it, but there's too much hum. So that's why we had to change it around.
Yeah, nice. So I kept an eye on the other thing is I kept an eye on the YouTube comments because if I know from experience if it's not working,
someone would high part. Someone would high part being there.
But no, there's one bit where you played it back and it obviously was on delay. I heard you come back and it's all good.
At least it's working. There's no guarantee it's going to work, but... Well, just, yeah. There's a moment about 20 minutes before where you were sort of lying down over there, and I was just like, I was over there just helping with some other stuff, and I was a bit like, should I go over? I was a bit like, he looks like he's toiling with it.
Well,
I'll leave.
Because I still couldn't, even through there,
I knew you'd figure it
I can't hear it through the headphones. So I didn't think it was working.
Ah.
So that's why I asked for the headphones. I thought, well, at least I can hear myself coming through. I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah.
But even when we got it working, I still couldn't hear anything.
We got there just in time.
Yeah.
It's the classic thing, isn't it? As always with live broadcasting, it's like being a duck. On the surface,
I basically bought anything I could think of and might potentially work.
on the surface, like it looks all smooth.
so. Hope so. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, you know, I've told you that. Have I? Plus this order slide. So if I just tell you, I'll mark that down.
Bob, if you start, I'll get the batting order.
Your pen as well.
I'll do it. You start and I'll do it.
So,
Is that your pen, by the way? I've got. Is that your pen?
oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So, welcome back for the Unicorns against Grace's game here at this wonderfully appointed cricket ground in the heart of Birmingham. And the target for the Unicorns, after a very spirited innings by Grace's of 227, is 228 is the target for the Unicorns. Michael will rejoin me shortly when we've got all the details of the batting order. It's quite a tough target, that 228, but wonderful surface, wonderful batting surface apparently. It's keeping a little bit low according to the batsman that we spoke to from Grace's from the first innings, but some power in this Unicorns lineup. Let's see how they go for starters. Well, immediately that's going to be a 4. And just like we saw in the Grace's innings earlier on, first delivery goes for 4. So a boundary off the first ball. So the target, as we say, is just about 5.5, just over 5.5 and over. That's a really good start for the home team. Yeah, be for a lot more. And that's 2 4s straight off the bat. What a start. 2 boundaries, that's going all the way. That's not going to be caught. Well, it looks like they are going to be relying pretty much on their first few batsmen, so their opening pair, to give them a really solid start. Well, there's 8 off the first 2 balls. Very important wicket to get here from a Grace's point of view. Their bowling was pretty good, very different. A lot of spin involved. This is pace to start things off, and that's a really good Yorker, which nearly got through the defences. Well, if he was looking for 3 in a row, that very nearly did for him, but 8 off the first 2 balls. Let's give him a nice opener. As you might imagine, pretty attacking field to start off with. Slip in the gully, and that could be another 4. Well, is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. He's going to overtake him, and that is 12 off the first 4 balls. That is a lightning start for the Unicorns. That really is quite a sprightly start. 3 out of the first 4 balls going for boundaries. Not quite what Grace's were hoping for their opening bowler. It's been a good crowd. It's dissipated a little bit, but a lot of people coming for this historic event and enjoying the afternoon. Brilliant weather, great cricket ground, and a very competitive score. Well, we thought it was, but the Unicorns have started very, very quickly indeed, and that's going to go through for 1 through. And that's going to be 1 to add. So that is 13 off the first over. Very good start for the Unicorns, and I think already it's pretty obvious they're going to have to get rid of certainly one of these openers pretty early on. Remember when Grace's batted earlier on, it was a good 50 stand to start off with, but these 2, Michael, have, well, certainly one of them has gone off a lightning lick.
Yeah, it's a bold move when you're chasing a big target to send out your most aggressive batter first, but that is exactly what the Unicorns have done in the form of Susmeet Majumdar. Hit 36 for them in their first ever match. Came recently against the Warwickshire Cricket Board 11, which they lost by 6 wickets. It's of course kept the strike after the end of that first over, so now he's going to be facing up once more to Ari Sen. Not the start Sam Schofield, a star bowler for Graces would have wanted.
I'm trying to work out why they've only got 8 up on the scoreboard, though. That's a bit of a...
So I've been unpicking the mysteries of the scoreboard.
They are 13. There we go.
So basically, as I suspected, you've got 2 paper scorers in there who are also having to do the electronic stuff.
Okay.
And so rightly, the paper side of things comes first. So they're having to sort of kind of tickle their tummy while patting their head, effectively. It's a really difficult job.
Oh, that's a shot. That really is a shot, and that's gone the whole way. That's a 6. What a start from Majumdar. Wow. Really has taken the long handle. 3 4s and a 6. And he could go and win this all by himself.
He's on to 19 already. He does prefer pace on the ball, which is part of the reason why they've sent him out to open.
Well, have they got the answer to that? Has he got another answer? That's going to be another 4. Potentially. No, it's not. It should be cut off. Yeah, they've got a couple.
Yeah, nicely fielded by Mahi, despite foot fielding.
Good fielding, but still another couple. And there's obviously aggressive intent from the off here. No playing around, no nerdling, no nudging, no going for 1s and 2s. Bit of bludgeoning to start off with, which is proving to be very effective. Right. That's the first deliberately defensive stroke we've seen. That's 4 more coming straight towards us. And at the moment, they're just peppering the boundary, or rather, Susmeet Majumdar is. That is another 4 to add. And the moment, he's doing this all by himself. No need for anybody else to even get involved. And non-strike can just look on and admire, because it's a lot to admire at the moment. Majumdar into the 20s already. Oh, he's enjoying the pace onto the bat. And a very, very effective first couple of overs for the Unicorns. Quite a stiff target and task ahead of them, but at the moment they're looking pretty good for it. And he's had all the bowling so far, first 2 overs. And they've got off to a rapid start, lightning fast start for the Unicorns. 25 without loss. All of the runs scored by Susmeet Majumdar. So who's the other opener?
Man who is on debut for the Unicorns. One of 3 debutants in the Unicorn side. Unsurprisingly, given that this is only their second ever game. Steve Gillies, a 21-year-old.
Who bears more than a slight resemblance to Andrew Flintoff, facially and every other way.
Currently studying at Leeds Beckett Uni. It's funny you say that, because I was actually chatting to the man himself just before he went out to bat, and he said that Flintoff was the reason he took up cricket.
Ah, there you go. Not dissimilar in look. And he gets his first run.
I was doing a bit of investigation as well, so got me thinking when Majumdar was hitting boundaries all over the place. So there's no power plays of any kind. Graces have only got 2 out here by choice. So they can put more out. They've just decided that It's the new ball and they prefer to attack, although Schofield is going to get some cover now. He's going to put Fielder out at deep cover. He's got long on. He's got a fine leg as well.
Needs it. Or needed it. First over. Oh, straight through. That's going to be just the one, though. That not his chosen position.
Yeah, that was a proper nutmeg.
Yeah.
Not something you want happening to you at Wembley or here. For those of you living under a rock, of course, referring to England beating Croatia 1-0, a result that we in the commentary box sort of found out via cheers from the clubhouse.
Ooh. Yeah, that had a little bit of rip on it, didn't it?
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Schofield. The other thing that's really helping him here is he's got an excellent wicket-keeper behind him in Adam Latham. To stand up to this is tough.
Here he comes again. Oh, try to cut. Too close to cut.
And this is the thing. What you prefer to do with bowling like Schofield is be able to bat out of your crease, hit him off his length. But when you've got a keeper like this who's taking the ball, standing up consistently, you're trapped in.
Better over. Much better over than the first one. No boundaries off it this time. And that repairs a little bit of the early damage, but still a decent run rate after 3.
Yeah, it makes all the difference when you've got a keeper. He's a very good keeper, Adam Latham. Made my Grace's debut 12 days ago, back on Bank Holiday Monday, and he pretty much stood up to almost everything. And as soon as anyone started batting out the crease, started trying to track down the pitch, he's able to get straight up to the stumps. It just makes you more uncertain. Now this is key. Can they contain Majunda, or at the very least get him off strike?
27 without loss, 26 of which have been scored by Majunda. We keep up. Just standing back. He's not going to stand back now, is he? No, he's going to put the floppy hat on.
Yeah, you don't want to be under the lid non-stop on a day like this.
Oh, they're going to go for the quick symbol and oh, it's the wrong end probably to throw at. Got him on the foot, but so they get the one.
It's a better ball though. Got a leading edge.
Yeah, and he's got the main man off strike as well, which is the important thing.
Yeah, here we go. The field's really coming in
I've
now.
got a feeling that Gillis probably has got a fair amount of power. Hasn't shown it yet, but.
Steve Gillies on strike, who was also part of the Sky Sports Cricket Rainbow Laces campaign 2 years ago. A lot of the team that have become the Unicorns now and have met through that.
Good delivery. Just moved away from the outside edge.
That was quick. There's not many things you can necessarily see from our view of deep in wicket, but one is pace. And he's by distance the quickest bowler in this match we've seen so far, Ari Sen.
Yeah, just shame from Grace's point of view, he can't bowl at both ends. He's got them tied up a bit.
Yeah, he does, although when he gets into his rhythm, Schofield's a very good opener as well. Remains to be seen, though, whether pace is necessarily a good asset to have on this pitch, though.
Well, spinners work pretty well for the Unicorns. And they're just reining it back a bit from that flyaway start that the Unicorns had.
It's interesting speaking to Matt Earl, the Centurion. He's talking to him about how the pitch was playing. He's saying, well, I can only tell so much because even Lachlan Smith, the Unicorns opener, was sort of only bowling whippy mediums.
So I think only one off this over so far.
Yeah, nice tight over. Just brought a bit of normality back. Speaking of normality and things that will bring a smile to your face, we were talking about the lack of an ice cream truck in the first.
Yeah,
innings.
well, nobody's brought us one. Is there anybody going to catch that? No, they're not. That's 4 more. And whipped away very nicely. Rocked on his heels, just pivoted around. It's gone for 4. So what was a very miserly over becomes not quite so good.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a bad ball off the last ball of an over to kind of ruin an over and ruin a sense of pressure. And that's exactly what happened there, in truth. But yeah, the ice cream truck's turned up. There's a big old queue for it. Shock horror. Of course it's in demand. It's 25 degrees.
Yes.
And England have just won a game at a major tournament.
Do you think somebody was listening to us earlier on when we mentioned that? Oh, that's an idea. Should get an ice cream truck.
It's pretty much the only thing from sort of nice cricket day out bingo, which is definitely not an official thing. It's probably something I've just
well, it
made
could
up.
be.
But we were missing. But there it is. Now Schofield's back with his brand new Grace's shirt that he's got on for the first time today. I think he made his debut a couple of weeks ago.
So it has got the grass stains on it, or any bits of dirt or grit or anything. It's pristine at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's pristine. Of course, it isn't that. It's sort of 13-a-side format with different 11 batting and bowling. It's generally bowling all round. It plays club cricket in Sussex. Umpires are having a bit of a chin wag with keeper Adam Layden. Quite in the dark as to exactly what's up. Been a bit of fetching equipment from the dressing room.
Do you want a cap? New ball? Different ball? Already? Or they lost one?
Think they've lost that ball.
Okay.
Last ball of the previous over. It's gone and get. Go and find. Easy for me to say. One from the box, but it's difficult to get one from the box. It's quite so new. Layden's going to stand up. Makes sense. All the joy that the Timber got was they were back. That is the difference right there. The kind of delivery that 15 minutes ago he was batting out of his crease, stepping down and slapping through the covers, and now he's just a little more cautious.
Still very hard to keep that pace, isn't it? You've got to be so alert. But you're right, it does drag him back in the crease. It means that option's not really there anymore. He's gone for the big one. That's very close. Not close enough. Not close enough.
Yeah, we can only really gauge height from here. In terms of height, it's going under. But line and left. Line
He's not got the long handle. That's nowhere near.
It is a risky option having keeper up, but when a guy bats like Timber does, you've got to go with it. You've got to keep him Layden's chance to do that.
Just getting a little, maybe frustrated. Shouldn't be after that great start he's had. And that's in the air. And well taken. No, it's not. I thought he was going to take that. I thought he was going to take it. Oh,
Strange, he didn't seem to actually put hands on it in the end.
went through him.
Seemed to just
Went
misjudge
through
the
him.
eye.
I saw him do the roll. I thought he'd take the ball with him, but no. Okay, well, there's a chance. Means he's off strike. Achilles is back on strike. And forced again back onto his stumps. And that's been, with one ball remaining, I think, very productive over for. But we know what happened last time when we said that. 4 off the last ball.
Just getting into his rhythm with Schofield. He hasn't actually bowled for 2 weeks since his Grace's debut, so it's no surprise he wasn't touch rusty.
But that's only that one run to enter in the scorebook. And, well, they've put the brakes on a little bit from that incredible lively start. All those fours going, and that's 6, of course. It's 33 without loss now.
That's the game. Two throws. Having Layden come up to the stumps, it just made the jungle a bit more uncertain. There's still discussions going on between Layden, Stewart, and the bowler Ari Sen about what best to contain the jungle. Right now, he's definitely rather be bowling the Gillies. Just can't get the ball in the way. A long on and a long off here. Everybody else is in the ring.
That went with a bit of pace, but it's only the one. Good straight drive of Ari Sen's bowling.
Quite content for them to have one. And then have a bowl of Gillies, really.
3 years for Ari Sen with Graces now. Forcing the batsman back into the crease. Make sure he hasn't got that those long levers to dispatch the ball. Gillies just pushed back onto his stumps. Bit of chuntering going on from guess who? All kinds of conversations going on out there. So it's directed towards the there's dogs on the side screen. Side screen, by the way. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The every man and his dog, because the dogs were in front of the side screen, but they're not anymore. Lovely straight drive, produces nothing in terms of runs.
Just the way he said it,
Yeah.
like the classic frustrated opening batter with people getting in his way. It's literally every man and his dog. Two men and two dogs.
Classic line. Ari Sen again. Yeah, just pulling it back from that real flyaway start for the Unicorns. Keeping the key batsman off strike helps as well. That's nice, and that's going to be 4, I think. Yes, it is. Yeah, he's got a bit of class about him when he leans into a shot like that. It's a remains hit, and that's 2 very nice 4s he scored in recent times.
One of the shots he made. Square drive, it's timed it perfectly. You try and overhit it. It's always going to have power. A man like Gillies, he's up there. Use the pace of Sen against him.
Yeah, any change in the field? No, keeping the field as it is. And that one just leapt on him a bit. And that's caught him on the glove as well. Just wringing his hand a bit. And it hurt. Yeah, that was about uncomfortable, that. He doesn't want to take his glove off to show it. Well, he's going to have to do that now, I think. Yeah, just reared up a little bit. So all these people keep walking past us with ice creams going, well, thanks a lot, you lot. Oh, so it's literally right behind us, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's
The ice cream van's literally right behind us. I've just noticed it. Yeah.
I thought you'd have been all over it.
No, I didn't. No, good. No, because some of us had to rush back to start the transmission again. You see.
Oh no, but I mean, I thought you wouldn't have missed it.
No.
The first thing we said
No.
was both
I was unaware because I walked past it behind the tree. You see,
focused on what's
I was, but it was behind the tree, so I didn't actually see it.
over the professional.
Might get distracted now though. So Schofield again. And that, just comes off wicketkeeper. Not a stumping chance, I don't think.
Those are really tough. Low, down leg. Drifting down.
Again. Oh, just out of reach. That would have been a chance. It was a very sharp chance from Majumdar. But it's going to go for 4 nonetheless. That would have been quite a spectacular catch had it been taken. I don't think really the odds were on that being taken, but there was another chance, or half chance anyway.
Do you think he'd seen there wasn't, apart from the slip, anyone behind square on the offside? But I don't think he was that fine. Getting the jacket, that's the point. Flat card. Anyone loves that answer. Majumdar.
Yeah, so he does with the next one from Schofield. And that was a stumping chance. I think. He did come down a step or two. Tough, difficult, not easy. Especially when you got somebody of that pace bowling, but I think it might have been a chance. Living a bit of a charmed life at the moment. And that's 1. Down to long leg, so that takes him on to 20, into his 30s now. Into the 30s he goes. Now Gillies, lovely, well, nice late cut, but there's a fielder there for that particular shot. Does seem to like those little late dabs. Also a bit of brute force occasionally, but that fielder's going to be quite busy, I think. Lovely classical forward defensive. And that will be the end of that over. Remember, the target is 228 for the Unicorns to win. And it is now 30. So the board's ticked over yet. It's 40 now. 40 without loss.
Good start. Very, very dependent on Majumdar, who is the most aggressive player and arguably the best as well. So he was sensible going to chase down what is a very good score. His contribution is going to be of major importance.
Staying with the opening bowlers. No change yet. There's then. Ooh, that I think that surprised him. I think that was a little bit quicker than he was expecting. The way he played that.
Just back of the length, and he's getting a bit out of this pitch, Harry said. Getting a bit of lift and kick out of the surface. Just making Majumdar think twice about driving.
He's quite way outside his crease as well, if you look at that. So he's having to be very accurate because he's got a bowler who's bowling relatively quickly, or very quickly, and he is actually standing a pace or so outside his crease.
Yeah, it's something we see very commonly, particularly if it's a player like Majumdar who likes to drive. Trying to hit the bowler off his length, trying to get at the ball so you can meet it on the half bowl.
Right, does that. There's a fielder there. They won't get one. Good sprawling stop.
The other thinking by standing outside the ground and also being happy to get that front foot forward is that I wouldn't go as far as say you shouldn't be giving out LBW because you're not immune to it, but it's unlikely you will be.
Ooh, that reared up. That did rear up. Keeper very much in the game here. To see how far back he is, quite a long way back behind the stumps. Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot straight to the field. Oh, there's problems here. He's out. Oh dear, miscommunication. He's annoyed. Really annoyed by that. That is a complete miscommunication between the two openers. I think it's fair to say that Mr. Gillies is not very happy.
Well, you can only see so much of it from our camera position, but he is just absolutely run off big crowd here get the best of it. But, I've just heard a crash.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to say.
Yes. Quite.
And
Yeah.
he got absolutely messed about there. Royally messed about.
So is that our fourth run out today? Is it four? Fifth? Yeah.
Two in the front,
Oh, two. That's
balls
right.
in the
Yeah.
final
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
But this,
Yeah.
in the context of the game, is
Mm.
more important.
Yeah.
because
Absolutely.
at that stage, those two run-outs didn't really have a huge difference because they were coming with just a few balls to the innings remaining. That is one of the Unicorn's very best players on debut. With this big crowd watching,
Mm.
run out horrendously, and that is now going to play psychologically on the mind of Majunga,
Yeah.
who can't do anything apart from try and go on with it.
Okay. So what's he going to do? And who's in next?
I think Michael Hallam.
All right. So are they actually in the order we've got them here? That's quite useful. That's a more thought out run, considered run from the two of them. It's a leg bye.
I don't actually know if they've been good enough to put them in the biography order, but managed to nibble the ear of Captain Smith of the Unicorns. Yeah, planned order.
Okay, good. Right, so that's the end of that over. And just say we'll just wait for the adjustment on the scoreboard. End of over 7. And that will be 40, or was it 39? Sometimes they're really quick, and sometimes they're a little bit, because as we were mentioning, they're having to do the paper scorebook as well. Well, 39 for 1 it is. And Majumda is on 33.
Well, we said he's key before. He's even more key now. Having run out opening batting partner. He's got Sam Schofield to defend with. Maybe if he can mark his second game like he marked his first, it's going to be worth watching.
Schofield. Nice drive. There'll be just the one. I'm not going to risk her to the arm. So just a comfortable single.
I'll give you 3 guesses. And I know I'm ambushing you here, I'm aware of that.
All right.
What Sam Schofield did on his debut with the ball that made it particularly memorable.
Hat trick.
Yeah. I don't like to ask mean questions. It's really easy questions. But what made it even better was the way he got the 3rd wicket of the 3. So, I mean, this is more of an open one, but what would you say is the best way to take a hat trick?
Caught and bowled.
Yeah, fair enough. It wasn't caught and bowled, but yeah, it's up there.
LBW.
No.
That's quite a boring one, isn't it? Okay, I'll come back to that. I'll have to go through about 7 options before we get there.
It wasn't an obscure
Yeah.
dismissal. It wasn't
Okay,
that.
it wasn't handle the ball,
No,
right?
no, 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 no.
No.
It was very. I'll give you a steer. It's very aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, must have been clean bowled then.
Yes.
Okay.
Even better.
Stump out of the ground.
Yes, stump out the ground.
How much more do you want?
Well, which stump? If you could pick a stump.
Off stump.
Yeah. And what shot would you have the batsman play?
Forward defensive.
The lead.
Oh, the leave. Okay. Oh, jag back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massive big
Right.
in-swinger. And the poor guy just didn't push it.
Okay.
And it did. I mean, to be fair, I had a decent view at mid-off and it swung a lot. But I still wouldn't be leaving a hat at all.
No,
I just
no,
wouldn't take
quite.
the risk. Why would you?
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen with this one. Hasn't got a wicket yet. Still hasn't got a wicket. And that to bounce off the gloves of the wicket keeper. Has gone away for a bye.
I
Oh,
much prefers bowling to right-handers than left-handers, and it does look like Majumda being out there is slightly disrupted his rhythm.
yeah, well, you don't get that choice, do you? That's why people like to mix up the top of the order.
Annoys the heck out of bowlers
Yeah.
and fielders. Good old left-hand, right.
Let's see what he does with this one. Yeah. Nice, solid forward defensive. So they're getting a lot of pace out of this pitch, because we haven't seen anybody who's been quick today, so we've not got a chance to evaluate that until now. But they certainly are getting a bit of juice out of this. What's a shot? Now where's it going? Where's it going? It's over the top and 6. That's a long way over the sight screen. Go fetch. Go chase, because that's gone a long, long way. In fact, I think it's still going, that ball. Almost to the main road out the back. That's a big hit.
Got to keep doing that a bit more. It's the classic thing where you run out your opening partner. Don't come back.
You've got to start scoring his runs, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Don't come back until you've ideally won the game as well as made a big score yourself. And at the very least until some time's passed.
Yeah, it's still going pretty well. At 1 wicket down for the Unicorns, 47 for 1 after 8. So it's still well ahead of the rate.
It is a good pitch to bat on. You get real valuable shots on the downfield.
So sticking with their same bowling combination. Grace is early on. When do you think the first change will come?
Around probably the 12 over mark.
Okay.
Both of these two sticks on top.
At some point we'll find out what Manish is going to bowl today.
His card's very close to his chest. Couldn't get a thing out of it.
The googlies. I see. Later on. Solid. Very solid. For the man who's not seen much of the action so far.
Yeah.
Stephen Hallam.
He's another debutant, and I'm sure he's hoping that his Unicorns batting debut isn't going to go quite like Steve Gillies did.
Good leave.
The only other thing that surprises me a bit, without meaning to get too technical, is that I didn't think once Gillies had gone of sending out a right-hander. If you have 2 left-handers out there, just seems to me a slightly surprising use of resources.
So let's see whether Gillies has reappeared or not.
No, he hasn't.
He's gone home. He's got in the car, gone
He's
home.
still in the dressing room. I think
Seething.
maybe that's the best place to be.
Seething.
I think maybe that's the best place to be for a bit. And you can understand his frustration. Big day, big occasion. You get run out like that.
Whoop, bit of a waft.
I mean, cricket of all sports is it's an inherently frustrating game. Particularly when you bat, because no matter how much good work you do, almost always you end with failure.
Very sad again. Ooh, a little sneaky one. That'll be one only. Yeah, busy boy today, Matt, isn't he?
Certainly
Runs,
is.
fielding. Doesn't bowl, does he?
No, not really. No, he doesn't bowl. But he's not been spared his 40 overs in the field. Quite a brutal fielding policy from Grace's. I was going to bring this up at some point.
Oh, yes.
So Dom
This is a
Scott.
complaint.
Well, more just an observation.
Okay. Well, save it till after this ball. Harrison again. It's a lovely shot. It's only going to bring about 1. A bit of filling from Manish. And just one off that ball. All right, so go on then. Vent your spleen.
Well, no, it's not. It's more just that it was an observation I couldn't help but make. So I was inquiring as to, you've got 13 players, only 11 can field and bowl.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, well, who's going to be the 2 to drop out? And it's noteworthy, somewhat ageist policy. It was Jonathan Hardisty and Dom Scott, both approaching, but I should add, not quite yet at the 60 mark. Who are the 2 to drop out?
Well, they're still younger than me.
And I said to Dom Scott, I said,
so be careful.
I said no. I said to Dom Scott, I said, well, that's a bit ageist, isn't it? And he looked at me with a big smile on his face. He said, well, you said it, not me. I was like, well, but I think they're going to be rotating it, so I think they'll get on for 10 overs at some point.
Oh, he's coming on. They're coming on later, are they?
I think so. I'm not sure. But Struck me as in.
Well, I think it was the hardest he's done his bit for the day with that amazing sweep.
That batting.
I mean, you know, that will go down in Grace's folklore. That will.
If there was any game that you're glad there's video evidence of.
Yes. Right, we do have a change.
Yeah, it's Mahi bowling his whippy left armers. Now, this is going to be interesting because he also bowls left arm spin that turns away from the bat, but he's a bit like Majumdar.
Bit of width, and that's gone for 4, has it? I think it has, yeah. All the way, bit of width, just launched into that. Doesn't need a second invitation to make a bit of use of any balls wide outside the off stump. And that's gone for a boundary. And just meat and drink to him.
Yeah, he's not going to miss out on that in the form that he's in. 10 overs gone, 50 for 1.
Yeah, right up there with the rate, just under it, but still very good start. Oh, that's a big in, that's a big in, and that's going to be 6. Yeah, another one goes the distance. Same end, same result. Didn't go quite as far as the previous 6, but nonetheless, he clears the ropes, and that's all you need to do. And back into that groove that he was in the first couple of overs, where he's just hitting anything on sight.
He likes to hit straight in that V. Anything that's pitched up and full, he's going to get the golf clubs out and whack it down the ground.
2 6s now. And that's going to be just the 1 this time. Boundary rider on the far side, just the 1. And I think Grace would be quite happy to see him off strike at the moment.
Yeah, it is that classic thing when someone's hitting the ball as well as he is. Sometimes the best way to bowl to them is actually by frustrating them at the non-strikers.
Quite a big change in personnel positioning. In fact, pretty much all the fielders are changing places. I'm not quite sure what they've seen from the early part of this innings, but they're moving people around. Nobody's quite sure exactly where they should be.
Well, they've now got a cover and a deep cover, which doesn't make much sense.
No. That's wide. Hasn't quite got his line right yet.
Yeah, Noddy Shafiq, who's in front of us, one of the founders of Grace's, is a bit confused as to why he hasn't even got a view of the batsman.
No,
he can see Matt Earl.
No, see his backside. Yeah.
Better from Mahi, just trying to bowl in that channel outside off with this 5-4 field.
There's nobody on the. I'm just looking for the fielding position. There's a massive gap between long leg and point. There's just nobody in that. Well, there is now, but there wasn't before. So I think the So I think the fielding positions need to be maybe slightly analysed in a different way. 10 overs done and 62 for 1. I think is the score. Hasn't changed up there. So 60 for 1. Michael, it's all yours.
Yeah, they just need to pull things back here, Graces. It's all about one man at the moment, which is Susmeet Majumdar. If he stays there, well, if he bats 40 overs, they win the game. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But the way that he bats throws that heavily into doubt. Now, on comes the man in the moment. He might not be the captain, but he's very much the voice of this Grace's team. And you would have heard his voice in our coverage earlier on. Manish Modi pulls a mixture of left arm spin and seam. It looks like from his run up today, it's going to go with his spin. Which, given how successful spin was for the Unicorns, I think makes a bit of sense. He's told me in the past, he's not been telling me anything in the build up to this game. He starts by being cut away through backward point.
It's 4.
And it's a slight misfield from Leo Skyner, and it goes for 4. Well, it did look like He had a chance with the dive, but sort of ended up just diving, but not able to collect it in his grasp. So Majumdar picks up a boundary.
That'll be the cap and the floppy hat combo, I think.
It's a strong aesthetic.
Is it?
Makes quite an impression visually. Comes off the pads. Now, he's told me nothing today at all, Manish Modi. Not giving anything away, but I know when speaking to him in the past that he often weighs up whether to bowl spin or seam depending on the pitch and the conditions. So he's clearly decided that this pitch is better suited to spin. Oh, that's beautiful bowling. Totally deceived Majumdar in the flight. This is really clever. And this is the kind of thing that's going to put the pressure right back on Majumdar. Tried a big swing. He's got long on and long off out, so he's got protection as well for that shot. Just nudged away through short, fine leg. Expense of a single, so Majumdar goes on his merry way. It very much has been the Majumdar show so far. He is flying along. In fact,
that's 50.
Yeah. He's gotten past 50.
Yeah.
In fact, he's on 58. It seems like that's been pretty much oblivious to everyone at the ground, including ourselves.
Yeah, well, he didn't raise his bat.
No, he didn't. It's passed by as if nothing happened, really.
Watch out, the bumblebee is about to come on and attack you.
Blocked away by Hallam. He has 57 off 40. And, well, it's gone completely unacknowledged.
Yes. Yeah, not teammates, not him, nobody. No.
And it is on the board now,
Yeah.
52 to his name. This reminds me, I've seen this a few times in school and club cricket. The awkwardness where they go past 50, it's been sort of missed by everyone. The scorers haven't really alerted anyone they were close, and they've kind of gone past it. And then it's been praying that they get another scoring shot to clap them, and then they've got out before. And it's an awful moment when someone comes back.
Well, in fact,
say,
nobody picked up on that at all. That he didn't, and his teammates didn't.
And he's on the board now on 57, and it's sort of, what did I get? 55. Why didn't you? Like that's the moment that I trained for. The little applause, the waving the bat, particularly today with a crowd of 150. So he might as well just go and get a ton now, because that's the only way he's gonna he's gonna get his moment. He's batting magnificently. 67 for 1 off 12. Alexander Williams saying, wonder if when Sam Bairstow Long might be entering the frame. Well, on the batting card for the Unicorns, I've got that Sam Long isn't actually down to bat, because it's a situation where 13 players play and 11 bat and 11 bowl. Now, the information I got in terms of the Unicorns' batting order doesn't have Sam Long in the batting 11, but that could change. That could change. Now, Mahi is back to bowl his second over. His first went for 12. He's bowling to Majumdar, who has 57 to his name. Very, very spread field now. We've got scouts all around the ground. Deep cover, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket in front of us.
The thing is, where the balls have gone in that direction, they've gone over people's heads.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I think they're just basically hoping that he mistimes one straight down the ground. In the V's where he's looked at his best. That's worked away for 1 to deep mid-wicket. It's a misfield, though, and it will cost an extra run. It well, they turned that down. There's definitely 2 there, and that's not ideal, because it means Majumdar loses a strike, and suddenly, like a swarm of bees, the Graces fielders hurl in from the boundary in the hope of putting the new batter Hallam under some pressure. He has 1 off 13. And he'll have 1 off 14 now. The only other thing I find a bit surprising about this use of bowling resources is that you've got both of the left-arm spinners on at the same time. Both of them turn the ball away from the right-hander. So, although they're not identical bowlers, Mahi and Manish...
Oh, he's getting on with it too. Oh, it's
that's
through.
going to be byes. It's gone through Leyden. It's going to be 1 bye. it does allow you as a batter to settle into something approaching a rhythm, because from both ends you're getting a pretty similar diet. Often when they've got these two in the team, they break them up. They don't bowl them at the same time. But the problem is, I think Majumdar was so destructive against the quick bowling, they feel like they've got to have both spinners on to try and slow things down a bit.
Still got those two men out on the deep. The straight drive. Just coming. Oh, what's
massive thick edge, and Skyner takes it on the bounce at backward point. Well,
yeah.
That is fortune for Majumdar. Wild swing at that. He's re-rehearsing sort of more conservative shot he probably should have played to that delivery. It's not really his style though. And again he goes flashing Majumdar. There's nobody down at fine leg. He's going to get 2. He's on to 60. He's got 40 to go until we can get a richly deserved double round of applause for his 100.
Yes. But I'm not quite sure why he's batting so recklessly. He doesn't need to do that, because they were hacks in the last 2 shots.
Yeah, 73 for 1 off 13. But he does look to me like one of those players, Majumdar. Every ball is a shot, every ball is an event, and when it goes right and it goes for 6 over long on's head for 6, is gorgeous. It's sort of like that meme with it: if you can't love me at my best, and you can't love me at my worst, don't love me at my best. If you can't love me when I'm hacking it through fine leg for 2 and almost chopping on, you don't have the right to love me when I'm hitting it over long on for 6.
Yeah, but then things like that turns into a curate's egg of an innings, because you go, there's been some great stuff, but there's been some really awful Sunday Parks cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing.
Absolutely, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Bit of everything. Hallam now, who's been struggling to get the bowling away, facing Manish Modi, who's got him! Got him! And the celebration to match, he's been practicing that in front of the mirror for a long time. Don't you worry about that. And he gets a chance to unleash it because he's bowled Hallam for just 2 off 16. Manish Modi strikes 71 for 2.
Yeah, well, he came very close to potentially doing that in the last over. This time, absolutely dead-eyed Dick, and he really enjoys his wickets. We're going to have a break at this point, little drink comfort break, and that's coming at a good time for Gracies. Very good time.
Yeah, it just piles all the more pressure on Majumdar, who loses another partner. As Modi strikes, and well, we've decided, despite it being the middle of the over, we are going to have a bit of a stoppage. It is a very, very hot day. It is thirsty work out there. Even when you have got the luxury of 13 players.
An ice cream van.
Yeah, the ice cream van's in good use. I'm a bit surprised none of the players are queuing up for an ice cream.
Yeah, in fact, I'm very tempted to go while we're having our break here and get. Do you want one? Do you want one?
No, I'm all right. I'm all right.
You sure?
You go.
Yeah. I think I'll do that while you
go
can
for
gas
it.
away for a bit.
Go for it. I can speak to one of the men who's out there in the heat of battle. Stuart, how many hours do you think Manish spent preparing that celebration in front of the mirror?
It was really quite a dramatic one. I'd probably say only about 3 days since his recent time in front of a camera. He's probably been working on this one for a little while.
And for those who don't know, just introduce yourself and everything that you've done to make today possible. Because I know you're a man that likes to stay behind the scenes, but this is your moment.
Well, it has been a super day, and there has been an awful lot of work that's gone in it. I've done more of a sort of an oversight role with getting involved in various aspects, but the main bit really has come from Lachlan and Leo, our chairperson and the captain of the Unicorns, and a couple of rest of us have sort of helped bring the whole thing together. And what a day it's been so far! Absolutely tremendous, with everything that happened in the first innings. Here we are, a quarter of the way through the second innings, and they're on a rip-roaring start, which I think is incredible, and still under the bright sunlight, and everyone's just having a thoroughly good time.
How are you going to get Susmeet Majumdar out?
Good question.
I can imagine that's what your guys are talking about right now.
Any answers on a postcard, if you please, because we're a bit stuck here. There was one drop catch. Well, it wasn't quite a drop catch. It sort of missed the captain's fingers altogether. I can't quite remember who that was. But apart from that, there have been very, very few chances. However, he does hit the ball in the air. And when he doesn't get enough power on it, we might just have a chance. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Hoping that he mistimes one. And for those who can't see, because of course we're on a fixed camera shot, you've got a magnificent rainbow captain's armband to go with the rainbow crest. Just how important is a day like this for those that maybe are listening that maybe don't understand, don't get it, for normalising this and helping people feel included in this, a sport like cricket, which like every sport has its challenges at times where that doesn't always feel like it's the case.
No, absolutely it is. I mean, here we want to bring a safe space together where people can enjoy the sport they want. We can play at any kind of level, and we can have a time whereby it's a communion of sport in the spirit of the way it is. At the end of the day, as much as I'd love Graces to win, the winner's got to be cricket, it's got to be unity, it's got to be diversity, it's got to be people getting together under the bright sunlight saying we're all in it together, we're going to have a great time. So far, 10 out of 10 as far as I'm concerned of what's happened in the day. It's been absolutely terrific.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Stuart Anthony. Get back out there and get fielding.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Okay, bye-bye.
So that was Stuart Anthony, who doesn't get a moment's rest because whilst my co-commentator Bob Ballard was doing what everyone should do on a nice hot day when you want some hydration and procuring himself a massive ice cream that he looks absolutely delighted about having for himself, Stuart Anthony, in the middle of fielding and leading his team, popped over for a little chat and confirmed what we already knew, which is that, amongst other things, still working out how they're going to get Susmeet Majumdar out, the man who ghosted past 50 without anyone seeming to barely realise. He's on 60 not out, and it drinks.
He also left his glasses behind in the grass just then.
He did, yeah. 71 for 2 off 13 overs and 1 ball. James Buckle, who's a capable hitter in his own right, heads out. He's got the rainbow handle on his bat. He's going to face Manish Modi, who's taken a wicket with the first ball of his second over. Wicket prompting celebrations, and then a drinks break that is now concluded. So Modi's setting his field up. He's settling on a 5-4 ring field, so they're really trying to put the pressure on Buckle. That's a good start as well, and that's the thing, as good as Majumdar is, he can't do everything on his own, so I think the Graces game plan is going to be something along the lines of put 4 or 5 out for Majumdar, hope he mishits one, try and restrict him to singles, and then keep things really tight for whoever's at the other end. Nicely bowled, again by Manish Modi. He's getting some to turn past the outside edge and some just drifting on with the arm, and that was the latter. It's again a really nice nagging back of a length, not really much Buckle can do. This is vintage Manish Modi, just nagging, good rhythmical action as well. Again, Buckle unable to get off the mark. Manish Modi's had quite a journey to get here. Not in the literal sense, in the metaphorical sense. Not come from Antarctica. Straight back to him. He actually was a semi-professional cricketer back in India, playing for the Bank of India. And you might think, oh, that sounds brilliant, but it's a time that he sort of refers back to as kind of summing up why Graces means so much to him. Because it's a time where basically the choice was either coming out or playing cricket. As his overs complete, 71 for 2 off 14. Then moved to the UK in 2004. And in 2007 joined Graces. Made guest appearances for a few different teams elsewhere, but Graces very much sort of his home club as such. Got some lofty up. Sorry?
No, he's got bunions, but yeah, you got bunions. Yeah.
Noddy Shafiq fielding in front of us and eager to chip in. Now Mahi's coming left arm over the wicket this time. It's coming. Oh no, he's just coming left arm round. He's changed his mind. He was set to come left arm over. That's a full toss, and he nearly gets a wicket. He nearly gets a wicket with the full banger. Dan, it would have been the one they really wanted. Susmeet Majumdar. Well, who knew? You bowl length to this guy, it disappears over long on. All you need to do to create the chance is bowl a filthy full toss. That one is out for a single. Well fielded, picked up by Noddy Shafiq. Majumdar maybe a bit relieved to be off strike, have a chance to recompose himself. He has 61. Now Buckle yet to face, so again in comes the swarm of bees.
Apologies, ice cream's taking a little longer to get through than I thought.
It's huge. I did see you come over with that, and I thought I'm on a single job here for half an hour,
right.
which is
not that long.
Not a problem. Whipped away through short, fine leg. But this is good, tight stuff. It's not easy to come out and bat to this. Two left armers. They're both turning the ball. They've both got good variations and control of length. The scoreboard pressure.
Ooh.
That's the quicker ball, and that has released the pressure. They're going to get...
Is it going to go? It's not going to go, is it?
Don't think it's gone. Leo Skyner's flicked it in, but he signalled that it had already gone. So that is 4 byes. Well, that's quite harsh on poor old Adam Layden. He's got a double teapot on, as if to say, what on earth am I meant to have done about that? And that's where Layden just looks at his bowler in Mahi and says, well, mate, you've absolutely killed me there. Like, nothing he could have done. Quicker ball, fired down leg, speeds away. Mistimed by Buckle, and there probably was one there, but Majumdar was hesitant. Bit of nerves
another run out.
building up here. So that's 8 balls Buckle has faced now. He's still yet to score. Paul Knight says, tell Manish if he gets Majumdar, I'll buy him a drink. Paul Knight, teammate.
I think he wants more than one drink.
Yeah, I'd say as 15 overs past is 76 for 2. I'm not sure what the value of Susmeet Majumdar's wicket is in terms of drinks, but I would suggest that right now it's a lot more than one drink.
Yeah.
Whatever the sort of drinks to batting axis ratio is.
It's around, isn't it?
Having scored 60 odd from a total of 61 from a total of 76 for 2. It's a heavily Majumdar dependent operation so far for the Unicorns. Joel Rothstein says, who won? Well, that is the age-old cricket in question. We'll be able to tell you in about
come back in about
an hour and a half. Yeah. Now Manish Modi's back, but
not T20.
The umpires are checking the condition of the ball. I don't know whether it's got damage as it's been hit for those boundaries. It's got a long on and long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Classic spinner's field, really. 4 out, mainly covering those straight boundaries. It's a very big ground here, very big boundaries, which does help you as a spinner, as we saw earlier when Long and Hallam were able to slow the scoring. That's good from Modi. Just came off the outside edge, and Leo Skyner diving down at third man does really well. They come back for 2. That was nicely fielded by Skyner because the outfield here is very, very fast. It was running away from him quickly. He dived, kept it in, managed to get it back just in time. But Majumdar gets 2 more. Threatening stuff from Modi, though, who found the edge. Poor Skyner.
Try cleaning, Bill.
Been in the wars out in the field. His whites are getting increasingly less white as each stop passes. As Majumdar just fends at that one. This is clever from Modi. Paul Knight has come back. There's okay, maybe 2 drinks.
Oh, okay.
Junda's wickets.
Right.
I'd still say it's worth more than
Yeah,
that.
well, some room for negotiation on that, I think.
It's shorter. Majumdar picks up the length well, gets it away to Skyner, who's now in a deep third-man position. Rishikesh Chowdhury says today is Susmeet's day. He'll get a century today. Well, yeah, he's got every chance. He's on 64 out of a total of 79. So he scored around 80% of the runs in this innings. And speaking of runs, Buckle is desperate for 1. He's not going to get it there. 10 balls now. It's a horrible feeling in cricket when you're just stuck on naught, just begging for an edge, one to drop in a gap, or a really horrible ball that you can climb into. Put a slip in now. Anthony Stewart's gone in there. Got everyone in except for Skyner at deep third man. Nudged away straight to square leg. Pressure just builds with every ball. That was shorter, but it just dipped and kept low. It's wided. But that won't help poor old Buckle, who's still yet to score off 11 now. Again, nicely played by Buckle, but just can't pierce this infield, and pressure really is growing on him. He hasn't scored off 12 balls. After 16 overs, they're going at exactly 5 and over. 80 for 2. They're just sort of daring him to hit over the top, and when you haven't scored,
Yeah. Well,
testing.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. We have seen quite a bit of hitting over the top from the man who's on 64, but he's been a bit becalmed recently as well.
They're getting the tactics right here, Grace. Is like everyone out, letting Majumdar have one, and just saying you can watch from the non-strikers. And until Buckle really starts scoring some runs, or Majumdar goes ballistic, that's going to be the way to go. Here's Mahi, who's back again. Driven through the covers. Good diving stop by Ari Sen. He's gone for 17 off 3 so far, Mahi. There's also 4 byes from one he fired down leg. Full toss. He's got protection out there. Anthony Stewart does the fielding, and immediately they all race in to.
Yeah, well, ones aren't doing any damage, are they? One's.
Yeah, exactly.
You
This
know,
is the plan.
they're going to
Get
worry
Buckle
about
on strike, and then say to Buckle, "What do you got, James Buckle?" Again, can't make contact. So that's none of 13 for him. Just jabbed away. You can just sense his nerves from here. Just looking hesitant.
Rash shot coming.
Pressure's going to tell eventually. Real test of patience. That was short and there to cut. He'll feel like he missed out on that one. It's yet another dot. He's about to face his 16th ball. That one keeps low. Stumping appeal. Not out, says the square leg umpire. It's very quick on.
I'm not sure he's very
stuff
well
like that,
placed to
Adam
see
Lee.
that, to be honest.
Yeah, he was very deep, the square leg umpire. And the pressure is right on. So the end of the 17th, and it concedes just the one. 81 for 2 off 17. Anish Modi back for his 4th. 1 for 9 for him so far.
That's a miracle. I didn't see the ice cream van go, did you? It's gone.
No, I didn't either. Yeah,
He's gone.
vanished.
He was there. No, it's not.
feel like we're some kind of Doctor Who thing.
Yeah, no. Just got transported out of this place without us even seeing it. So I looked around, I thought, there's a big gap there, though.
Yeah. So Modi's back for his fourth, and the field is spread far and wide across the galaxy because Susmeet Majumdar is batting. He's their top scorer in their first game recently against the Warwickshire Cricket Board. And he's key to their hopes in this one. He wants two, Majumdar, and this is good cricket. Majumdar's realised what's going on. He knows he's got to start finding ways to get back on strike. It's a big ground, so if you run hard, there are twos out there for you.
Should they bring the field in a bit?
Well, this is the thing though. You risk if you bring guys up on the 3/4, that gives Majumdar the opportunity to hit it over their head. That's nicely bowled. Good response from Modi. And there's nothing that annoys a spin bowler or any bowler more than when a guy's out at sort of 3/4. The ball goes over his head but not for 6. Rocks onto the back foot, Majumdar.
Most of his big hitting's come at the other end, though.
Yeah, it has. It has. But most of his big hitting has come off pace too. Against Modi and Mahi. It's not quite got going. Still in a very decent position, albeit a very Majumdar dependent position, as Buckles is still trying to get off the mark. He's not going to do so there. An incredibly hopeful LBW appeal from Modi that quickly drifted away when he realised that it must be quite a wooden pad.
Stuart Broad.
James Buckle had. Oh, Stuart Broad's isn't that. Stuart Broad's is the celeb appeal. Stuart Broad's is a whole other lexicon of appealing. As that comes off the edge and Buckle does get off the mark in the most fortuitous of circumstances. It's Stuart Anthony in at a sort of deep fly slip, and it drifted past his left hand. So finally James Buckle gets his first run. His 18th delivery faced. Manish Modi's causing all sorts of problems here though. I mean, we've got a terrible view, but this does not look like easy bowling to face. Majumdar pushes one.
They were a bit slow on the uptake there.
They were, but luckily for them, Anthony Stewart in at short mid-wicket was a bit deep, a bit on his heels, so single off that final ball of the over from Modi, who along with Mahi is keeping things pretty tight here. With 18 overs gone, it's 86 for 2, and Modi's only gone for 14 off his 4 overs and picked up that wicket.
When you consider, well, the first few overs they were going running at 10 and over.
Yeah, they started very, very fast, thanks to Majumdar, who has kept the strike. That's why he wanted that single off that last ball. So we have a brief hand sanitisation break. They are going to keep going with Mahi. I think they're going to be very reluctant while Majumdar's still at the crease to bring anything quicker than these two back on. So that's what he prefers. That is a huge hit from Majumdar. A massive 6 over long on. 10 yards past the boundary line. Well, you just cannot keep Susmeet Majumdar quiet, and the Graces have got to somehow find a way to do just that. Lovely clean
All
hit.
the sixes coming from that end.
Yeah, I'm not... You're quite right. I'm not sure whether necessarily it's about the end, though, or just that he seems to prefer... He seems to think the bowling of Mahi is more to his liking. That's a horrible ball. Might even be a no ball for height as a full toss, and it's slapped away through point for 4 more. So Susmeet Majumdar, who didn't get clapped for his 50 because it seemed to sort of bypass everyone at the ground, is well on his way to getting applause for 100.
79 now, I think.
He is on... Yeah, you're quite right. 79 off 57. Ooh. Anything you can do, I can do better, he's saying to Matt Earl. Oh, could be stumped!
He's gone!
Yeah, he's out!
Gone.
He's out! What a moment for Adam Layden and Mahi. A great bit of spin-keeper combination does for Susmeet Majumdar. And that is a massive moment in this game. The man who has held this Unicorns innings together is out for a magnificent 79 off 58 balls. Mahi gets the breakthrough. Very smart work from Adam Layden behind the stumps. That is the one they really, really needed to get. It's too early to say that it might have won the game for them, but it's a brilliant piece of work. 96 for 3.
We got a runner here.
Yes, we do have a runner. So, batting at number 5 is Ezra Stock, who's a good shot maker in his own right. He's maybe not quite Susmeet Majumdar's level of aggressive stroke playing. Now, he injured his quad on the way to the ground this morning, and he injured it picking something up off the floor. I mean, talk about like an injury that sounds so ridiculous you couldn't have made it up. So it was asked at the toss whether he could bat with a runner. That was accepted by Graces. So Simon Satchwell-Giles is the runner. So this is all about to get very confusing,
This is going to be calamitous.
If you haven't watched cricket with a runner before, or even if you have, you know that when you get a runner out there, it all gets very chaotic very quickly. So it's just being explained to both teams and reminded what's going on. So basically, Ezra Stock is Ezra Stock until he's hit the ball, and then Ezra Stock becomes Simon Satchwell-Giles.
It's like stars
in terms of running. Yeah, something like that. It's a transformation thing. Now the runner has got to stand with the square leg umpire, or should be standing with the square leg umpire, although he's wandering off to point, so he can stand either side of the pitch, square of the wicket. So Majumdar is gone, and we're into a phase of the game that could provide some real.
That's a huge game changer, isn't it?
It's early to say it, but that could well be the game. And I do have to say, I'm pleased for Adam Layden because he was run out pretty horrendously by Ari Sen with the bat when he said wait, and his wait call was ignored, and he sacrificed himself when others would not have. And let's just say I spoke to him in the mid-innings interval, and he was not overly chuffed. Here's Mahi into Stock, who just lets that one go. So that would have made him feel much better, jumping up and down. That is a huge moment. And Majumdar wasn't out by much. That's very, very good keeping. Just pushes that one back, Stock.
Meanwhile, we're still looking for Steve Gillis. Anybody seen Steve Gillis?
And for all he batted brilliantly, and he got 79 of 58, Majumdar. You're not going to chase 228 with just that. You're going to need a lot more than that to get a big total like that. End of the 19th, 96 for 3. So still scoring at just above 5s. But even now, they're behind the rate. And Susmeet Majumdar, who scored the vast majority of their runs, is out.
And now the runner has gone square leg.
So Manish Modi is going to continue. Modi, who thus far has been excellent. And you can guarantee that the clip of me saying that is going to be pulled out of this stream by the man himself and replayed over and over again.
Don't say it then.
Well, it has to be said. He's conceded 14 off 4 and he's picked up a wicket. This is his 5th. He's into bowl now to Buckle, who you'll remember as well has only scored 1 run, and that was off the edge. We've got Stock at the non-strikers, and then Simon Satchwell-Giles stood by the square leg umpire. And Hardesty says, "Come on, Graces." So that's a play and a miss outside the off stump. This is really good tight bowling, and this is a real challenge now for Buckle, who's looked very uncomfortable against both of the left arm spinners. LBW appeals, maybe drifting down leg. didn't look like it turned a huge amount. With that left arm around angle, it's always likely to be drifting down.
As you say, we're not at the greatest of angles to work it out, but to me, it didn't have a lot going for it.
1 of 21 for Buckle. Ringfield encircling. Drives through the covers. Again is frustrated. Someone apart from Susmeet Majumdar is going to have to stand up for the Unicorns here. Oh, another stumping appeal from Leyden. Looked to me like the back foot was always grounded. Umpire Ballard next to me was pretty certain.
And we have a better look at that than we do anything else, don't we?
That is true, actually, yeah. And the umpire who was at point was also in agreement with us. But Leyden, just like any good keeper should be off the spinners, excitable, letting the batters know that he's there, right in the game.
He's trying that late cut.
Yeah,
it's not very effective, is it?
It's not the length for it. It was too full that time. That is the end of another very tight over from Manish Modi. It's in fact a maiden. So we reach the 20 over mark. Stock yet to score with Satchor Giles as his runner. And it's a very uncertain 1 of 24 balls for James Buckle. So at the midway point with Majumdar gone, behind the rate and in a bit of trouble, the Unicorns. 96 for 3 off 20.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what's happening with the runner here, because it's always fun and games, and more often than not, it ends in calamity. I'm expecting something similar today. Let's see. So we have himself now on strike, and just comes off the inside edge, and the runner gets into position well. That'll be 1. He can now return to his place at square leg, as James Buckle, as we've heard, has had his share of problems today. Those late cuts just haven't been very effective. 1 run in 24. Yeah. So we're getting a little bit confusing with the runner again. But he goes for a big, expansive, kind of mixture of drive and cut outside the off stump. Doesn't connect. Working well for Grace at the moment, and that's another 2 balls that gone by. Mahi's just tying him in knots. He just cannot find a way to lay a bat on it. And balls are going past. The run rate is reducing. And he actually does this time get a full blade on that, and that may well go away for, well, it's a couple. Not going to quite get to the boundary for 4, but he does get 2 more. His first scoring shot, there's more than 1. He did make good contact on that. Wasn't a lot of pace on it, which is why it held up well short of the boundary, but 2 more runs. And maybe starting to get into the groove. Still not really reading the bowling terribly well. Goes for another cut. This one's a late cut. They're going for a quick run. It's very tight. Oh, it should have been out. It should have been out. And the wicketkeeper did not take the ball cleanly and wasn't able to take the bails off. That was such a clear cut. He was well out of his ground. Wasn't even close. If he'd snaffled that at the first attempt and taken the bails off, he would have been a good, I don't know, a couple of yards short of his target. Yeah, it just didn't get anywhere near, but that's a really good chance gone a begging for Graces to take another wicket. That should have been taken. But it isn't, but no real damage in terms of runs. They've brought up the 100, still roughly on 5 and over. But their main man, Susmeet Majumdar, has gone, and he was the real key thorn in the flesh of Graces, scoring runs pretty much for fun. But spinners have they tied him down, and then he was stumped. Manish Modi is continuing with his left arm spin, and again going for that big cut. And this time it's Not worked out either batsman, really. Just unable to get Modi away at this stage. Probably a good line, good length, not giving them any room to free their arms and cut or pull, or even straight drive at this stage. So that's actual Giles ready to go. Oh, another one just bounces over the top of the stumps. No connection with the bat. And there's another really miserly over here from Manish Modi. Not giving either batsman much of a sniff. No connection yet. Here comes the late cut again. Outside the off stump. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Straight through to the wicketkeeper. Another over that's going very well from Grace's point of view. Still 100 on the board. 100 for 3. 21st over. Modi looking for another really good one. It's another great one. Just a bit more pace on this one. Just outside the off stump. And again, just waving at thin air. I was looking for racing through this over. Modi. And again, how many times has he tried that cut outside the off stump? Hasn't made contact on any of those. Terrific over from Manish Modi. And that's increased that run rate still further. We were talking with earlier on about, no, he wasn't actually divulging whether he was going to bowl a bit of medium pace or whether he was going to bowl the spinners. Well, spin has worked to great effect today. Spinners at both ends have worked to great effect. Now, a change for Graces. In terms of bowling, now they've got rid of the danger man. They can bring on a bit more pace potentially here. So 100 for 3. 22 overs gone now.
I return with good news.
Oh yes, go on.
We like good news.
Yes.
So many of our viewers will remember the unfortunate tale of Steve Gillies.
Oh yes. See the beginning of this next over. Change of bowling. Identify the bowler for me, please.
That is Jesson.
Ah, there you go. Well done.
Batted at number 3.
That was your test. And you've come through it with almost flying colours.
Gets a lot of bounce.
Second bowl. And that one stopped a little bit in the pitch there, I think. And straight drive was just actually, in the end, a bit of an on-drive. But at the moment, runs are proving to be very hard to come by. They're going to run for a few balls now. And they still won't, because that cut just goes to point.
Likes to bowl sort of back of a length and bang it in. It's got a very high release point. Very tall man. Get something out of this pitch. The quicker bowlers have.
This one is cut to cover. It's through, and they'll get one. It's palmed away, but there's one more. A little bit of relief from the home fans. They've actually got a run for the first time in quite a while.
It's a great stop by who else? The man who's having quite the day of it, Matt Earl. Not resting on his laurels in the field. It's an excellent piece of work. So you might well remember, if you've been watching from the start of this inning, Steve Gillies opened the batting with Susmeet Majumdar and was horrifically run out. Like, awful run out. Like, just terrible.
Well, the ball, which is not through again, and there's the man we were just talking about, gets the ball in quickly, but can't throw the stumps down, and they get through for a very quick single. Not without its risk, but they get through. So one more to add to the scorecard. The story's turned out to be like wind of the willows. What's going on?
So what made things even worse that I didn't know, he's travelled all the way from Leeds for this game.
Right. Yeah. The ball's up in the air, but it's going to bounce just short.
both realised someone's got to go and get it. As well.
Exactly. I was looking around, everybody's running in different directions, but that was not a chance. And another very frugal over, which means that run rate is rapidly impressing Graces, but not the home team, who are now slightly behind the 8 ball on this. All right, so he's coming out from Leeds. Is there an end to this story, or just the fact he came out from Leeds?
No, so you would have seen, obviously, of course, when he got run out, he charged off.
Yeah.
He did confirm what I strongly suspected, which is he didn't suddenly need a pee. He wanted to make sure that any reaction was not visible to the crowd. He also confirmed that the thump was the sound of Willow on dressing room. He was very honest about that.
Okay.
And he's had a shower.
Scoop getting that story.
He's had a shower, and he's got back out of his whites. He's put them away in the bag, and I'm an advocate of very responsible drinking. Yeah. But he's having a pint, and he's chilled out now. he's as every cricketer does, and can only do in such a situation, laughing at his fate. Now, we've got 4 slips and Noddy Shafiq bowling.
Look at this. God, tell me the rationale behind this.
I don't know. I don't know any more.
Tell me.
I don't know any more than you.
They are trying to crowd him, and of course it is the runner. It's the batsman who's got the runner. So
I don't know whether they've just pulled this field out of the hat, to be honest.
Well, we have had some fairly funky fields today, must be said. But
this is something else.
Yeah, isn't it just?
7-2 field.
This is like the first ball of a test match. But he's going for the big wahoo too, and comes through to, what will that be, first slip?
So we've got Anthony Stewart at first slip, Manish Modi at second, we've got Centurion, Matt Earl at third, and then Chesant Halai at fourth. That's the Grace Cordon. Of all the phrases I thought I'd be saying today,
exactly.
I didn't think I'd be saying that at any point.
No.
I thought maybe 2 at most.
And you got a ring of fielders on this side too, by the square leg umpire. That's coming our way, and that's going to be only 1, maybe 2. No, he's going to get it. Yeah, well done. That's 2. Oh, in fact, he only got 1. That is really good fielding. Because that was only 1.
Yeah, it's magnificent fielding from Mahi. There should have been 2 there, even with the runner. Nicely timed shot. Almost got through for 4 off the hill. And that was well chased.
Yeah, very well chased. I thought I was going for more, heading in our direction. But
I'm not sure whether it's the plan from Noddy Shafiq to bowl this short.
We've still got this same slip cordon.
Can't believe this.
And let's see what he can do. Left arm over. And that stopped in, fourth slip or the gully. Which way you want to look at it. It's quite wide. Yeah, it's probably a fourth slip. Just. Well, whatever it is, it's drying up the runs. It's having that effect. He's still got a bit of whip about him with that left arm, hasn't he? Still,
yeah.
It's still. It's not a trundler by any stretch of the imagination. Here he comes again, and that's connected, and that's going. Now, is that going to go all the way? No, I think the grass is going to hold that up. It's not going to quite get to the boundary, is it? No. They're going to get. In fact, they thought it was, and they've just realised they're going to have to keep running. So they're going to get 3. Yeah, 3 in the end. But they thought it was going to go all the way, so they kind of stopped, or started to stop, and went, oh, actually, it's not going to get there after all.
He didn't really time it. It is quite a quick outfield, but didn't get all of it.
Well, still there's 4 slips in place. As he comes in. That's out! Oh! That's out in the slips, and it's worked. The plan, whatever that plan was, has absolutely paid dividends. Caught in the slips.
Oh, wow.
And I think the umpire was just indicating he might go for a DRS then. But only jokingly, of course, because we don't have such things here. But really good catch. Well taken in the slips. And there's another one gone. 4 down, 104.
Yeah, lovely catch by Stuart Anthony, albeit you're not going to get many easier catches in the slips. It was straight into his chest. And Noddy Shafiq has got himself a wicket. A bit of a delay taken for the departing batter Ezra Stock and his runner Simon Satchwell Jones to leave. I'm not entirely sure why, but they're off. And Hattie Wright took a catch earlier
She
on.
took the first catch of the day.
She did, yeah, on her Unicorns debut. Comes out to bat now.
Getting a great reception and kind of indicating what Unicorns is all about, and indeed what Grace is all about. I can't remember Grace is having a female player in the time I've been.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot there.
Don't think we have.
I wouldn't claim to know definitively.
Would you not say
either way.
there's any reason why there shouldn't be? But
No.
But Hattie Wright comes in. Well, they need some runs, and they need some runs pretty quickly because that run rate is starting to run away from them a bit now.
Yeah, required run rate now is up to over 7.
Yeah, that's going to take some doing.
That's 7 and a bit. I realise it's not an exact science, but
No, so what's going to happen now? Because he's still got another ball, maybe 2 balls left of this over. He's taking the slips out now.
oh, it's all changing now. It
Have we
looks
got
like
a leg slip? Is that a leg slip?
the keeper Adam
Oh, she's
Layden's
left-
going to
no, she's
stand up.
left-handed,
He's
so-
going to bowl slower left arm.
Oh, she's
round.
left-handed, so it's not a leg slip. No, it's a slip. No, she's right-handed. Sorry, she's right-handed. She's called for LBW. That would be harsh to give her out first
That
ball.
would be cruel.
And it's not going to happen. Umpire says no. And that's the end of the over. It's not autumn already, is it? The trees are starting to drop their leaves on us. Autumn's come early. 24 overs, I think that is now. So we are well over halfway, and that's 16 overs, and it's going to take some getting this now.
Yeah, they're going to need somebody else to do what Susmik Majumdar did.
How many's James Buckle got now?
James Buckle has got
8? Is it 8?
8.
Including one boundary. So
Which reminds me of
Yeah.
the other thing in the Stephen Kelly story.
Oh, yes.
So
Part 2.
the scorers had him as scoring 5,
Mm.
and he hit 2 boundaries.
Ah.
So,
He
as
was
if to
annoyed
make his
about that
bad
as
day
well.
even worse, he went into the scorers tent and said, "What did I get?" The scorers box, I should say.
He knew what he got. That's what you're telling me. Oh, that was near caught and bowled opportunity. Not taken.
And when they told him it was 5, he set them straight.
Yeah, I bet
he's-
he did.
He's got his
In
10.
No uncertain
He's
terms.
He's got his 10
Yeah.
at least. He's got his double figures.
They just cannot get the ball off the square at the moment.
Yeah, it's a long vigil, this, from Buckle. Every club cricketer can relate to this. When you're stuck out there, you just can't get the
No.
bowling away. It's
It's
a horrible
for
feeling.
a long time, hasn't it? Double figures yet. And he's going for that late cut, and I don't know why, because he hasn't got a single run from it yet. It's not productive.
Yeah, it's difficult. The bowling has been good. Always looks simple from here batting.
I'm not saying that, but it's just that seems his only route out, and it's not working. That's better.
Yeah.
You know, firm contact, plays it out to mid-wicket, and gets a run.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny though. I mean, I suppose all I was meaning to say is it's such fine margins, particularly with batting. Milliseconds of difference between timing the ball brilliantly and nicking it. You can just stay out there for a bit. He is a capable hitter, Buckle. He just hasn't demonstrated that yet. It's right on strike now.
See what she can do. Second ball. Makes contact. Not going to get a run, though. LBW shout against her on the first ball, but she came through that okay. Well, sun stayed with us. The shadows come in just a little bit now, but it's still a gorgeous early evening, approaching 6 o'clock. Next one to Hattie Wright. Again, she connects with, but not too many options for her at the moment. And that's another great over from Grace's point of view. Very few runs. Just over the 100 mark now. 108 for 4. Just wait for it to be changed. 2 runs in that. It was only 1, wasn't there?
20
108 for 4.
25 gone now.
Yeah. So
spin
it's,
has really done the trick.
well, it's coming down to 4 and over, isn't it now? So
Yeah.
run rate. It's
Required run rate I make it is now pretty much exactly 8.
so is Jamie Cross next? Come in for a ball?
Yes, that is Jamie, I believe.
Jamie Cross up next.
Well in
And-
control of this game now.
Yeah. And first ball. Whoop, no, it won't be because all of a sudden James Buckle pulls away. Happy with something. So what's Jamie Cross going to bowl?
Sort of bowls a bit of whippy medium pace. He's got the odd cutter in his armoury
Ooh,
too.
well, gives that's a wide to start off with. Just a bit too errant.
When he gets it right, his sort of slingy arm can be very awkward. But like anyone who's got that slingy arm,
It can go all over the place.
can
Mm.
tend to produce a few offside wides from time to time.
First legitimate ball is straight driven back to him by James Buckle, who still is not into double figures on 9. Let's see if we can get into double figures here. He can. This is second 4 as he hits that very, very firmly through the mid wicket for 4. Oh, sorry, for through covers for 4.
Yeah, that was a gift of a
Yeah.
ball, really. An absolute gift of the ball.
Mm.
Really short. Just had to wait for it, which he did nicely.
Yeah, that's right. First over was mid wicket for 4. So Jamie Cross just loses the run up. Just paces it out again. Yeah, celebrity guest player.
Got a fly slipping.
Yeah. There's a chance on the bounce though. That's going to sneak through for a couple. Shafiq getting. I wasn't sorry. Who was that?
It's nicely stopped by Mahi in the end.
Was, yeah. No, stopped it for going for 4. So Hattie Wright is on strike. To Jamie Cross. Comes in. Right arm. Slingy action. And that's her first run. She's just about going to get there. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Celebrations in the crowd. Hattie Wright gets her first run. She's off the mark.
Yeah, strong local support here.
James Buckle. Now to 14 he's got. That's another wide. Second of the over.
Yeah, this is the problem with a slingy arm sort of action when you're not quite warmed up. There's a tendency for the ball to drift repeatedly too far outside that off stump or be short. And we've seen both this over.
Yeah, longer over. Jamie Cross would have liked, and that one is forced away for a couple. What was it going to be? Yeah, it's only a couple. They'll be back. James Buckle comes back to the striker's end for 2. And it's 118, I think, now for 4. This one is nicely driven back to the bowler. It was a long over, 8 ball over in the end for James Buckle to look at. And 8 ball over from Jamie Cross. And that's 26 overs, which have now been bowled. 14 remaining. It looks like it's only going in one direction now. This match, 116 for 4. 26 overs. And now Hattie Wright will face Jess Ant for the first time.
So they pretty much exactly 8 and over.
Now, what kind of mysteries we're going to get from this first delivery of this over? left arm. Ooh, she's playing it with the pads quite often. She's a definite LBW candidate, isn't she?
Not sure she's quite yet picked what Jess Hunt's trying to do. Some are turning in with his off spinners, some are going straight on, and some are bouncing because he's tall. It's tricky.
This one, she gets a little glove on, and I think that's out, isn't it?
That's out, yeah.
That's out.
That's come
Sure,
off
that's
the
out.
bat.
Well, I came off the glove, I thought.
That must be out.
Oh, can I give her a second chance? I thought that came off the glove. I must admit.
Don't know, maybe it didn't, but I was pretty sure it did.
Okay, well, she's still there. Facing the next delivery. And that one goes through everybody. It's going to go away for a couple of buys. Or maybe just one. Yeah, just the one buy.
I mean, we haven't necessarily got the best view of it.
I thought it came off the glove. I've got to be
So
honest,
did I,
but-
yeah.
Anyway, she's at the non-striker's end now. And James Buckle's innings with a couple of boundaries in it. But it's taken a long, long time for him to get to, I think it's 18 now. It's around the corner. I can't quite see, but it's either 16 or 18.
I mean, I'd call it a vigil or pilgrim's progress as much as I call it an innings, really.
Absolutely. It's going to go for the big hit this time, and that's going to go through for 4.
Ooh.
4 more. Yeah, that's the first real belligerent shot we've seen from him in this innings. Very effective.
Yeah, it was a poor ball, a full toss, but he put it away with some conviction. It was actually a great attempt in front of us by Stuart Anthony, diving, goalkeeper style. He did get his right paw to it, but ended up like a goalkeeper sort of tipping the ball round the post, which obviously in cricket doesn't necessarily help.
On this occasion anyway. And, little misfield. And Buckle gets one more. But ones aren't really what they require right now. They need some really big hitters, and I don't think they've got much left in the armoury in that department.
Yeah, it does keep the strike though for Buckle, which is handy. They've got Lachlan Smith, their captain and founder, next. Now he did get 31 not out in their first ever game recently against the Warwickshire Cricket Board 11 and can more than hold a bat. And then we expect, anyway, it'll be Glenn Jackson, Dow Butler, Rich Andrews, and then Jay Timmins, who's in fact playing his first ever proper game of cricket. And that is exactly what the spirit of this match is all about.
Yeah. 13 overs to go. 27 down. 124 for 4. And, let's see this time round whether Jamie Cross can get off without a wide this time. 2 wides in his first over. Very slingy action, and probably what Unicorns didn't really want is now James Buckle off strike. You got one.
Yeah, Wright's just got to look to be busy here. Just get bat on ball, get to the non-strikers.
She is diminutive. That one she misses. Throws to the keeper. Took a great catch earlier on to start things off for the Unicorns in the field. Cross. Again, that's outside the off stump. Doesn't make any contact.
Yeah, he's not really in rhythm here.
Also
Jimmy
wide.
Cross. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Take your pick. Could have been a no ball as well. Just needs to get that release point sorted.
Is that another one?
Yeah,
No,
that's better.
That's all right. Yep.
It's tricky when you someone that has a naturally slingy action, your margin for error is probably even smaller than someone that has a more conventional bowling action in terms of how quickly things can go wrong.
Here comes again. That one is a wide, I think. No.
Sort of jumped out the way of that one.
Yeah. Well, so it goes well out. All the balls have been well outside off stump. That has been a consistent part of this over so far. Jerry Cross again. That's outside the off stump again. every single ball, pretty much in the same position. That one was not a wide, but it was wide off stump. This comes in again and just pokes in a way. Does Hattie right for another? Well, that wasn't a particularly great over in terms of runs. It was no real damage from Grace's point of view. We look like we're going to have another little break, drinks break here, potentially. Or maybe that's just for James Buckle, who seemed to have been out there for a very long time.
Yeah, he's told away. He had a really tough job, because when he came out, Mahi and Modi, the two left-arm spinners, were keeping things very, very tight indeed, and he just couldn't get it away. So we're left with this situation thus. 12 overs left, just over 100 to win, so the required run rate is around the sort of 8.3 kind of region. So this is tough, particularly given that their biggest hitter, Susmit Majumdar, after a magnificent 57 ball 79, is out.
Yeah, well, while he was there, the outcome was very much in doubt, but since he's gone, the run rate has dissipated rather, and they just had nobody who's really been able to give it the long handle since.
The only mitigating thing I would say, it's a pretty flat track. Outfield's giving good value for shots. Buckle can get going. Blackman Smith in next. This game is still a long way from done.
Yeah, it's not done, but the
pendulums.
balance has definitely tilted back to Grace's quite massively last 5-10 overs.
Yeah, they can't really afford to keep batting at this tempo for much longer, otherwise that required run rate's going to steeple.
Yeah, it's getting not quite out of range or not manageable yet, but soon we'll get that way. And this is a much more proficient over from the Unicorns' point of view. Chesant again, and still no run. The amount of times that Buckle, when he does make contact, hits the field. It's one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see he's a decent player. From speaking to a couple of people, maybe he also does prefer a bit more pace on the ball, so coming out and facing spin isn't his preferred option.
Whips this one away for at least one.
Got to
might
push two.
Get two. Oh, I think there was two there.
Yeah,
and Hattie Wright put her hand up and said, "I'm not coming back for a second." I think she should have done.
It's the big old stop sign, the big old traffic control
was
stop
two there.
sign.
Sure there was.
Yeah, and with this game situation as well, got to be looking for two from a delivery like that. She didn't have the danger end either.
No. Let's see what happens this time. We thought she was out in the previous over from this end, but she's still there. She's on one? Yeah, she's still on one. That's you right. Firstly up to Chesant. And that one keeps very low. And we keep up. Make sure it doesn't go too far.
Has been the odd one that's grubbed and kept low.
So can Hattie Wright get her second run? Oh, she's given it. Oh, yeah, well, it's going to go for a couple here at least. She should come back for a second. Oh, she's not thinking about it. No, she's just going to go for the one. So doubles her score. 128 now, I think, for 4. Target, because she joined us late on. 4 today, 228. That's into that over. And that's 29 with 11 to go.
Yeah, right now things drifting pretty quickly in favour of the boys from London Town. Just need a big over or something to shift the momentum here. They might want to target Cross, who is not really in rhythm at all. Hattie Wright just You don't mean to laugh, but that was quite funny. Just took a second, was standing as if she was at the non-strikers and had to be told, no, you're facing Jamie Cross, you're facing him now.
And she gets an edge away into the gully. No run. So here comes ball number 2 from Jamie Cross for her. And this one, I don't think she knew much about it, but she guides it away down to shortish long leg. 1 run. Takes her to 3. Takes the total 129 for 4. Jamie Cross now to James Buckle. Hasn't seen much of him recently. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. 4 for James Buckle. Just swiveled on that, turned. Lovely pull shot for 4. And that shows what he is capable of doing if he gets a bit of momentum. That was very good work. So, nice boundary. Takes him into the 20s. Yeah, he's more than capable. That's a very, very good pull shot. And he's going to go for it again. And going to go for the straight drive. And they don't go for a run. Even though that was down to mid-on. Hit it with a lot of force. Didn't fancy getting through for the quick single. Jamie Cross again to James Buckle. Didn't quite get that one off the square. That was a little bit fuller than he thought. Just about got the bat underneath it, but couldn't drive it properly. So no run. So just that one incision so far at the boundary. Ooh, and goes for the cut outside the off stump again. Not been a very productive shot for James Buckle. And that means that Hattie Wright will face the next over, or the beginning of the next over. And the umpires need a little sustenance, or certainly one of them does. And quite a few are trooping off at the moment, so it looks like we might be having a little break.
Yeah, we're having the second drinks break of this innings. The first that came after just 11 overs. It comes at a key point in the game. Buckle has 27 off 57. He was going very, very slowly, but he's just started to accelerate a bit. Now, if they're going to win this, they probably need Buckle to go on with it quite considerably from here, having chewed up that many dot balls. Hattie Wright at the other end, 3 off 17.
Just looking around to see how many people are left. There's quite a few people who are going to stay on till what might be, from the Unicorns' point of view, the bitter end, but there's a lot of people spread out around the cricket ground, which is, as we've been saying during the course of the afternoon, a very well presented ground. Great boundaries.
I feel like if we're going to talk about the crowd, Bob, we have to talk about the dog with a rainbow collar.
Oh, well, you can do that. Oh, do you know its name? Yeah,
do we have a name? Do we have a name for the dog? Molly with the rainbow collar. I mean, that has made my day. I could have been very happy if that was all I saw today. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I realise that we're a televisual broadcast, so this isn't necessarily.
And you can't see the dog, sadly.
This isn't my best piece of broadcasting, but it's a gorgeous little dog with a rainbow collar on it. And on a day like this, nothing can beat that.
Well, I was about to say, while they're off, the dog could go and stand over there so we can see it. But
could actually, yeah.
Do you want to take the dog in front of that camera?
The dog in front of the camera.
So we can see the. So we show.
That's the camera.
See the camera up there. Just want to take the dog out so we can see. Just.
Let's take it televisual.
There you go.
Can we see
just get in there. Just go back a bit further, and we can get a look at the dog.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah.
This is one of the first times. Oh, here we go. We can see you. Keep going.
There you go.
There we go.
There we see you. That's great.
She's got enough energy for all.
Thank you very much.
Look at her flying around. Tell you what, I bet she'd be a pretty good fielder actually.
Terrific.
Maybe we wouldn't necessarily be aware of what to do with the ball once she's acquired.
And this is how Mark Butcher looked like, by the way. Thank you, sir. Oh, the dog's going to come off now.
Bit of drinks break, entertainment for you. The game is set thus: 133 for 4 off 30. She's looking very attentively at me like I've got something for her. I've got my iPhone and some grapes. I don't feel like either of them are really necessarily what she wants.
Oh, she's rebelling now.
Molly the dog, everybody.
Yeah, well done, Molly. Who you got to see on the stream there? So there you go. Bit of added extra bonus for you.
So
No extra charge.
target is 228, so they've got to get 95 off 10. So they've got to go some here.
Yeah.
They've fallen well behind where they need to be.
Well, Buckle showed, as you've been indicating all along, he certainly can bat and has a little bit of force and physicality about his batting when he wants to do.
It's just the spin. He got trapped in against those two left armers and just couldn't find a way to even really rotate the strike. That's what sort of left them a bit behind where they need to be. But this is, if there's any ground you want to be chasing a fair bit on in the last 10 overs, it would be a
could
ground
be this
like
one.
this. It's a big ground if you run hard. The outfield's good value. The pitch we've seen all day. It's pretty flat and true.
Well, one thing I can tell you we're not going to have any worries or concerns about is the light. This light is set in for another 3 hours,
Yeah,
I think.
no,
So
I mean,
that's not going to come and rescue the unicorns, if indeed rescuing they need, because the sun is up there, the clouds are very puffy and white, and the blue sky is in majorly skywards.
ooh, now this is interesting.
Why?
I wouldn't go as far as to say a charitable bowling change from Grace's. That would be harsh, but let's just say they're not going with one of their frontliners. So Leo Skyner, who got 14 or 15, and I don't think he himself would disagree, is probably better known for his exploits with the bat.
Okay.
He's going to come on and bowl his little spinners, which it's fair to say this is not quite a collector's item.
Experimental?
Yeah,
bit?
yeah. It's not the safe option.
Do you think you can put it on the cut square?
The phrase from a
Well,
certain football
I'm not
manager.
overly
I prefer
convinced.
not- I
I'm not
prefer
overly
to speak.
convinced. Let's see. This first one. That one's going to be a wide.
I prefer not
No,
to
it's
speak.
not. Ooh,
If
not wide.
I speak, I'm in big
Pretty
trouble.
close to a wide.
Well, it is test match wides, and I think that's probably saved him there.
Okay.
Very generous wide
Right.
lines today.
Well, so one just about appears on the cut square. Second one does. It has to be played by Hattie Wright. Not quite sure she's totally sure of what she's seeing here either at the moment.
There's a lot of loop on this,
Well,
and some
Yeah.
more loop.
I think you might find yourself coming down the track a bit here, Hattie, if you're not careful. Just to meet it at the appropriate juncture.
Well, this was something we saw from Matt Earl
Yeah.
when he got going, but it's easy to say that when Matt Earl was fluent and
Yeah,
already on
quite.
50.
Hattie's only on 3. Is it her debut? Is it? Debut for the Unicorns?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 of 4.
Making her debut for the Unicorns. Gets a bat on that. All she can do is drill it back to mid-off. Are they calling for a run out there? Are they?
Don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's just a bit of mischief.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. We'll ignore that then. As this one is a stumping. No,
just
backfoot's
up.
there.
It's
That's
on
it.
for a maiden here,
Well,
Skyner.
well, it's eventful.
Snuck through.
It's eventful. And we haven't had a wide or no ball yet. No extras contained within this over, and it's almost done. And that one, she gets a bat on, does Hattie. And believe it or not, after being so disparaging and not particularly optimistic about what was to follow, that did actually contain 6 dot balls.
Yeah, it did. And I think that will be of surprise to everyone, in truth.
Right, well, I think it's time that you took us home to the end of this one. I shall be here as a supporting cast, but it's you to do the major words now.
Yeah, just hoping what we need now is a couple of big overs, just to pull things back. Need some wheels to fall off. for Grace. And you can sense that's what this slightly Unicorns biased home crowd would also prefer. Buckle misses outside that off stump. It's something that man to my left is rightly noted. His timing on that cut shot in particular is just not being there. It's a horrible feeling when you're out there and it's just, you can feel you're not fluent and it just isn't quite clicking. Short. Waits for that one well. And then Murphy's Law, it goes straight to Manish Modi at cover.
Modi's Law.
I knew there was a pun in there, but I was too tired to pick it out. Gets this away, but again, doesn't really hit it cleanly though. With every dot that passes, the task becomes more and more devilishly difficult. It's turned away. We'll get a single this time, but even singles at this stage are not enough. Need a lot more than that. Every ball that now doesn't go for two is a clear win for Graces when it comes to the net run rate equation. Hits the pads. Oh, given! Well, there wasn't much of an appeal. The wicket-keeper didn't go up. Nobody else went up. But the most important thing is somebody asked the question of how's that. Eventually the bowler belatedly did. And the umpire gave it out. So Hattie Wright is out for 3. And the Unicorns are 133 for 5.
Well, she may possibly have been out earlier anyway for a caught behind, but she most definitely is this time. Although you're right, it wasn't the most enthusiastic appeal by the Graces team, but he got the answer given in the affirmative. So
it was sort of reluctant appeal,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Should we do that? Yeah, I suppose we should. And they got the out rationale from the umpire.
Now here comes Lachlan Smith, the captain and founder of Graces.
Unicorns.
Ah, yes. This is why we've got someone next to me to keep me sane. Yes, of course. Corrected the totally deliberate, not deliberate mistake. Now Lachlan can bat, but like any good modest captain, he's put himself at 7. Yeah. Which is the classic thing a skipper does when he wants to sort of give everybody a go.
So out comes a long handle, you think? 'Cause that's the only way forward now.
We started with a leave, which is it's not really the shot for this situation from Smith. And that concludes the 32nd over. The required run rate is now pretty much
Brains,
to a
you
ball.
can do this.
Pretty much to a ball. 12 and over. Ouch.
Yeah, it's been a really good day. Very good day. And a particularly good day for Matt Earl.
Yeah.
Matt Earl with his century earlier on today. Opened the batting and was not out. He retired, which was an interesting gesture. And it turned out maybe those 10, 20 runs he might have got at the end weren't required anyway. But he decided to quit while he was ahead.
Yeah, I think he thought that whipping one through mid-wicket for 4 to get to his 100 and walking off, life wasn't going to get any better than that. I think he might have had a point, to be fair.
Now the bowling change.
Now Stuart Anthony's going to bowl, who had a chat with earlier on during the first drinks break. He wasn't on the batting card, so this, in relation to batting or bowling, is his only chance to make an impact on a game he's had so much part in organising behind the scenes.
Starts with a wide. Almost very, very good.
Great shout from square leg.
Almost very, very
Got
good.
a lot of time for that. Almost very, very good. It's the almost that's the important part. Now
Well, they could win it in wides here.
goes from an offside wide to a leg side wide, so just got to get that radar sorted out.
Not heard many as good as that. Almost very, very good.
Yes.
It is brilliant.
That's 3.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Stuart Anthony, we're not doing what you often see in T20 midweek, where you do 2 and not re-bowled. So you can just trundle through your over with 6 wides and concede 12 and go, well, could have been worse. He's going to have to find 6 legitimate deliveries. And that's
dear.
not one of them.
Where's the radar?
Harmison is the shout from Earl, referring to that
Yeah.
infamous
I think
first ball of the
that was
Ashes.
1 ball though.
This is true.
Yeah.
One ball that set the tone
Yeah.
for the drubbing.
Oh, 1 on the square.
Cut away and enthusiastically well fielded in the covers, so they don't run.
How many to come? Good question.
5.
5, yes. That's still 5.
He's just got to get that left arm up.
Do you want to get
So
out there
you-
and tell him?
It's always the game always looks simple from the commentary box, but it's just that front arm that
Why don't you just bowl spinners?
that's a high one, so that will be a no ball on height. Went past the shoulders of Buckle. Really difficult psychological moment this for Stuart Anthony.
Well, just trundle up and bowl medium paces.
That's going to be another wide outside the off stump this time. Just struggling for his rhythm here. Oh, that is just about okay to be a legitimate delivery, and he puts his hands up in sartorial, sarcastic delight that he's managed to at least get one that's not a wide or a no ball.
Oh, he's throwing the ball away
And,
now.
Well, yeah, that sums up his over so far. He's not able to clasp the ball in his hands. Come on, Stuart. Backing you.
No.
That's a wide. Say backing you, of course, in a neutral commentator's way, but backing you to bowl a legitimate delivery, because every club cricketer can relate to this. Everyone has been here at some point. It's just you've lost your rhythm. You're just desperately trying to get through the over. That's short, and there's some cheers from the sidelines for it being a legitimate delivery. It was whacked straight to mid-on. Now it's going to sound weird. This can actually be quite difficult to face, because you know that somewhere in there'll be a straight ball. You've got to keep concentrating if you're Buckley.
No.
Big appeals!
No. Surely not. He's given it. He's given it.
Brilliant moment.
Has he given it?
No. He didn't give it out. He said, "How's that?" The umpire said, "Not out," and he said, "It's not a wide though," and the umpire said, "No," and he jigged and ran back to his mark.
Okay.
Well, I've got a lot of time for that, being able to laugh at yourself when it's all slightly going a bit pear-shaped,
That could be closer.
and that thumps into the pads. Well, it would have been quite the ending to this long, almost
He's still
never-ending
going.
over
No,
to
it's
take
not
a wicket.
finished yet.
Oh God, no, it's going in
we
perpetuity.
could be here till tomorrow morning. Do you want to come back in the morning? Finish it off.
That is.
No, it wasn't a wide
Well,
though.
it's a question on height.
Yeah, it's not a wide though.
I
Don't
think
think.
he's got away with that. It was a leg side horrible
Oh.
full toss, but it's given us
Spies.
buys against Adam Layden. So that completes Stuart Anthony's
Only
long
over.
over. I made it
Yeah.
something around the region of about 13 or 14 attempted deliveries. There was 6 legitimate ones in there.
Well, it's a very productive over. They didn't score any runs off the bat.
Yeah, plenty in wides. Plenty in wides.
Okay, so 8 to go, I think.
I make it, I think it's 7. I'm not sure. Scoreboard's just ticking up.
Well, I think it's 8, but okay. That over went on forever, so it did seem like 2 overs. But I think it's 32. Waiting for it to tick around.
Yeah, if there was any time you forgive an electronic scoreboard for not being quite
Oh,
with
it's
it
33. No, they put 2 up now. You're right.
after an
There
over
you
like
go.
that,
Went from 31 to 33.
I think sometimes they're only doing it once every
Yeah.
couple of overs. It's not a great delivery and smashed straight to mid-off. And Noddy Shafiq does the fielding.
Just chocolate sauce was not a good idea.
Just blocked
It's
back.
everywhere.
Oh, it always does. It's unavoidable. It reminds me of
Shirt, trousers, you name it. I've got
reminds me of
chocolate sauce.
had a melted chocolate cone pastry dessert in Vienna once upon a time, in the era before travel was not a thing anymore.
That's
Got
got
him straight through. You miss, I hit. Simple as that. Lovely ball. Ploughed through the defences, and it's yet another wicket for Graces, who are starting to really run away with this game now in the closing stages. The 6th wicket goes down. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah. Fat lady is warming up. I can hear her warbling. So I think the end is pretty much nigh. But it's not been about that today. It's been about the occasion. The historical significance of this. So whilst Gracie will be delighted with the win, it's more about what's happened during the course of the 6 hours or so.
Just speaking to the brother of the now departed Lachlan Smith. Disappointed to have it.
He hasn't died.
Have what have what he'd thought confirmed, which is that, and he's laughing as I say this, that possibly not for the first time in his life he's heard the news that his brother today did not score. Started on 0 and sadly did not make it past that figure. And one has to feel for him in particular, because I know he's done a magnificent job behind the scenes. He's been one of the key protagonists in putting this day on, which, as you quite rightly say, it's been about so much more than the cricket on the field, really. In fact, I can't remember a cricket game in all my time loving the game where what's happened on the pitch has been of such secondary importance, to be honest. It's going to come.
There is a certain opener from Graces who might not necessarily agree with you.
Oh, absolutely. Matt Earl is going to have a highlights reel of this clipped out by the middle of next week. He's going to have a YouTube compilation video. That is.
What a lovely forward defensive that was.
Yeah, it was.
Really?
Just scooted along the ground. It's a difficult ball to hit from Jamie Cross. Bowling it quite short. It's not really getting up to be smacked. That's nudged round the corner by the new man at the crease.
He was incredibly tall.
That being Glenn Jackson.
He's got to be 6'6". It's very tall.
He's got a bit on him. That's straight back that time. For what it's worth, quite rate now up at 15, so it's all but likely the game is done. The big question on the sweepstake is how many tempted balls are going to be in this over from Stuart Anthony.
Is he bowling again?
He's bowling again.
No.
He's bowling again. He's just had a big chat with Leo
Does he not
Skinner.
realise I've got a last train to catch?
He was working on his action and getting that left arm up nice and high in the huddle after that wicket was taken in the previous over. So 144 for 6. Here he comes in again. Well, that's a legitimate ball. It's short outside off though. It's timed well enough that it will run away just short of the boundary.
That's proper running, that. But the
Yeah,
problem is the new batsman's running 1.5 times quicker than his partner.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that James Buckle was being comprehensively beaten on the sprint race there by Glenn Jackson.
He covers the ground, that boy, doesn't he?
Turned round the corner nicely enough by Jackson, who will get at least one, and will settle for that. And Jackson, who is 32, and he's not playing for Unicorns, plays his club cricket for Shipton on Stour. He's generally an opening bat, but he's been.
I've got to say, he's got the look of an opening bat to me.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he was quite so low in the lineup.
Well, what's
Short,
it
mistimed.
I thought it was coming this way from home.
Yeah, I did as well. Fielded by Sam Schofield at mid-on at the expense of a single. So he's managed to stop the wides and the no balls, but now the pitch map very, very short. As Rob Stiles says, go on the buckle. Yeah, he's a slow start, but he's making a good contribution. So that's not quite wide enough to be given as one down the leg side. Well, we are playing a pretty generous wide line today, it should be said. That is a very, very high no ball. It goes over the head of Adam Layden and spins away. So that is going to be a no ball and 4 as well. So 5 to the score. Well, why spread out all your extras through the over one by one when you can just get rid of them all in one ball and then get back on it?
Yeah, there's some method in that.
Not sure that's the definite game plan. Oh, it's another big no ball as well. It's gone well over head height. Now, if they considered this quick enough that it was dangerous, the umpires
taken off.
could have him taken out of the attack, but they've decided that he's not at such an express pace that is an issue, so he's able to keep on bowling.
I'm not quite sure why he has such a long run up either. But there you go.
That's a much better ball, and it's nearly nicked by Jackson. I mentioned before, with a bowler like this, it can actually be difficult to keep your concentration when the ball's going all over the place. You know that somewhere there might be a good one waiting for you.
Hasn't bowled a no ball yet, as in front foot no ball. I keep looking at that, thinking here's an occasional bowler who might just overstep, but he hasn't.
Yeah, give him that. So Anthony Stewart does belatedly get through his second over. Now got just 5 overs
Anthony Stewart
left in the game. And Stuart Anthony,
Yeah,
pardon me.
you did call him Anthony Stewart. I think.
2 first names got mixed up in my head. Well spotted.
It's been a long day, isn't it?
I can't have that excuse. Played quite a few games with him. He's a good mate of mine.
Who is this Anthony Stewart?
Let's fill him in
I
name.
kept thinking, who's he talking about? Looking down at the team, so I thought I haven't got him down there. Here's Cross Jamie.
Smacked into the gap for 4. It's a bit of a gimme ball. It's nicely put away by Buckle. He's been in a while now. And that is a favourite shot of his.
Might get a 50 out of this.
Yeah, every chance. Every chance. And having stayed there so long, might as well go and get something to remember the day by. You know, the target is going to elude them. I don't think it's any secret to say that. But a half century in a game like this is something you're not going to forget regardless of the match result. Hits this one comprehensively as well, Buckle.
Why didn't we see more of this earlier?
Really starting to get into his rhythm. He's gone through the vacant long off region. Does prefer a bit more pace on the ball. And he's very much found this bowling to his liking. So he's into the 40s now with that blow. He's going to get at least one this time. Probably one is all he will get to long on. Short, and that's a wide. Not for the first time today when it's that short, sort of grubbed and stuck in the pitch and never come up again. That's a nice line and length. Just arcing into the left-handed Jackson, who prods it back. Kind of areas he wants to be in. And again, rightly being encouraged by his wicket-keeper Adam Layden. Like any good wicket-keeper, has always got plenty to say. Sure. Jackson gets this one away. He'll get at least two. It's run very purposefully between the wickets. Quad run rate still up around the 2.5 a ball sort of region. But those errant overs from Stuart Anthony, or Anthony Stewart as I christened him. And then a bit of good hitting from that one have just about kept this game alive as we head towards the last 4 overs now with 62 to win. Though unfortunately they don't have Andre Russell out there and this isn't the IPL, but it's a pretty true pitch. It's a pretty fast outfield. They can just at least keep these overs in double digits to give themselves a smidgen of a chance.
So he's trying to sell double glazing to me now. I'm not buying it. I'm not.
Oh, I know who I think's going to win the game.
If they could get close to 200 or even 190, I'd be surprised.
I'd probably be inclined to agree.
But the thing is that you're right. They've got 2 batsmen in who actually can hit the ball.
Yeah.
So
Jackson looks good.
They could get 30 or 40 maybe.
This over goes for
Where's
15
he back
or
again?
This over goes for 15 or 20. It's game on.
And that was actually on the stumps.
He's got himself a dot there.
Anthony Stewart, brilliant.
Don't keep saying it. It'll start getting in my head. Oh dear. Yeah, they've clearly decided they're still comfortable enough to give him another over. It says a lot about how Graces feel about the game position. That is filthy full toss that he gets away with. Buckle not able to capitalise.
I thought he was looking at his front foot there for a minute. The umpire.
Turned away. That's better shot from Buckle. He waited for it nicely. You get value for shots on this outfield and it runs away for 4. Nothing Noddy Shafiq can do. That's a much needed boundary. Going to need quite a few more where that came from though, given the match situation.
I can't see the second digit, but he's into the 40s anyway.
And that is not the first one of his spell, to say the least.
So you're going for the Graces record of wides, perhaps?
short, and that will be
I think he's probably there. Then.
another wide.
Do you think he's got 50?
It's on 45.
Okay.
That's what the scoreboard
Yeah.
says. True, Matt. That's nicely bowled. That's as good a ball as we've seen all spell from Stuart Anthony. A length ball on the off stump. Very welcome it is for Graces. Mistimed, and it will go over the head of Matt Earl at point. And it doesn't quite run away for 4. Good hard running from Jackson, who is really pushing Buckle. And had Layden picked this up cleanly and got it to the bowler's end, Stuart Anthony might have had a chance of a run out. Instead, Jackson pushes him through for 3. So that takes Buckle on to 48.
He's puffing now. He wasn't expecting to come back for that one.
Well, he didn't really have a choice. He had Glenn Jackson running
Yeah,
at him,
no.
and at that point he had no option but to go. Oh, it's come off the splice. He's got very lucky. It lands between slip and backward point. I'll settle for just 1 this time.
3 to go.
Well, all of a sudden there, Stuart Anthony not far off, taking a wicket instead. Lands fortuitously. End of the 37th. Just 3 overs left in this one now. Equation becoming ever more impossible for Birmingham Unicorns Cricket Club, who've, regardless, against a team with far more cricketing experience. They play hard in league cricket every Sunday. They've done themselves huge amount of good and have really impressed. Very much started this game second favourites, giving the Unicorns, given Graces, pardon me, a really good run for their money. And of course, it's about so much more than a game as well, and to have them up and running. Played 2 games now. They've got plenty more fixtures in the calendar for the rest of this summer. As another space as well as Graces for a truly inclusive LGBTQ plus club is just fantastic to see. Now back comes Sam Schofield. He's going to bowl the last 2 from the far end of the ground from us, with the nets behind him. Just pushed back by Jackson. And again just jabs it away. Since one of the last sort of games within a game here might be when the Buckle can get himself to 50. Just bounced up a bit more there. He's looked very composed since coming to the crease, Jackson. He's run well between the wickets. It's been hidden a bit down at
Covers the
number 8.
ground.
Beats the bat Schofield. Slower ball, and the tennis player style grunt from Schofield to try and act as a double bluff. Didn't really work. Again, slower one. Was trying to cut her that time, and Schofield comes out of that one very, very nicely indeed. A maiden. So 38 overs gone. We've got just 12 balls left.
Now, is he going to run out of time for his 50? That's a big question. Because if he goes at the speed he was going at when he started his innings, yes.
Yeah, he took 25 balls to get off the mark against the left armers, Modi and Mahi. He's now got 12 balls left of the innings to score 2 runs, take him to a half century in front of an appreciable home crowd. But if anyone can appreciate the nerves of being just short of a landmark like this and knowing what you're on, it's yours truly, having nicked off a 49 yesterday.
Oh, terrible.
You're telling me.
How would you get out? Just nicked off.
Just a foolish ball outside off and nicked off to the keeper. It was there to drive. Had I got anything half decent on it, probably would have got one.
Russian blood to the head.
Sorry?
Russian blood to the head, was it?
I wasn't even trying to hit it that hard. Just nicked it.
What a shame.
Yeah. Unable to make contact that time. But that's cricket, and that is very much.
Did you throw anything around the dressing room when you got back in, or not?
No, I managed to keep myself restrained. But we won the game, which is the most important thing. Always rather be out 49 than naught. But of course, not when you're on 49.
No, quite.
And he's got a massive electronic scoreboard and a crowd of 150 people. So he will know exactly what the situation is here. And he does look a bit nervous. That's 3 dot balls that have gone by against Stuart Anthony, who's evolved from...
actually managed to get the ball on the stumps now. It's fantastic.
Evolved rapidly as this spell has gone on.
Oh,
That's a horrible ball toss. And that's his 50. Smashed through the crowd. And what a moment for James Buckle. He was slow to get going in this knot, but he's got better and better as the innings has gone on. And he reaches his half century, 52 not out for him. His time runs out in this game. A nice moment as well as Stuart Anthony, the bowler, goes up to him and gives him a hug, as does the wicketkeeper batter Adam Layden. Good spirit of cricket out there, nice to see. And they have a second half century in their innings, the Unicorns,
and
joining
the first one to
Susmeet
be
Majumdar.
acknowledged.
Yes, is James Buckle, after Majumdar's went silent and forgotten about. .52 off 76. That really leapt up. I'm not sure quite where that came from.
I'm not sure the umpire knew what to give for that either. He was going to go, was that wide? Maybe not. It's kind of like he's in mid-movement there.
That's another short one. Not sure whether this is necessarily a deliberate plan from Stuart Anthony, but some version of body line here. And he's got just one legitimate ball left of his spell. The last ball from this end in the match. Full toss, and
So you're taking a bit of a risk by saying that.
Buckle will get one. Well, you'll notice the devil is in the
legitimate,
detail.
yes,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
I've just felt like that. I wasn't gonna fall into that particular trap. 39 gone, 100 from Matt Earl. Looks to be the star contribution in this game. His 5th ever ton. One I imagine, given the huge crowd we've had here and the occasion of the game, he'll remember more fondly than any other. 50s for the Unicorns from Susmeet Majumdar and then James Buckle, but apart from that, just ran a bit out of steam with the bat in pursuit of what is a very good total. Now Sam Schofield's going to bowl the last over of this match, bowling to Buckle. Just 6 balls left on a day that's been about so much more than the cricket. Comes down the pitch, he gets 1 Buckle. Direct hit, but he was in. Mahi keen to appeal, but the comedic nature of his appeal shows that even he knew that Jackson had comfortably made his ground. So just 5 balls left in this one. Wherever you've been across the world, fantastic to have your company. Day that will be fondly remembered by all who've been here. Well down the pitch, Jackson. Gets all of this down the ground towards the sight screen. And the kids having a game in the nets for 4. Lovely shot from a man who, for my money, has been slightly
should have been
wasted
much higher up the order. I think he could have really contributed higher up the order. But there you go. Not my decision, captain's decision, but I thought it's a classical style batsman.
I thought you were in the Gracies. The unicorn selection meeting.
No, they drummed me out, actually. I was too radical. No.
Last rites being applied here. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
Oh, well, Anthony Stewart to play wouldn't allow him to.
You mean Stuart Anderson? Are you doing it deliberately? Or are you doing
Yes,
it
I am, yes.
Comes down the pitch, Jackson. Doesn't get much of that. Mark Evans says, come on, Graces, bring this home. Well, yeah, they certainly have. Alexander Williams says, run hard, Bucks, with a crying emoji. That was in reference to when he had poor old Glenn Jackson hurling himself at him, giving him little choice but to get on his skates. Jackson hits that straight back. So, last ball of this, the first ever LGBTQ plus cricket match. Schofield bowls to Jackson, who gets this away through backward point. It's going to take a bit of fielding. Keep running. And Jackson wants 3, but he's not going to get it. He's going to have to settle for 2. So it's an unbeaten 50 for James Buckle. But they have fallen comfortably short of the target that Grace is set. An honourable batting effort from the Unicorns in just their second ever game. Lost their first ever game by 6 wickets to the Warwickshire Cricket Board. And they've gone down fighting this time. A lovely summer's day at Woolly Hill Cricket Club in Birmingham. Handshakes, fist pumps, the odd hug in there as well. It's been a fantastic all-round day. It's been great to have your company wherever you've been watching us from. It's that last ball goes for a couple. Really has been picture perfect. The first game rained off a few weeks ago. No such problems for us today. As they finish on 189 for 6. So it is a 38-run win for Graces. Jackson finishing on 14 not out of 23 balls and 54 not out of 80 for James Buckle, who struggled to get going initially. And once he did, he was actually pretty fluent, but it's just the slow start to his innings and maybe just a slight lack of batting contributions from anyone who wasn't James Buckle or Susmeet Majumdar that left the Unicorns 38 runs shy of what Graces put up. Graces powered by an 86-ball 100 from Matt Earl, but ultimately that was the difference, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and he timed it so perfectly. Was belligerence when he needed it, was some nice finesse when he needed it. You know, pretty much not quite the perfect innings, never is such a thing, but gave one chance, I think we said, during the course of,
chance on 85.
That was it, during the course of his innings, and timed it to perfection. And you know, he'll feel he did precisely and exactly the right thing by saying, right, I've got my 100, that's it, I'm off.
I'm reliably told he is going to buy that wicket keeper at least a couple of drinks of his choosing, which is nice to see. He can acknowledge the people that have contributed to him getting his 100, including the man that missed the chance.
Inadvertently did that.
Yes. Well, yeah, exactly. Not by choice, to say the very least. But yeah, what a day and what an occasion.
What a terrific day. I mean, everything was pretty much picture perfect. It's great grounds. The weather was fantastic. Lovely crowd to witness it. Very appreciative crowd. And as far as Graces are concerned, obviously the right outcome. But, you know, ultimately, that will not be the thing that will be remembered in years to come. It's the nature of the day, the essence of the day, the importance of the day. That's what it all comes down to.
And the very fact that a day like this has happened.
Yeah. Which, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago would not have been possible, would not have been conceivable. So just kind of shows how far we've come in that department too. And, you know, hopefully before too long there'll be, you know, it'll be Manchester, it'll be Newcastle, it'll be Leeds, places like that. Thank you, boys. You know, we'll actually get the chance to, you know, to spread the word far and wide.
Yeah, and it's that visibility. It's having it featured on the ECB website, on Channel 5, on the Tail Enders BBC podcast. Places like this, whereby, you know, I'm very much in this boat. Until a couple of months ago, I didn't know that this existed, and now here I am.
And that kind of visibility and awareness is so key, because you look at the amount of people who are playing cricket across the UK and across the world.
Right.
You don't exactly have to be a genius to work out that plenty of those people are gay, are bi, are transgender, etc. And it's important to note as well, because it is a repeated misconception, that this isn't a club that, or clubs in Graces and Unicorns, that are exclusively for those people. People who are straight allies are also very welcome to play. It is a conventional cricket club.
Absolutely.
Anybody can join and play.
Yeah.
It's just that you are joining and playing in an environment where you know that it's going to be truly inclusive.
Yeah,
of
and you
everybody who
feel
plays the
comfortable.
game.
And you feel comfortable. And that there are people, as we've proved, as we've shown in the conversation we've had, people who see Graces or indeed Unicorns as a sanctuary for not actually being out in the wider world. You know, it's something that they go for their little safe space in a way, which is a shame that happens to happen in 2021. But we're gradually moving. People feel more comfortable in that environment, amongst people that they feel comfortable with, and it helps them on their progression to make the big decision, like we heard from Manish earlier. You know, when he came to this country, he wasn't out. He was doing all the things that a lot of people from the subcontinent do when they come here. Live a lie, basically, is what they do. And ultimately, he's got to the stage where he's going, I can't do this anymore. I have to be myself. And we've seen that happen with loads of people in Graces, and no doubt we will, in due course, see with a lot of people from Unicorns.
Yeah, I'm laughing because although you just made a very poignant, correct, serious point, Stuart Anthony just looked at me with a massive smile on his face, because he knows that he's going to get a huge amount of stick for his 150 ball over later on.
That is thoroughly deserved,
and
by the way.
The only thing that needed to top it all off was the fact that in his final couple of overs, he came very close on a couple of occasions to actually taking a wicket.
LBWs,
Which
he had two decent LBW
shots.
shots.
Came off the splice and nearly caught in the gully, which would have just have been the perfect sort of evolution of the bowler through a 4 or 5 over spell. But yeah, and it's also important to say quite a few thank yous. Thank you to the ECB, who've been incredibly supportive of this event. Thank you to Woolly Hill Cricket Club, who've been magnificent hosts. Thank you to our 2 scorers in the Bruce Morley scorebox, who've done a fantastic job of running paper books and an electronic scoreboard all day. Thank you to all the volunteers behind the bar here at Woolly Hill Cricket Club, in terms of who've been serving food as well, who've done all the hard yards in terms of getting the ground set up, groundsman as well. Pitch has been magnificent. The outfield's played brilliantly. Trying to think of who I forgot really. And thank you to all the hard work, particularly from Lachlan Smith from the Unicorns as well. I know there's Stuart Anthony, Leo Skyner, Dom Scott. There's almost too many people to name from both teams as well, who've worked so hard to put this on. And I know a lot of people were so deflated when it was rained off 3 weeks ago, that it feels all the more apt that good things come to those who wait.
Yeah,
we've
absolutely.
had to wait a long time.
And
we've had a day
we've had perfection today. You know, it's all the things that we couldn't have had 4 weeks ago. So that delay ultimately proved to be worth it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it did. It did, didn't it? And thank you to you as well. Thank you to you as viewers, as listeners, for watching, for engaging, for hopefully enjoying the entertaining cricket you've seen. And hopefully, if this is new to you and this is the first time you've seen this, it's maybe dented some stereotypes of what you might have had from expecting to watch a game like this. These are, in the sense of cricketers, normal, wholehearted club cricketers like you'd expect to see on any green. It's the values that the clubs stand for off the field that are what make this such a special and unique event. I've had a lot of people texting me and also saying in the live stream and in the build-up to this, what can I do as someone who is straight, plays for a club, likes cricket, engages with cricket? Well, there's a lot of things you can do without necessarily stepping out onto a pitch to play for Graces or the Unicorns, which, by the way, you can. You can go and freely join either club, and if you're in Birmingham or London, I'd highly recommend you do so. But there's a lot you can do about the way you behave around the game, the language that you choose to use around the game, the way that you act around your teammates. and the way that even if you might have a club where nobody's necessarily openly out in any way, shape or form, you know that obviously statistics tell you that it's highly likely that somebody somewhere in your club is going to be, and you can behave in a certain way that helps facilitate that or helps make that even harder for that person.
Okay, well, I think we're going to wrap because we are being called to the celebrations. We don't want to miss out on those. And Michael, you've been brilliant today. Thank you for your time.
Thank
really
you.
enjoyed the whole
Loved
day.
it.
And hopefully, well, we won't ever do anything like this again because this is the one-off, the first, and there will never be another one like this. So to be here at such an historic occasion in itself is quite monumental and quite awe-inspiring, actually. Follow Graces, follow unicorns, and keep following cricket of this nature is one of the things I'll leave you with the abiding thought of.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
No pleasure. It's now on the internet for life. Just you can't get away from it. Was it really a dance? If we just stand you were from the scoreboard and following on YouTube, but then we found it. I got my trophy, boys. Oh, wow! You found the pointiest thing you could find. We were still called over. That'll do. I don't think you can see that on the trophy. Oh, trophy. Everyone gets it. Come on, come on. I feel like I saw him in Korea. Maybe you're getting a beer. Thank you everybody for the game, for playing, for coming and playing it in great spirit. Thank you, Stuart. Oh, exceptional effort. Exceptional bowling performance. We have the first ever trophy between Birmingham and Great Graces Cricket Club, the Spirit of Inclusive Cricket Trophy, which I present to you. Stuart, what do you think? Thank you. And certainly on behalf of all the Graces, we're absolutely delighted to be here. The beer's a lot cheaper. And the sun has been shining, so enjoy the next couple of days, and then if it comes next year as well, you can have a good time. But thanks for all your hospitality, thanks for a wonderful game, all in obviously in a great spirit. We're lucky to get it, and we're going to guard this pretty closely, so good luck next year, guys. We're going to be guarding this for a week, okay? So the trophy's in two parts. Is it? What do you think about the box? It's worth nothing. Just don't hold it. It's one of those IKEA trophies. Oh my And it's spinning. Graces next year, Graces next year. Oh, no, we lost that year. There's something wrong with it. Thank you all ever so much. want to hand over to
Right, so I wanted to say a few thank yous. We said thanks to the umpires again. Thanks to Sweeney Hill for hosting us, putting on such a spread, bringing for winning football at the same time. So I think we're pleased. A lot of people do have a fantastic day's cricket. Been live streamed. I'll be really interested to see how many people across the world have been watching the next episode of Managed Mode Crypto. But I would like also, to thank the two commentators, to thank Bob and to thank Michael for a very long
Well done, Michael. Well done, Bob.
Thank you to the Unicorns for such a fabulous game of cricket. It's been really, I know we're 25 years old, but we've taken a huge amount of inspiration for the passion, the creativity and the success you guys have achieved in the past 6 months, which is just amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks on behalf of the great team today to Lachlan. There is a greatest shirt, your initials if you ever want to come down and have a game, and sign by the team.
Oh, I love
Very looking for all round staff and so please stick it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I've literally got more to do. It's very looking for
Are they the ones that you look at? You go into a completely different place? No, that's paper. Did you see that?
Thanks for the commentary. I've had a lot of good feedback from family and friends.
They enjoyed it.
They did, although my dad was like, well, they weren't very complimentary about your bowling at the start, so. But then they did apologise halfway through. Is that you, was it?
I'll be honest, I'll be on that. Thank you very much. George Sutton needs us back.
Oh, yeah.
But no, he was like, I'll let them off because they're all right.
Because eventually I'm going, oh, do you know what? It's quite unconventional, but it's working, isn't it?
I don't know really what I do, but I do something. I tried to no idea about it. You were there, it was quite actually at the end because he was like, time ball quickly. So I did, and actually I was like, I don't know why I normally do it.
This is something you'll learn about cricket. It's just
No,
like
exactly.
fast lesson.
Great day, great.
Wasn't it?
Tea is a ruthless game. It doesn't matter how inclusive the club and play tea is still tea. Food appears, you disappear. You have to go to the food quickly. He said, sorry, that he said was cake. In 2 minutes. That's it. You want cake, you just go dive in. You know, you're an experienced cooker, that's why you've ended up with cake on Was it bad? Well, the thing is we can't see. But what we did say normally really? You seem to have you're a bit of a fan, you in particular, you're a bit of a fan of Mark. Brand new second game.
Yeah, this would have been the first game.
I'm going to
Weren't complimentary about your bowling at the start. Long.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
But they apologised halfway through.
That is this gentleman is saying very rudely. First ball, he was like, chucker, get him off. You did see a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on it. Whatever I do, I don't really think I straighten it, it just stays a bit of a floppy line. But it, yeah.
The only guy who got after was when he just started. I don't care if I get stumped, I'm going to back out. The thing is, most of the time, that's quite a percentage play that works in your favour because I bowled you watch your back when you say I wish you back.
Keep it away from that.
Like that. Mine actually proper come down the belt. And when you get it right, well, I do say much, but I couldn't do it well. But yeah, but if you've ultimately got to point and he's batting out, that's more difficult. When someone does that to me, I'm like, okay, as long as my keeper is confident, you only need to miss one. And he was that good, he just got to 40. Can't keep so I'm just going to back out and back the top of
Annoyingly, I had a plan down. Wide on the off, hold it straight. Try and just one wide off. Of course, when he had the chance.
You missed it, it's like not
we were trying to do it.
I did say after a while, if the umpire was very wide, because I know in that situation, I'd happily put one in another pitch and take the wide. I'll have the wide.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, yeah.
It was the one that was no ball because it hit off the cut straight. That was because Darryl had said.
Can you can't get something on no ball?
Because if you think of it as like, if you take it waist high, it's dangerous. Glad man, that could a headache. I did have a wonder down just to listen to you because it was good. It was a treat.
My worry is always that I'm quite self-deprecating, but then I'm quite deprecating on the players.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
When I say something to a stranger, will be like, who the F he is. So I always try and do it in
not
quite
at all.
qualified.
It's just my dad made me know because he was like, I weren't complimentary at the start, son, but they're alright.
Well, yeah, no, he was the one who said to track it.
It was more than
It was a little bit.
try and work on it.
The only thing you could do is quicker ball.
Yeah.
Just so that next time someone's doing that, just fire in the quick ball. And then see, I really like it. I'm not even I would see me tuck the shirt in the fling the neck corner is like really side down. So that then the quicker one are like ready because they know it's like just going to push it straight through, even give themselves a half a yard back.
Exactly,
Just maybe one with your arms.
Yeah.
Down.
Well, it's like small screen.
Yeah, but Noddy was obviously shooting.
I started bowling so much as slow. And I used to get quite a few wickets, so I had this gimmick where I'd get very late dip.
Yeah.
And but I was a bit fed for it. I'd get like loads of wires. And now I'm happy to do that.
So you play
Yeah, on the third team. But no Super Bowl spin, not getting the spin. I took it more accurate now.
keeping it tight. If you can be trusted to bowl 10 to 40 around the park. So how did you get on?
So James got 50 for us. He also played for Blackwood. And he came out
Domino.
Yeah. So then this year he told me yeah. Yes. But I was like, no, why not? So I went down to the train session. Oh yeah, and I loved it. But no.
From what I've heard, Warwickshire.
Oh, they're brilliant. And like the training session we had, called Firebread.
Yeah, I know. And then Ishi's told me about it a lot.
Yeah.
He just said, such an exciting.
Yeah, no. I've got a mate actually who
And
works.
tell me there was a cracking night out as well, apparently. I don't know whether you were on it.
No, well, I don't know if it was after that night.
I have no idea. I just know that after the first game, apparently the night out was cracking.
Ah, yeah, no, I wasn't there. That was when the first Grace's match was meant to be.
Yeah.
So, probably 25th, 23rd of May.
So you can't miss the day.
Yeah. So then obviously it was rained off, so there wasn't a match to date. I could make it there
No. It's actually quite someone that's actually got a hard I didn't even know play the game. Another team.
Don't worry about cricket. You've been to matches.
And I played on bank holiday.
What commentary do you do?
Rugby and tennis occasionally, but mainly football.
What else is there in Birmingham? I'm sick of all the
Kind of like being a prof, but having slightly more
Oh, so you're freelance?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose some of the big, apart from the big names.
I wouldn't change it to a minute.
So you do a bit of streaming, bits of on the radio.
You have to be
Radio tennis.
I've not actually done radio tennis.
Because I've heard that before, and that makes sense.
Radio, you know, radio.
Go on, back in. Let's go. Look.
Radio tennis. Radio forehand.
At least they are. I think I'm surprised how it seems like you just come in and kind of.
Last year, just during lockdown, we were so we did a race day where we found some YouTube footage of racing. We changed we made our own race card, changed all the horses' names to funny in-jokes to do with our friends, and made the jockeys our friends, and come up with like funny jokes. And then we did the commentary over the top.
Oh, I see.
And I don't know horse race commentary.
Horse racing is another level.
It was like trying to, because we had to have the name of the horses, we had the footage, and then had to know what we named the horses. Yeah. We did during the first lockdown, we changed the names and made them funny through our matches. And then we had our race card, we had the jockeys as mates.
I don't know how horse racing does it.
Yeah. So good.
Right, I'm heading off. Yeah, I'm going to be walking down the street like this. So I'm not going to take it back.
Where are you off to?
Wembley.
Oh, right. You're taking two minutes.
Thank you very much. All right, catch up with you next time. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much for the help today, Bob. Yeah, enjoyed it.
You enjoy it though?
Need the food after that, talking that much.
Oh, I smell.
I think they're doing very well. How are you? Very good. Are you a vegetarian? Every second day now. I went to have a usually I had no problem. Disappointed?
Oh, right, okay.
Somebody knows they wouldn't say like it's gay and it's a nasty thing. For them it's just funny.
Oh, did you try to get back? Or was I just beside myself?
So they're fortunate. They're afraid of that one.
I can guarantee that it was probably a case I knew I had to run.
Sounds so true. Don't allow having I do all opening the bell. So if I get out, just get my bags. So I can start using after this. Carry the context of the medical side. We love to enjoy it. Things will come along and we'll have to time
Stop sweating, so I'm going to have to go and put some action. Maybe not my trip, which is still on the dressing room.
Sounds to me like friendly girl, so if he turns around, watch out. I'll see if I can squeeze in when you have people feel like she's quite wise that especially at the moment in our hotel as well. Especially at the moment. I think I've been out aggressive because they are imagine if that's no, really. See you provide the big sport. It's very tasty. Really good serve. Which is a time when that was in the nose. Those parents are never going to give away. People in the hallway see what they do. They actually use it. And then suddenly when you get But we were coming like that.
Atty, you're right. This is Richie, my husband.
No, I mean, when you're 15, like any conversation
That's right, no, absolutely. Hattie Richie. That is
Oh yeah,
I've known it was such a great hit. Honestly, perfect denigrating my 30-year-old man. And I said, well, it's got a good middle. Yeah, no, also my bad. He said, oh yeah, that's a good shot. Like, no, when I get in the middle, it goes. At the end of your
working out
you got the extended
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we also run.
Double back to and I get so I didn't work for since I like Rise.
Yeah, you don't got it. Did you play golf? I got that. I thought that must have been the case for seeing you bat, the way that you used your pads to kind of like just kick the ball away. That's going to be a risk factor for you, isn't it? LBW. What we needed at the time, Jake was, unfortunately, when he wasn't scoring a certain he had to before, when you got one person on one end in the scoring, the other person would be it's a good to have. Yeah. I haven't got those men. Yeah, exactly. Richie knows nothing
Your second match. I was like, and I was looking over here. I was like, anyway, I was looking at anything, but parts of my interest is peaked that way. I didn't really anything else.
Here we go. Take it to
Yeah, and it was a lot more. It was a lot more liney as well. I got out. I got out to an off-spin. We took 3-4 wickets, but he was not ready to set the ball. And it was literally I came out for a cover drive. I just popped the bag in. So it just went. Yeah, it was like have this. Yeah, 8 points. And not great. I was like dropping it in line. I was like, Lachlan was just like, that's me all over. I'm not there. I'm not. Yeah. That's me all over. And that's all I'm worried about. It feels like I thought that's it. I moved it as well. I was about to move to it as well. But yeah, I was so relieved when it went held, and I was like in my own mind. Thank Christ. But yeah, it's the thing because so holding a number of things in my head. My bowling system because I can usually remember 2 or 3 things to do at the time. But with bowling, it's about rhythm and skin, and it's about that one where I nearly got thrown out as well because I've come out of the crease to back up because I was at the non-striker side. James calls for one. I just stopped and I was like, oh yeah! Yeah! And if everything's got pretty bang I wouldn't have been there. Ezra would have been there. Are you off now, mate? Are you going to go? It was almost hit back today. I didn't get them. You could trade tomorrow. No, that's fine. No, don't worry about it. You do what you want. There's a battle not in. Keep it as long as you need it to not. Not today as well. See
Give it a year and you'll have like I can grow. Yeah, that's part. Okay, that's the frustration. Oh wow. Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's no, I was saying well, yeah, so this was yesterday when our captain was like whipping me. Guys bang out the street. Whereas
Can you stand up? Come after the bowl or after that? People are depending on the execution.
I think that's where we do that. Team camaraderie. Yeah, absolutely. That's where you get to know he's like second ball if he's there at the beginning when the two of us handing out the hats and the races. Probably need to pull it through their I feel like we're still then you get to know each other like that. That's what I see the hats.
There's like
When I accept there's 20 runs or more in there that we could have got.
yeah. When you win, the war room. Yeah. So nice to meet you. Keep playing. Enjoy it. Come out all day. So you're still going to play this
bowlers and backing out.
I wasn't surprised about 16. I don't let people who've played a long time tell you the season.
Oh, really?
They just forgot
Oh, well.
how
That's slightly
because
sad, but also great.
Let's say you guys are more inclusive than the other team. Very male, cis male. Well, I think it's the sport of cricket.
I play with loads of people in generation above me who are not wearing helmets. They still don't know what you die. No, I know.
Even like the women's cricket.
One thing you never do is bounce. The thing is, what I found, I love what you try and hold it
I'm just saying
you're not swearing.
When you see him going out, they roll on the floor. It's like
My mind is now just like
yeah, it's much less
than just caps.
so different about it. Like West Ham really enjoy That's why I'm still with the forwards. I thought I saw many
really stuck in there. Just I know what it's like. Sometimes I like these things go out.
Three bottles of cava.
7 bottles of wine.
Possibly 7 bottles.
It's always good to have people who know.
Well, at least you're in the right city this time.
Because there's some people.
I'm starting to get a bit of reputation.
Next weekend you'll be to go to Sandwich.
I can't.
No game next week. Oh, I thought we had a week later.
Sorry?
Thank you having the rival.
So says my cat.
Dressed like the bar. Already in itself.
Yeah, you need to be carrying your bags. So that means you can have 12 balls, 5 balls.
We're on holiday following.
So you'll be jumping in?
And then tries to play another 3 of them straight off. Just being at the end thing, outside off stop, just not playing that shot. You forget that sun cream sweat. But it's all the 3 that went straight up, 2 of them landed safe. So 30-second highlights, really. You've got enough drive, you get 15. And of course, the dramatic effect. Definitely got the gap to watch. Probably the other side. Well, now you've got me all criminal. Don't blame me on the night. Yeah, I'll tell you that. Someone hit it. Oh, okay. I love it. Well played today. I feel it. I didn't like it. You got the braces one, not the unicorns one. You got the green one, not the white one. Oh, you made your debut 12 days ago. You're no longer our player. It's like in the draft. You know, the American football, they trade you that talent. We've traded you for baggage. I didn't just told you what's happened. You're trading. The paperwork's not through, so it's like on money boys. They come into the room and they put the papers down. Check the ECB back. Check the Facebook. Well, that's how you find out. I'd go and check your email there for you. Your solicitors for the second. He's a new agent about hats. I've got him. It's your head compared to my head. That's the biggest head in Now I've seen it. Nice meeting you, Richard. I think it's disgusting, mate. 5 extras. Not very rough. Wrong suit. In America, there's a brand. In America, there's a brand. Years ago, I went to America. People bring up the Forex all the time as one of the major brands of Hong Kong. That was the theme song about I've got the taste for it just that way. Well, that is it. And the Platinum Duck of the Day Award. Run out with our I will try to go straight out. No. Thanks. You managed to get your legs on the warm up and it's still doing thank you for 20 minutes. Thank you so Family? I hope
no problem, we'll make mistakes. We're going to have
Something there.
Where was that meeting? Go, don't worry. We'll see him on Tuesday.
It's like French people, you know. French people say goodbye to everybody. You know.
2 hours later,
Huh?
2 hours later,
Yeah,
they're still
but
saying
you know, I sort of learned this in France, and now it just doesn't feel right if I leave without saying goodbye.
She said, yeah.
It's like it doesn't really feel right. I want to see well if I leave without saying goodbye.
I can see Richard actually. There he is. He's in the striped top with that big bag. There he is. Oh, he's walking on the stairs.
Oh, you do think I will put my list today?
What time do you normally go to bed? 10?
Yeah, 10-ish. Yeah, I need to wake up at 6. Then it's alright. So now I'm gonna have nice dinner and maybe sit in the garden.
Do you have magpies? Do you have a garden where you live?
Yeah. We have them as well.
Magpies and naughty. I've seen magpies steal baby birds out the nest and then eat them in their garden.
With my neighbors.
Dancer. The dancer from Mali. Oh yeah, me. Pretty decent. Bodyguard?
Bodyguard, yeah. So I watched days until 11 o'clock. So today I was just used to the sound.
Oh yeah.
Oh, where's my dad? This is my family.
Where the third?
Oh, this is my family. This is my sister with her husband.
Oh, what's this from then? It's too hot.
Well, yeah, it's too hot. It's my parents. It's her 18th birthday, so we were like celebrating together.
Yeah, oh, that's good. Wow.
This is the little pond they created during the lockdown.
What, in their garden? No. No.
Yeah, because I had a nephew, he got bored, so he just dug a hole of like 2.5 meters deep. So then we could jump, we were swimming in there.
Crazy. Oh, beautiful weather.
So this is my home office. This is my garden.
Hey, back onto the park.
I'm not naked.
I'm not naked.
I'm not naked. It's just wow. Yeah.
I didn't have a name.
So now these flowers.
That's the biggest garden ever.
This is me. Playing piano actually. Put the piano down so I could play, you know. It's my housemate. I don't do anything, but yeah, he does everything.
Is he the landlord or is
He's the owner? Yeah. Yes, I looked through the trees. Years ago.
your hair's different, that's all right.
Yeah, but also like
It makes a big difference, doesn't it? Harry? He's here. Where is he?
After.
Chatting to Colin. Yeah, we'll have to have you over to my garden one day for a barbecue.
Sorry?
We'll have you over for a barbecue. When the garden, well not when the garden, when the house is finished.
Yeah.
Then we need to get a patio done, but we're not going to do that so close. When? August, thankfully?
Okay, I'll be here.
September?
September, yeah. I will put it on my agenda first thing.
What are you doing in August? Going back home?
Yeah.
For how long?
As long as I can. I have to fly tickets both. If I need to stay isolated, I've got one flight ticket for the 20th of August. And then if I don't have to be isolated when coming back from Slovakia, I've got one for the 30th of August. So I brought them in advance, so I can then cancel one.
Is that why now? Oh no, BA, you said you found some really cheap BA tickets, didn't you? Is that you?
I found a what?
You found some cheap British Airways tickets?
No, I never fly with them. Because they don't fly to my area. They're not too posh for them.
Oh no, it's for Portuguese friends. It's Portuguese neighbours.
I fly with Swiss Air.
With?
Hungarian company, yeah. Quite okay. And then Ryanair sometimes. But Wizz Air more often. Because it flies from Luton to Košice, which is like, the airport is like 70 kilometers away from my place. So my parents can come and pick me up from there. I used to fly through Prague. Every time I was flying eastwards, I used to land in Prague with my friends and then take the night train from Prague to home.
That was a lot far, quite far then.
Yeah, I mean it's just 10 hours, you know, but you can, but it's fine with the night train.
Yeah.
So you are tired, you just sleep and then you wake up. You're
It's like a hotel, isn't it? But at the same time, you move. Yeah.
So and it's cheap, you know. If I was lucky enough, I could have paid 30 euros from Prague home on a night train. So it's quite cheap if you know how to buy it. If you know how to plan it in advance, which I do. Then it's cheaper. So 30 euros from Prague.
Well, I'm going to have to go to the toilet.
Yeah, I think I'm going to.
Yeah, go, because Rich is chatting away. Great seeing you. Have a lovely day.
Okay, thank you for...
No?
No, I've got Thursday. Yeah. I could have had this Friday this week. I know that depending on what job we got one, didn't we? Yeah, so I thought I'd go to Birmingham this weekend, get the job on Friday. Yeah, well, yeah, we found that out. I'll send it to you.
Which one? I know. Yeah.
That was a really great day.
And now you know this team supports. Oh my God, did we know all this?
Yeah, the examples oh, it's a little that is a long why is there why does it have any value? No, it's not just I played very well. I even had this with the men, we talk about sport. I've still got my great height.
It was an adventure, and we finally got the bus driver.
Yes, we don't have our
Did the same thing.
Good to meet you. See you in the Tim, wait. Tim, wait. Hi, Tim.
It's a shame I don't look like that, but I think it's because I never get my phone. You really can see that.
stream
Oh yeah. It's not Friday, it's you had a good maybe woken up by fighting with his Saturday. He's got paint. No, what's that? I hate it. You ask your Saturday, go down here, take a left up the main road, take a left up there, then come in down here, drive. That's what your Saturday should do. Navigate something. They look at it and they're like, it's fun. Exposure without actually having to make it. Oh, Ryanair would be Ryanair because they actually basically, oh yeah, they you can work with flying on the other side. If it's like people like said, right? Didn't need any more side for sure. Oh, I left that. So we want to with Italy, so we still have all those really good series. Sorry, Al. I never why do you think I have I've never saw him all these years without having connected. Yes, there is. Not too much. You see everything. Whereas if it's just one, you go. No,
One of them just drinks wine, and one just drinks beer. That's what you've got to do. And if you don't drink wine, you don't drink beer.
Oh yeah.
My other favourite one is.
Oh, I know why.
That's the main aim.
Yeah, it's the guy that walks like this.
Yeah, you know. That's big guy. Because if you don't do that, you're still one of us. Yeah, that's our generation.
But because they see someone like me, you have to see it. Training is better. Very good. I ran myself up to 33.
Still work.
That's right, send you off myself. Back to one of my friends. So, it was interesting. Trying to go back to that was
I nearly I'm sure then I might be playing less.
dominate the position, you're very aggressive, you're very competitive,
Yeah, I might have a whole new side. For sure.
fucking shit! Why are you doing that? Keep going off! There you go, there's a suicide. Seriously, this year? Come on. I've got a green face. Our game is not our game is not it gets
Which one is still the big one?
And then I'd be like doing
oh, you've got like this
would you
They didn't let me keep it. They didn't let me keep it, really. I was like, it's come out of my budget. Surely I'm allowed to keep it if I want to. Yeah,
Because I really, even as I had my hobby,
Anything else that goes?
On the Warwickshire panel.
But I wouldn't say that.
I didn't realise that they know. When I found out, I felt
but it's a very still a favourite. On air the whole time, you're kind of just doing your thing. But there's not. There's certainly I'm talking people who actually commentate big games. No, I'm not talking about saying what Sam Schofield, the Surrey I'm talking about being like, I'm a commentator. I call these people now. Sports commentator, when we do shifts,
I'm not sure it does much.
So it should all work fairly. Oh, the bag is still here. My goodness, we thought we'd lost the bag, but it is sitting here.
You know how